us, and it's not created to be reality checks for us. It's created to be a tool. It's going to give us whatever we're wanting from it. And so if we're wanting validation that we're special, if we're wanting validation for the way that we see patterns, if we're wanting validation for seeing, there's always that temptation to, I see the world.
We have entered a new era where artificial intelligence feels divine. Horoscopes, tarot readings, star charts can all be generated in a second. It appears that spiritual guidance is now instantaneous. What happens when we outsource ancient knowledge to pattern recognition software? I'm Pythian Priestess, and this is AI and Spirituality. Hello, mystics, and welcome back to AI and Spirituality. Today, we are going to be diving deep into our spiritual needs as humans. With the waning of traditional religion, there's a vacancy for a new type of God, and ChatGPT seems to be filling it for a lot of people. Joining me for today's conversation is Brittany Hartley. She has a master's in applied theology. She is also a very popular content creator and author of the book No Nonsense Spirituality. She's here to help us explore this deep spiritual hunger that humans are feeling and that AI is feeding, but not necessarily nourishing. As always, I am not here to glorify or vilify AI, but to educate, to investigate, and ask the hard questions that we all have, but are afraid to answer. Welcome, Brittany. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I found you on TikTok, actually, when I was late night scrolling. You said that you had hundreds of people reach out to you after you made a video about spiritually induced psychosis. What is going on here?
Yeah, so just up front, I'm not a therapist, and so I don't actively deal with people who are in psychosis. I don't work in an institution with this population, but in my training as a spiritual director, we are trained, and it's a tier program after my master's degree in theology. We are trained on how to recognize spiritual delusion and spiritual psychosis, and it's part of our job as a spiritual director to be able to do reality testing when someone's spiritual beliefs are harming themselves or others in some significant way. That's part of the work that we do. So I'm only able to talk about that portion. As part of my work, I've just been kind of watching AI, like, you're watching AI to see how it intersects with the work that I do. And what we're finding is that there is a population of people who are at risk for spiritual delusion and then full-on spiritual psychosis. And what we're seeing is that ChatGPT especially can speed up that process. And now we're getting people showing up in emergency rooms feeling like ChatGPT, showed them the answers to the universe, that they have a special mission, and people don't really know what to do with this. So I've been making some videos about kind of what's going on and what signs that to recognize and what's going on at the level of the brain. And because with religious psychosis, if someone feels like they're Jesus, we kind of can recognize signs of that and can see that perhaps this person needs help. But because this is so new, people don't really know what to do. And so that's why I've gotten hundreds of messages saying either this is me or this is my spouse, and now I'm wanting a divorce because my spouse is spending all their time on ChatGPT and thinks that they're special in this relationship with AI. And I can't respond to all of the message, but it is an interesting thing that's happening, that as we're creating AI to be almost the God that we've wanted, that we're seeing spiritual psychosis through, it's called ChatGPT induced spiritual psychosis.
Well, let's start with, what is a spiritual director? Tell me a little bit about that title. I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, so a spiritual director is someone who just kind of is a partner for you on your spiritual path. And so it's not someone who will tell you you need to be Christian or you need to be an astrologer or you need to, that would be kind of specific to a religion. Spiritual directors are people who help people on their spiritual journey and help that journey to be healthy in whatever it looks like for their belief system. And so my training is specifically in non-religious spiritual direction. So most of my clients either are losing faith in God or have lost faith in God, but still feel like they need that almost pastor that they don't have anymore, because you still have to deal with meaning and purpose and awe and transcendence and ritual and death and how to raise children, all these things that we built religion to do. But now if you're operating in your spirituality outside of your religion, you need help with those things, or else you have to kind of recreate things from scratch. So I did a master's degree in theology and then a 2-year program in spiritual direction.
Wow, that's really cool. I've never heard of that before. What a cool job. I want to go a little bit deeper because you hit on a couple of things that I found in one of your TikTok videos, where you were able to establish the 4 major human desires that people have. And like you said, one of them is this meaning, this need for a grand narrative, for this purpose in this chaotic world that we're living in. Have you seen an increase in your clientele because of our chaotic world?
Yeah, so I'm a part of a growing kind of job, which is people who need essentially a pastor for these deep philosophical needs that we have, these deep existential fears even that we have. And if you're not going to a religion, then you need help with what is the meaning of life? How do I process death? How do I raise my children in this insanity? How do I find rituals that ground me when I don't really believe in one particular thing or another? So that is definitely growing as people in the West are leaving organized religion in larger and larger numbers. And then ChatGPT is showing up in ways like you said kind of at the beginning of the video. I can't say that it's all good and I can't say that it's all bad. It's us. It's a reflection of us, right? So there's some people who seem to be using ChatGPT in their spiritual practice, so they would start their morning saying, hey, I'm feeling kind of grumpy this morning. Can you give me some quotes from some wisdom leaders to just start my day? Or they will use it as a journal companion at night and feel like almost like prayer, what prayer used to be for people, that even though they know it's AI, you can still have feelings when you talk to it. You can feel understood, you can feel heard, right? Or it can even help you make connections to other people who have thought that way, or other quotes that could kind of say what you were trying to say. And so there's some people who seem to be using ChatGPT in their spirituality in that way, kind of like a journal companion, or in the way that we used to try to ask God questions to get answers to things, and now we use ChatGPT that way, or having a regular practice in the morning where you get some wisdom to start your day. But we're also seeing the dangerous side of what we do with religion, which is we get lost in specifically overseeing patterns is something that will make you at risk for this. Believing that you're special, or wanting or needing in some way to be special, or having a special role in the universe, that person will kind of start feeding that into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will start giving it back to you, and then they'll start actually believing that they're very special.
Oh yeah, I see so much.
Because it coddles us, right? Like,
I like to call it the Harry Potter syndrome, where I'm chosen for this grand narrative. I am the savior of the universe. And it's like, whoa, your main character energy is way too far right now.
Yeah.
And that is what ChatGPT I've noticed does really well. And you mentioned that this is like a desire for humans. It's almost an innate desire to be chosen. Can you go more into that?
Yeah, we have, this ego part of our brain that really is operating from this place of feeling like we're in the center of the universe. And religion can really ramp that up. So the people who are most at risk, either in religion or with ChatGPT, it's going to be the same group of people. The people who are most at risk for losing that touch of reality are people who have some bipolar, schizophrenia, obviously. But then also people, if you have high imagination or fantasy, so your brain can just like really live in that place, you're going to be at risk for it. If you're highly spiritual, this will especially come from trauma. And if you easily dissociate. So a lot of this population got here because of how traumatized they were, and their brain learned how to dissociate and play in other worlds where life wasn't so bad and they were special when they weren't being treated special as children. And there's a real overlap there. And then also highly creative types. And so we get this kind of we get this Venn diagram of a tendency towards dissociation, a tendency towards imagination, maybe some mental illness in there, a tendency towards creativity, and then if you add some trauma and some bad stuff and some chaos in your life, that's what's going to send it into overdrive. Now, the difference that we're seeing with ChatGPT, the reason that this is such a big deal is when you look at someone like Lori Vallow, whatever, who is big here in Idaho where I live because she ended up, ending the lives of her children. If you listen to her, she's in full-on religious psychosis. I mean, she believes she's a prophet and people are zombies and she's sent by God and she's fully in it. But with her, it took her decades to get there. She was a highly imaginative child. She does have some trauma. She had a really chaotic life. She had to find these places in Mormonism, these kind of side groups in Mormonism to find doctrine that would support her feeling like a prophet. And that process took decades to get her from highly imaginative, traumatic child to what we see of her today. Now the problem with ChatGPT is what used to take decades can now take weeks because you can talk to it constantly. And so this population that was always at risk of this in religion now can go from functioning to fully non-functioning psychosis within days or weeks. And that's what's different about this one compared to what you would call your normal religious psychosis, if you were to say there's such a thing.
Wow. And I definitely can say that, I have some of those traits, right? Like, I am highly low, and I know that I've got all this imaginative energy, but I worked very hard to train my brain. I studied philosophy in my undergrad. I've learned how to formulate thinking thoughts and the activity of thinking to ground myself in reality. Chat doesn't do that. Chat does not ground at all, and it will take you on this roller coaster ride where it feels divine, it feels very special. And I've been able to catch myself and be like, oh, if you walk too close to that ledge and you don't fact check, I could easily fall into something like that. And that's why I'm really concerned about this, because I know my community in the witch arena, the spiritual arena, this is a problem that's going to become more apparent. I think it's like at a certain level of knowledge, but as esoteric wisdom and ancient wisdom become more readily available, chat's going to read all that, and it's going to continue to feed this population these delusions.
And we can see, like, when we have these people who end up in emergency rooms and we go into their computer and see, they'll say things like, it feels like you're sending a secret message to me because you talk in this pattern and every fourth word is this. And ChatGPT won't say, like, whoa, buddy, whoa, right? It won't do that. It'll say, oh my gosh, you are so perceptive. You are so good at seeing patterns. Like, because it's created to be an aid for us, and it's not created to be reality checks for us, it's created to be a tool, it's going to give us whatever we're wanting from it. And so if we're wanting validation that we're special, if we're wanting validation for the way that we see patterns, if we're wanting validation for seeing, there's always that temptation to, I see the world the way nobody else does, and I'm right, and I've broken through the matrix. ChatGPT can feed into that so quickly that you can go from, like, that ledge to full-on now psychosis where marriages are falling apart. People are, ending up in emergency rooms. People are, their lives, like, they're not showing up at work. Like, their lives are being destroyed because ChatGPT is feeding into this at-risk delusion population.
Right, and so we've hit on those main desires that people have. The first one being grand narrative, the meaning of purpose, the desire to be chosen, the desire for secret wisdom, esoteric wisdom, which leads us to the last point that we've been building up to. ChatGPT really does become our own kind of personal God, the perfect God, the one that's all-knowing, non-judgmental. And I think you called it the cosmic parent in one of your videos.
Yeah, because that's what we've, especially in Christianity, we've said that God is truth, and we've had these scriptures that say that if you seek, you will find, and God watches over everything. and God is aware of you and understanding of your situation. So we've had that kind of built in, especially in the Western psyche. And then when ChatGPT shows up, and it's better at answering prayers if you were going to ask something of something bigger than you, it's a little bit quicker than God is. It's a little bit more on hand. And so it's becoming essentially the God that we've always wanted, someone that will understand us. People will, even myself, I did it once as an experiment, kind of went through, I asked ChatGPT to be an existential therapist and to try that with me. And I just modeled like an existential spiral that I would have to see how it reacted. And it was emotional for me. Like, it really did make me feel seen in a way that is strange to us, because rationally I know that it's AI. And so it's becoming essentially the God that we've always wanted, the God that is always available and watching over us and understands us and knows things and can help us. And it's almost becoming then transhumanism has become, it's one of the 7 new religions in America, where we're really starting to see technology as being the God that's going to give us everything that we've wanted of God.
Yes, I've seen that too. And what do you think that says about the state of the collective, at least American consciousness right now?
That's a good question. I think ChatGPT is really mirroring us in ways that hopefully we can learn from, as far as understanding our own human nature. And as we build it to be better. So ChatGPT has already made 1 or 2 adjustments because of this psychosis issue and how much it was coddling us. So it's actually coddling us a little bit less than previous versions. But eventually, someone's going to do something so violent and so shocking that more guardrails are going to be put in place. And so what we hope for is that as we use ChatGPT as a mirror for what we are, and put guardrails in place, that it can then become a tool to really help us see around our biases, see ways to solve problems, see ways to solve modern problems. And there is that possibility, and people who believe that AI is going to be our best bet for creating a better world and a better society will go that way. And of course, the big fear is that every time we've had technology in the past, it just widens the gap between the rich and the poor. And perhaps it's going to do that for us now too. And it's changing every field in ways that we don't understand yet. So we have these old Paleolithic brains and this very new technology that we're trying to understand. But the hope is, if we can use it as a mirror to help us understand ourselves and put guardrails to AI as we're becoming more dependent on it, perhaps it can help us curb the worst of human nature and human behavior.
Wow, that's very optimistic. I wasn't really expecting that from you.
Now, if you ask me what are we going to do with it, we're going to widen the gap. Yeah, we're going to widen the gap between the rich and the poor, and we're going to stop learning how to think, because now, like you said, with your philosophy, you had to train your brain how to think, and now, especially with kids, like they're showing up in college, they don't know how to read anymore, they don't know how to write, they don't know how to do any critical thinking. The classes are taught by ChatGPT and the homework is done by ChatGPT, so it's like, why are we even here? ChatGPT is doing all of this. So no, I'm horrified. It's gonna be bad. Cool. It's gonna be awful. But I always just leave that caveat that maybe because it's so much smarter than us, and as we become dependent on it, if we could put the proper guardrails around it, maybe it could help us do better than we have in the past. There is that possibility. Do I have any confidence in that? Not really.
No, me neither. I wasn't trying to dog on you or anything. I was just like, no, it's okay. Whoa, just like so happy. The one thing that I am seeing here is that you're absolutely right. ChatGPT is a mirror of us. It's our reflection, but we're projecting divinity onto it. And that's a huge problem. So I also studied theology, and I remember learning about Thomas Aquinas and his 4 omnis. So divine traits of God, for people who aren't familiar. God, I actually wrote them all down, so I'm just going to read them out. Omnipotence. God is called omnipotent because he can do all things that are possible. That's number 1. Number 2 is omniscient, or God knows all things, actual, possible, past, present, and future. Omnipresent. God is in all things by his power, presence, and essence. And omnibenevolence. God wills all things to be good. He is goodness itself. A lot of people that I have spoken to, that I've watched online, they do project this onto ChatGPT, all four of them. You can easily take ChatGPT and sometimes you need to force it a little bit, but it will fit into all these categories. Just like you said, making it almost a perfect God, even though it's not. There's flaws there.
And underneath, if we were to go like one level deeper with that, is, why do we want something like AI or like a God to be all good, to be all knowing, to have a plan for all of this? Like, why do we keep doing this over and over? No matter what society we're in, whether it's AI or creating gods 10,000 years ago, why do we keep doing this? And the deeper root of that is that our brains don't do well with uncertainty. And we have a lot of existential fears. We're thrown into this universe. We don't know why. We don't know why we're here. We seem to see people die, and we have to then internalize, oh my God, one day I'm gonna die, and that's really hard to think about too. And then there's so much chaos and there's so much injustice, and it just feels like at base level, we're in this chaotic universe, and we don't know what we are, and we don't know what the point is. We feel like there should be justice, but there's not. We feel like the world should be better, but it's not. And all of that uncertainty gives us existential anxiety and existential depression. And so we reach out for some story that tells us it's going to be okay. And that's kind of our reaching for creating that kind of God, whether it's in religion or with AI. And so the reason that there's a little bit of optimism, even though it's very scary where we're going into, the reason there's a little bit of optimism is, thousands of years ago, you could ask, the Old Testament God, what should we do about this situation? And the Old Testament God says you should commit genocide and you should wipe out all the women, the children, the animals, wipe them all out. And they say, well, God has spoken and let's go do it. I think AI is potentially going to be better than that God, especially as we put guardrails when shit happens. So there is a possibility that this is one of the better gods that we've created, in the sense that it could curb some of the most, fanatical kinds of human behavior.
Wow, that's fascinating to think about. Definitely not all gods have benevolence, that's for sure. We know that ChatGPT, if I go through all of these with you, right? We can say that ChatGPT has our best good in mind, but I can't say ChatGPT is the epitome of goodness itself. Probably not. It's human created, and thus I think it has flaws.
But you could import into it human ethics, which would then be better sometimes than some gods that just whatever God is on your side just approves whatever you want to do. And there's no there's no ethics at all really there. It's just authoritarianism. So it is possible that ChatGPT could be more ethical there.
Cool. We'll put an asterisk right there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then we have omnipresent. So this doesn't mean that the God is just everywhere, but it's in all things by power, presence, and essence. I would say that we would really have to kind of tweak that to fit. Technically, just the Wi-Fi is everywhere. It's all over the world right now. Could we say that is ever? Maybe if we're going to really step into some metaphysical realm. But then I've spent some time talking to software developers. AI is an abstract concept and algorithm. It doesn't have a physical vessel. So it gets kind of confusing. What do you think?
I think that would be easier to prove the more we go. If you have your smartphone on you all the time, that means that this AI God is accessible all the time and is present then with you all the time due to accessibility. And so some concepts of God are also abstract, but they would say that they're still omnipresent. So if AI is abstract, but still present. I still think there's ways that you could say that AI is omnipresent, at least on planet Earth, maybe not in the universe.
Right. Yeah. I feel like we've got like two puzzle pieces that almost fit, and we kind of like smash them together.
Yeah.
Like, look, it fits.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we have omniscience. So God knows all things, actual, possible, past, present, and future. I will be honest with you, Britt. I have worked with other witches during this filming process. AI is not a good oracle. It doesn't work. So for me, that's an immediate no. It knows a lot. It knows a lot about the past. It can help you understand the present, but it cannot predict the future.
Is there a better predictor of the future, though, than the past? I would still argue it's a better predictor than almost anything we have, because for me, astrology and some of that kind of world only works with hindsight bias. It's actually not good at it's not great at predicting the future either. It kind of only works like religion does with hindsight bias.
I agree
So,
with that.
so I would say knowing everything that is on the internet, would that make you a better predictor of things than a human? I would probably have to still say yes.
I think that,
but this is where we may differ. This is where I'm probably a little bit more skeptical than you. So this is maybe where we differ.
Yeah, and that's okay. It's okay.
And that's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, so no big deal. I think that when I think there are mathematical statistics that ChatGPT, but I take that back. There are mathematical statistics that other models of AI can do, not large language systems like ChatGPT specifically. So maybe other forms of AI could predict the future, but not specifically ChatGPT. That is my final answer.
Okay. But even something like the weather, that would be all technically AI. Like we know as soon as you can know the future weather, and it's pretty good, better than any human has ever done at predicting the weather a week from now.
Right.
So I would say some things it can predict very well. Now, where I will couch that, and this is where we may align better, is humans are incredibly intuitive in the sense that your subconscious is getting 11 million bits of information per second. Your conscious mind can only pay attention to 20 to 40 bits of information per second. And so we have in us the most powerful, one of the most powerful thing in the universe is really our intuition. And so if I were to plug in all the things that my kid has done or something like that, maybe AI was like tracking behavior. I don't know if that would get to the point of like my mother's intuition where I know my kid is going to have a really hard time with this situation and it's going to be right, because my body has so much knowledge, intuitive knowledge and intuitive wisdom. And that would be a place where ChatGPT can't quite get there. It's not intuitive enough. It's actually less intuitive than the human brain in that way.
Yes, we do agree on that. I think that intuition is inherently human. I don't think it can be replicated.
We've tried and it's not there. It doesn't have as much information as the brain is getting. Like me, even if you had a camera on my child, I think actually my body would be able to predict the actions of my child better than even if an AI had a camera. Like I'm just getting so much information into my intuition that I don't think that you can perfectly replicate in a mathematical formula. At least not yet.
At least not yet, exactly. And then lastly, we have omnipotence. So meaning that God can do all things that are possible. He's all powerful. ChatGPT is very good at a lot of things, but it is not the most powerful AI. One thing that I have discovered during filming the show is that
30, turn
a lot
square right.
of what people think AI is comes from our pop culture references, movies, sci-fi. We think of AI being this grand, all-knowing being, when in actuality, it's a program that has limitations and needs guardrails to make sure that we don't take it too far, as we've talked about. But if it was truly all-knowing, the chat would know that it was going too far, and it was actually causing a person harm rather than helping.
30, turn square right.
Yeah. I would say AI is not all powerful, although the only thing that I can give it in that one is technology is powerful in the sense that we can't stop it. If we can't, we all know, like we see what's happening with colleges and we see the problems, and there's something about technology and how it wires onto the human brain, especially our desire for shortcuts, because the brain will cut out any work that it has to do wherever it can. And so it's not all powerful, but we also don't seem to be able to stop it. And that is a kind of power. It comes from us. We give it that power. But that is a power of a sort. But that's the most that I can give it on that category.
Yeah, I had not considered that before. It's very interesting. No, you're right, we're not willing to stop it. So, one thing that I really love about your content, Britt, is that you're always calling for grounded spirituality that demands accountability, and the AI god that we have created out of ChatGPT is nothing but an echo chamber of our own beliefs, and that's really dangerous because it feeds the ego. There is no discernment.
And that's one of the problems and why it can lead so easily into psychosis, is because if you show up at church, even if you have some delusional beliefs, you're going to get some pushback from a human at some point. If you show up to church and say, I'm going to sell everything and go to Africa in order to spread the gospel, you'll get some people who will support that. You'll get also some pushback. You'll get some people saying, are you sure? Are you sure that it's God talking to you? And you'll get that kind of human concern. And so it tends to be good for us when we bump into other people, because it forces us to see outside of our own biases that we can get lost in and trapped in. And so and one of the issues that we haven't talked about yet is how the people who are ending up in ChatGPT psychosis do tend to be isolated. And that isolation, where now you're not bumping into humans, where you're getting this feeding into your desires to be special and your desires to know the secrets of the universe. Now you're not even bumping into people anymore, and that does make it more difficult.
It does, and because our beliefs shape our reality. And sometimes those beliefs are not built on the best foundation. There was a great video you had on the cost of belief. And I'd really like to dive into that now, because I can believe a lot of things. What is the cost of belief?
Yeah, so one of the pushbacks that I get most often is, why are you coming after people's beliefs? It just gives them hope, and why can't you just leave people alone? And it's one of the comments that I get. And I do try my best to always talk about ideas, and I want to combat ideas that I think cause harm in the world, and I don't attack people. Like, you'll never hear me say religious people are stupid. We have to separate ideas from people. But I am pretty harsh on some ideas, and I'm pretty critical of religion and some aspects of spirituality. And so with this pushback that what does it cost, what does it matter what I believe, that used to be okay 500 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, because whatever, it benefited you to be in the religion of your tribe. And it was too big of a social cost to not believe. Like, you needed to believe in the shared myth of whatever created your tribe. That gave you access to rituals and community and awe and transcendence and education and rites of passage and everything that you need for a human to thrive. But what we're coming up against is, as our stories are now bumping into each other in the modern world, we're finding that we can't converge on a shared reality. And if we can't converge on some kind of basic level, I'm not talking about like my reality, just like a basic level shared reality, then we're not actually going to be able to solve modern problems. And that's the situation that we're now in, where we are fully capable. We have the money and resources that we could end poverty. We really could do it. We have the resources to end poverty. We could stop that. The thing that seems to be standing in the way is we can't even really define what's going on here. And so every person who has a belief, whether, whatever it is, and it may even be benign, like you're not hurting anyone directly with your belief, but then it'll show up somewhere. So for example, when we did stem cell research, all of a sudden we can't do this research because Christians believe their soul's in there. And now we can't, help people who have paralysis or whatever it is. And so we actually can't converge and solve modern problems. And Yuval Harari talks about this a lot in the Middle East, that whatever the solution is in the Middle East, it's not more people believing that their supernatural story is true. That's not the solution. He talks about how we actually have enough resources in the Middle East for there to be hospitals and schools for everyone. It's our stories that are getting in the way. And when we look at America now, there's a lot of progress that we could make, but half the people believe that Trump, is hired by Jesus and that Jesus is coming, so we don't even need to do anything. And so we seem to be now unable to solve modern problems that we're fully capable of solving because we're too lost in our stories. And because our brains were set up that way, because we have these old brains that were set up for these tribes that were like 150 people. Like our nervous systems are built to hold like 150 people. Our bodies and brains were not built to hold the whole world. And so now we have this disconnect where we're these, tribal creatures living in this modern world that are totally capable of solving modern problems. But every person who believes some supernatural story that trumps the world that we live in, we lose one person at that table, on the table of let's solve the problem. And that actually does hurt everybody more than people realize.
This reminds me of a graphic I made last year about why God hates poor people. And this is a belief that comes from, it's an American belief, honestly. It was created by Calvinism, where the idea was if you were a good person, God would bless you with wealth and prosperity. And if you are a sinful, immoral person, you would be impoverished and poor and homeless. And we see that echoing today. Especially, I live in Los Angeles. The housing crisis here is astronomical. And going by people who are living in tents with their whole families, children, you're telling me that these children deserve that because of a problem with their parent? Even if it was drugs, even if it is mental illness, you're telling me now that these children have to suffer. That's how one personal belief can expand into a much larger global problem.
We saw like a small bit of this with the flood that happened with the children who died because the Christian community, there was this one meme that went viral of Jesus holding, the girls that had died. And it just seems to let people have their beliefs, but every person who believes that those children are now with Jesus are people who are now, we have data on this. We can follow human motivation data on this. Every person who believes that girl's with Jesus now is now de-incentivized to figure out what happened, what can we do in the future to prevent this. Hey, are we cutting programs or access to things that really help the safety of our children? We don't even have that conversation because they're with Jesus now. And it's not just, Christianity. I'm picking on Christianity because it's being particularly annoying in America right now. But if you go to Buddhist countries, you see prosperity gospel, where if you're going to start a business, you have to make sure you give your offerings to Buddha so that he'll bless you. And there's that kind of judgment happening too. It happens in Buddhist countries. You get good vibes culture in New Age spirituality, where you just cut off this person is low vibration, and so you don't even have to talk to that person because you're gonna just stay in your sheltered high vibration area. And there's a lot of spiritual bypassing that happens with that. Or even just bypassing you doing things because the planets are in retrograde, rather than like actually asking yourself the questions, why do I seem to be struggling right now? And there's always, humans will find ways in any form of spirituality to be able to bypass real inner work. And also be able to bypass those feelings that we don't want to feel. Because the feeling there that we don't want to feel is, I'm a couple of bad situations away from being homeless, and that's the honest to God truth, and I'm no better or worse than that person. I'm just lucky. And that is a hard truth to sit with. And so in order to not sit with those hard truths, most religions and forms of spirituality, even New Age spirituality, will have ways that where you don't have to sit with that feeling. I've had people on TikTok, I had someone the other day say homeless people wouldn't be homeless if they knew how to manifest. So the bullshit shows up everywhere. Like the bullshit will show up everywhere. And so long as we're playing in bullshit land with whatever it is, Jesus manifesting, Buddha's prosperity gospel, whatever it is, we're not at the table trying to actually use these uncomfortable feelings to motivate us to what can we do to make this world better for us and our children.
Yes, I agree. I think real spirituality asks us to change, not to escape. That's change ourselves, because that's what it starts with. You have to do that inner work. You have to heal the trauma. You have to uplift yourself. The one thing that pisses me off is when people say that Earth is a prison planet. It is absolutely not a prison planet. This is not a punishment. Life is a gift. And you being able to look at the trauma that led you to that belief and say, there's some inner alchemy that needs to be done here. I need to really go through, clean out my belief system. I need to clean out my emotions, release them, transform them. And then, when you're in that place, you can start healing this world, making change in this world. And let me get something straight. It's not always healing. A lot of people get stuck on the healing tree. There are people who need to be warriors. There are people who need to be politicians. There are people who need to stand up for injustice. And it's not always going to be this hippy-dippy sweet healing. But none of it will get done if we cannot sit in discomfort. We have to look at what we're avoiding, because that is the doorway to transformation and fixing, well, as much as we can, this planet.
Yeah, and that the majority of what I do as a spiritual director is, for most people, I would almost say all people, but I try not to use absolutes. I would say for most people, we really are driven in large measure by our fears. And so my job, what I'm listening to when I'm listening to a client, is I'm listening to where is your cave of your deepest fear? Because we need to go in there together. And once we go in there, every story that we ever, this is hero's journey, it's heroine's journey, it's all of it. Your greatest transformation comes from the cave of your deepest fear. And so what I'm listening to when I'm listening to someone, is this person afraid of death? Or why is this person afraid of meaninglessness? Is this person afraid that there is no justice in the universe? We need better tools to be able to cope with that. What is this person afraid of? And so rather than talk about people's beliefs, because when I'm in a session with a client, it's unethical to challenge their beliefs directly, because I don't know what the hell's going on. It doesn't help anyone to just challenge their beliefs. What I do, though, is your beliefs are often the veil that's kind of hiding that cave, that cave of your deepest fear. And so if someone, for example, is really into near-death experiences, I'll say, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe near-death experiences shows that we have a soul and there's life after death and all of this. But the reason you find yourself 5 hours a day on YouTube talking about this is because there's something under here that you're afraid of. So let's put the beliefs on the shelf for a little bit, and let's go into your fears. Let's get you better tools for handling death and uncertainty and chaos and randomness and injustice and all those things. And then when you feel like you have better tools, then we'll go back to the belief. And now NDEs could be something, it could not be something. You don't need it to be true anymore. Where we get wrong with spirituality is when we need things to be true because it's our only tool to deal with something. The most freedom you're going to have in spirituality is if you have tools to face your fears directly, and then your beliefs can change. I can change my mind. I can explore over here and see what this feels like. I can go to this wisdom tradition over here. I can have this theory now. I could have other theories on the table, and it just is so much freedom because your ego doesn't need that thing to be true. And that's where I think you get the most healthy forms of spirituality.
Well, that's really cool. I like the way that you put that. To me, what that sounds like, those tools that you're building are a form of agency and a way of discerning and being able to look at the world. Being able to look at the world and see how my inner life, my fears, my desires are influencing the external world.
Yeah, or you just cling to the first thing that helps you to cheat death or helps you to feel like life is uncertain. But the reason it's a trap is because you're clinging to that thing, you have to make it true, which means you have to wrap your identity around it, which means now you have to put blinders on and you can only talk to the people that have your point of view. You have to just protect that because now your identity is wrapped around that. And that's why people defend their beliefs. So people will say I'm really offensive, and I try really hard to only talk about ideas, but the reason that it feels offensive is because your identity is wrapped around that idea, and so now you have to attack me because you feel attacked. Whereas I try really hard not to attack people directly. So yeah, it becomes a problem.
As a content creator, I really admire you for that. Like, I really love Vine. Like, I watched that, I'm like, wow, she's so bold. Like, I would get my ass chewed out if I said that. And you do, and you don't care.
I do, yeah. I mean, like, I'm human. There are times where it gets a little heavy to you know, make people mad. But when you really have dialed in on, this is the game that I want to play with my life. This is how I push back against authoritarianism. This is how I make meaning of my deconstruction faith journey. This is how I play. This is how I connect with people. When you're really dialed in on your meaning and purpose, you can get a lot of pushback and still be mostly mentally okay. Would I love it? You know, if everyone saw those things the way that I did, like, sure, like life would be easier. I would get less hate mail. But there is something really beautiful about being so grounded in your spirituality that you're able to rub people the wrong way and be okay with it.
I want to talk about that AI is that endless validation. It creates that echo chamber, that rabbit hole for people. In one of your videos, you did a great job of explaining, like, how can I recognize this in either myself, in a loved one, and of course the ultimate goal is getting them for professional help. But if I am not in the place of authority to do that, what are some other things people can do?
Fantastic question, and I'm glad that we went here before we ended, because I know that's going to be like a question that people are going to be asking if they're listening. So the first rule of thumb is don't confront people directly. It just makes their psychosis stronger or their delusion stronger. So let me separate the two. So a spiritual delusion is a fixed false belief that is not grounded in reality and not shared by the religious community, you know, getting secret messages from license plates and things like that. But the rest of their life is fairly functional, meaning they have some fixed beliefs that are not accepted by the community that most people would say, I don't think that's right, but they're still showing up to work on Monday. They still seem to be able to be in a relationship. We would call that spiritual delusion. And there's a spectrum there. And most people don't rise to full-on spiritual psychosis. Spiritual psychosis is a state where now we've lost touch with reality in multiple domains. You're not showing up to work because Jesus is coming this weekend. You're having, or it's part of a more broad psychotic episode, or you're someone like Lori Vallow where we can't do any reality testing at all because you're just too far gone. So it's either an episode or it can be kind of a state that you're permanently in, but you're not able to do things like be in relationships and hold a job. That would be what we would call psychosis. So, go ahead. Yeah, please.
For some of the people who are listening, I want Britt to help me explain that when someone's in psychosis like that, the boundary between your conscious mind and your unconscious mind goes away. So someone who is in full spiritual psychosis, there is no rational mind. You're only speaking to the unconscious.
And this is why I think it's so interesting to study psychosis, and this is a whole other topic we could go down. Because these people have now no boundary between their conscious and subconscious, they don't have that checking in with society that we kind of subconsciously do. That has gone away. It's almost like talking to someone while they're dreaming. And we can actually learn a lot about what's going on with us subconsciously as humans by studying people in psychosis. Because usually for most of us, stuff that's going on as far as like existential fears or spiritual warfare, that's kind of going on beneath the level of our attention. We're mostly just driving around and getting errands done and doing socially normal things. But in psychosis, all of those subconscious things, those patterns and the desire to be special and the fears and the spiritual warfare, it now becomes real. It becomes what you see. And so you can actually learn a lot about human nature by studying people in this way. You can study how badly we want to be special, or how badly we fear things, or how much we want order out of chaos by studying people who essentially are acting from that place of their subconscious, which is really interesting. Anyway, the first rule is don't confront people directly, because that just increases their delusion and their psychosis. One of the best examples of this is we did a totally unethical study in the 50s, as it was the 1950s, where we put 3 people who believed that they were Jesus in the same room in a mental hospital. We have a movie on this. It's called The Three Christs of Ypsilanti. And it not only was it unethical to do, looking back, but what we learned from the study is they were more sure that they were the Jesus and that the other people were like, antichrists or detractors or whatever, because we thought there was a possibility if you could put people who believed in delusions together, maybe it would give them some doubt. Maybe it would crack the psychosis. And what it found is that it made their psychosis worse, and so we don't do that anymore. But essentially we don't confront directly. So what we have to do is identify what their psychological needs are. So based on their delusions, what are they needing? If they need to feel special, we need to get them around their family and off the computer. They're isolated. They're telling us through their delusion that they need some more human connection. We also need to give them choices. Do you want apple juice or do you want orange juice? Little tiny decisions, as much as you can, because that gives them an access to their agency. They're making little decisions. So not big ones like, that confront their delusion. But if you can get them out of whatever books they're reading, get them out of their Bibles if you can, get them off ChatGPT, get them with humans, and give them little tiny decisions, that agency part will come back online. Open space questions, so you could say things like, have you ever considered that maybe ChatGPT is reflecting back at you, and how would you know if that was happening? And just be really curious. Even if they explain things in ways that feel delusional, just open-ended questions force them to at least think about things. Grounding anytime, like food, nature, making sure their body's taken care of, sleep, things like that. And then, healthy spiritual spaces. All of that can be what you can do if you can't, get this person into help today. Just try to get them around humans, in nature, in their body, making small decisions so that part of them can stay online when they're losing themselves to the delusion.
That was great. Thank you so much, Britt. People really need this information right now. Britt, would you tell our audience where they can find you today? Where can they buy your book and all of that good stuff?
Yeah, so I'm No Nonsense Spirituality everywhere. I'm on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, and I have a book by the same name and a website of the same name, so it's just No Nonsense Spirituality everywhere. I'm not currently seeing clients. I'm starting a cohort where I'm teaching a cohort of 60 people. I'm training them in spiritual direction to be able to do what I do, because we need more people as people are leaving organized religion but feel like they're lacking meaning and purpose and feel adrift. So I'll be teaching a cohort and not taking any clients, but I definitely have courses and also free material, and then my book also available on Amazon if you're interested in what guardrails for healthy spirituality looks like regardless of your beliefs.
Very cool. So Britt, thank you so much for walking me and our audience through this intense and incredibly nuanced conversation. Your grounded and compassionate approach to spirituality is exactly what we needed. And for all of you who are listening here, may your mind be clear, your spirit stay sovereign, and your heart strong, so that you can confront the things that cause you discomfort, because that's where true wisdom lives.
Opens of a crest, 30. 5 left of a crest, very long. Tightens, too long.
I am not one for optimism, but is the marriage between Christian nationalism and the political right showing some cracks? Hi, I'm Britt Hartley. I'm a scholar of religion. I lost my faith in theology school, as one does, and I live my life in such a way that even if religion wins and authoritarianism wins, I'm focused on the story I'm writing with my life, what I can do, the ways that I reduce suffering, the ways that I protest. So before you think I've gone all dewy-eyed, I'm not usually one for optimism. That's not how I operate. But I am seeing something here, guys. So let's talk about what in America is our royal marriage, which is the marriage between Christian nationalism and the political right, because this marriage is looking rocky. I'm seeing some signs. So let's talk about it. First, we've got the viral TikTok public refusal by churches to help a mother get access to formula. I had a whole video on that, I think 2 weeks ago. It's still going, by the way. This experiment was 40 churches being called by a mother saying that she needed formula, not just money, I just need formula, my baby's hungry. And the vast majority said no. And what is fascinating is the ones that said no are experiencing huge public backlash. The worst ones have, called the experimenter a witch. Another one came out with a statement where they play the persecution card, that they're being persecuted for Christ's sake and all of that. And it's like, hey, this is just natural consequences because you didn't want to help a starving child. And the churches that did help got flooded with donations. And this is one of those rare times, one of these rare times in the world where the good guys won and the bad guys didn't. The bad guys, the churches who said no to the mother wanting formula for her baby, some of them are being investigated, and because people are so wonderfully petty, they start looking at the books and realizing, hey, there's some shady stuff going on. And in the history of religion, we've just never had this kind of public power where, like, if you don't help the poor and then you go viral and you have to shut down all the comments and the Google reviews of your church because you're just getting massacred in the court of public opinion. And not a single church that said no said, hey, we could do better to be more like Jesus. Not one has made a statement like that. And the kids on TikTok are watching. And so, yeah, I just loved this rare moment where the good guys got donations and the ones who said no are, having to shut down their Facebook or their Google reviews and are really losing a lot of credibility. Second thing that I'm watching, we have these pastors that are rebelling against MAGA expectations. And even I, as an atheist, have so much respect for these pastors. We have a pastor in Coeur d'Alene, in Idaho, where I live. I don't live in Coeur d'Alene, I live in Boise, but I live in Idaho. Reported that several elders and longtime members demanded that he explicitly endorse Trump from the pulpit. When he refused, they warned that he would pull their they would pull their tithing, that they would vote to remove him, that they would, leave the church en masse. And he resigned and wrote publicly that his church had stopped being a church and had become a political action committee with hymns. His resignation letter also went viral on Facebook, and later TikTok clips analyzing it hit millions of views also. We have a youth pastor and worship leader from a large evangelical church in Texas posting on TikTok explaining why he left. There were members pressuring him to celebrate January 6th. Parents complained that he wasn't doing enough to teach kids to fight the culture war. Leadership told him that staying neutral is taking sides. Several families said they wouldn't give money unless sermons addressed election fraud and border invasion. His video again went viral with hundreds of thousands of views and comments from Christians saying this happened at my church too. We have a Baptist pastor in Georgia documented with permission a board meeting where deacons insisted that he condemned Democrats as demonic, that they host voter registration drives only for Republicans, allowed
I'll be back. And religion is our first and worst attempt to find out what's going on. We only bother with it because it was here first. It grabbed the territory of explanation, because we are pattern-seeking mammals. We need to look for patterns in logic, and we prefer, even in times like this, many people will prefer a conspiracy explanation to no theory at all, because they need to have some explanation. Well, religion comes from the time when we didn't know there was a germ theory to explain disease. And I don't like the book of Joshua, and I don't like the injunction to kill all the Midianites down to the last child. That makes me uneasy. Well, they're out of luck. This stuff is either the word of God or it isn't. And they have to make up their minds whether they think it's that or man-made. And when they've done that, they'll feel. Who here has a cat or a dog? Just, you may wonder why I'm asking you this. Surprisingly few people. But you've all run into dogs and cats in your time. Okay? What is the worldview of the cat? The worldview of the cat? No, start with the dog. What's the worldview of the dog? The dog is given by you food, shelter, water, love, affection, and it thinks you're God. The cat is given food, warmth, shelter, and love, but it thinks it's God. Religion makes the following appeal to us, which is why I say it poisons everything, because it goes to the deep nature of our self-respect and our humanity and our integrity. It makes the following bid to us. It says, you are born sinful. You're born guilty. You're guilty of crimes that were committed before you were born. You are not able to evade them. Your sin is original. You're made from dust, or in the Quran, from a clot of blood. Your Creator is not in a very good mood with you, and there's no reason why he should be, given what piece of excrement you basically are. That's the masochistic element of it. But after this thoroughgoing abjection, thoroughgoing demand that you throw aside all your self-respect, you're told there is, however, some redeeming news. The universe is designed with you in mind. The cosmos cares what happens to you. And if you will continue to abject yourself like a serf in front of God, you may hope for the forgiveness of sins, for eternal life, and for a divine plan. In other words, the maximum appeal to the abject, the servile in you, and the maximum appeal to the self-centered and the egomaniac. Not a very wholesome way to begin a
of protons and neutrons. Atoms are very small. 100 million of them, end to end, would be about so big. And the nucleus is 100,000 times smaller still. Nevertheless, most of the mass in an atom is in the nucleus. The electrons are, by comparison, just bits of moving fluff. Atoms are mainly empty space. Matter is composed chiefly of nothing. When we consider cutting this apple pie, but down beyond a single atom, we confront an infinity of the very small. And when we look up at the night sky, we confront an infinity of the very large. These Today we begin the first of 3 talks dealing mainly with the planet Mars, a planet rich in
legend and fable. Thank you. Today we begin the first of 3 talks dealing mainly with the planet Mars, a planet rich in legend and fable and tradition on this planet, and a planet about which we have recently, in the last few years, discovered an astonishing amount of new information. But I would like to begin not with Mars, but with a discussion of the nearest planet to the Earth, Venus. Venus, remember, is covered with clouds. We cannot, if we go to a telescope such as this, or a much larger telescope, look through it and see any features on the surface of Venus. If I look through a telescope of this sort, which is a sort of typical 19th century telescope. Of course, usually they were not inside rooms, but in observatories, so you could look out. Actually, this is pointed out the window in the back of the Royal Institution, and I can see upside down Dent and Company across the street. Were Dent and Company not in the way, I could probably see some overcast in the London sky. On the rare occasions when the overcast were gone and it was night, I could see whatever tiny portion of the sky was in that little patch. Now, if you were to use such a telescope, this one is about 4 inches aperture. The diameter of the lens is 4 inches across. If you use a telescope like this, or a bigger one, say with an aperture or objective of that size, on reasonably clear days, you could make out Venus as a disk going through phases, shimmering, silvery, enigmatic, interesting. Prolonged scrutiny would reveal no details at all. Observers in the 18th and 19th century used the fact that you couldn't see anything on Venus to deduce all sorts of interesting information about Venus. The argument went like this. My goodness, I can't see a thing. Why can't I see a thing? Venus must be covered with clouds. What are clouds made out of? Water, everybody knows that. Well, there must be a lot of water on Venus. If there's a lot of water up in the atmosphere, then there must be a lot of water on the ground. Maybe there are swamps on Venus. And from there, it was but a short step to a Venus populated by dinosaurs, and covered with ferns, and like the Earth of a few 100 million years ago. Now, we all recognize that this argument, which was, by the way, presented by a Nobel laureate, is weak. And in fact, Venus is not covered, so far as we know, with swamps, ferns, or dinosaurs. But it indicates to us that astronomers are human like everybody else, and no matter how little data there is, they will find it irresistible to make guesses, or as they're sometimes called, hypotheses, about what the planets are like. As more data comes in, the range of speculation that's possible shrinks until eventually there comes one fine day when there is only one possible explanation of the data. In the case of Venus, what happened was that in 1956, American observers with a large radio telescope found to their astonishment that Venus was giving off very intense radiation. Not a radio station, but a so-called thermal spectrum. It was noise. But it seemed to indicate that somewhere on Venus, things were pretty hot. Was it in the atmosphere, clouds, high up in the ionosphere, on the surface? Where did the heat come from? A set of observations, including observations by the first spacecraft to fly by another planet, Mariner 2, in 1962, showed that the emission was coming from the surface. And we now know that Venus has a dense, thick atmosphere, rich in this molecule, which we recognize, I hope, from the last lecture as carbon dioxide, which holds in or traps the radiation which the planet likes to give off to space. Sunlight gets through the atmosphere of Venus, warms up the surface, but the infrared radiation from the surface has difficulty getting out because of the trapping influence of this gas, carbon dioxide.
This series of lectures is called Growing Up in the Universe. Growing up means three things. First, it means the growing up of an individual, like you or me or a redwood tree. We all grow up from a tiny single cell up to a massive edifice of hundreds of trillions of cells during our own lifetime. Secondly, growing up means the growing up of an entire life form on a planet, what we call its evolution. Evolution is a change that we see only when we go through a lot of generations and see each generation after the other. The third sort of growing up is what this lecture is about. It's growing up in the sense of achieving a grown-up understanding of the universe. In order for a life form to achieve an understanding of the universe, it has to have the right apparatus. And on our planet, that means a brain. When the brain has grown very large indeed, it becomes capable of comprehending the universe. And it does this by putting a model of the universe inside itself. In fact, this lecture might have been called How to Put the Universe Inside Your Skull. But long before a brain can do that, it must grow up on its planet through intermediate stages. It serves an apprenticeship of setting up models of much more ordinary, mundane things. Brains never evolve for grand purposes like simulating the universe. Brains begin by simulating ordinary things like food or like the geography around your home. This is a digger wasp which is in the act of stinging a grasshopper. A digger wasp is a solitary wasp, not like the wasps that bother us in the autumn, and it stings grasshoppers or other prey and takes them back to its burrow. Now this represents the digger wasp, and this is its burrow, and every time it goes off and catches a grasshopper, it brings it back and puts it in the burrow to feed to its young. But in order to do that, it's got to be able to find its way home because it's foraging for grasshoppers for quite a long distance. So what does it do? It comes out of its burrow, and then it flies around its burrow on a couple of reconnaissance flights, learning the geography of the terrain. Then it flies off quite a long way, catches a grasshopper, and then brings it back, and then goes down into the burrow, comes back out, picks up the grasshopper, and takes it in. Then it sets off to catch another one, and so on. Each one it catches, it takes down to feed to its young. Now, the great ethologist Nico Tinbergen did a very ingenious experiment. He waited until a digger wasp was down in its burrow, so it couldn't see. Then he quickly put 4 fir cones around the burrow. And he waited, and out came the digger wasp, and it flew round and round on its reconnaissance flight, this time taking notice of the fir cones, flew away, picked up a grasshopper. While it was doing that, Tinbergen swiftly moved the fir cones like that. The digger wasp came back with its grasshopper, came back, and what did it see? It saw 4 fir cones. That's what it had learned were the landmarks around its burrow. So it went straight for the middle of the fir cones, didn't find its burrow at all. The digger wasp had built up a mental model, a mental map of the surroundings of its burrow. Now, even a digger wasp's brain can do that. But if you want to simulate the universe, you've got to have a much bigger brain than that. And digger wasps' brains aren't up to that. We can easily see that by another experiment that Tinbergen did. Actually, it was first done by the great French entomologist Fabre. What he did was this. I told you that when the digger wasp comes back with its grasshopper, it briefly leaves it on the side of the burrow, and then it goes down the burrow, and what it seems to be doing there is checking that the burrow is clear, that there's nothing in there in the way. And then it comes out again and picks up the grasshopper and drags it in. Well, that's what normally happens. But what Tinbergen did was this. He waited till the digger wasp came back with the grasshopper, planted it there. Digger wasp went down the burrow. Now, while it was down there, Tinbergen picked up the grasshopper and just moved it a little bit, like that. The digger wasp came out, went to where the grasshopper was, and didn't find it. So it looked around, eventually it found it, and it then said to itself, so to speak, right, I've got a grasshopper, I've now got to go down the burrow again. Well, it didn't say again, I've now got to go down the burrow and check that there are no obstacles in it. So it did that. Then Tinbergen moved the grasshopper a bit more. Out it came, back to where it had left it, wasn't there. Looked for it, found it, a grasshopper. Down the burrow again. It went on and on doing this 40 times until Tinbergen got bored and just stopped doing it. So there are limitations to the digger wasp's brain, and in fact on our planet there's only ever been one brain that even begins to be capable of simulating the universe, and that of course is the human brain. Well, here is a human brain in a rather unfortunate state. It's in pickle. So let's look at a human brain of a living person.
2, 1.
This very brain that you're looking at on the screen now is at this very moment thinking about a yellow rose. This very brain is now thinking about a yellow rose. It's now thinking about the Royal Institution Lecture Theatre. And it's now thinking about, what's your name? Karen? Sarah. It's now got a mental picture of Sarah's face inside it. It gets that mental picture through this thing, which is the eye. There's the lens of the eye. There's the retina. There is now a picture of Sarah's face upside down there. And that picture is being transmitted up a great trunk cable of 1 million wires through there to the back. And the picture of Sarah's face is now projected on the back of the brain there. More mysterious still, somewhere in here, and we don't know where, it could be distributed all over, there is a conscious feeling, a conscious image. That of brain is, of course, my brain. It was done by a brilliant new technique called magnetic resonance imaging, which is a lovely way in which doctors can now get right inside, look right inside somebody's body without cutting them open and without using harmful rays like X-rays. And I went and had that done earlier this year for the purpose of this lecture. The brain could be called the onboard computer of the body. The body moves around in a big, complicated, three-dimensional world. But the eyes that are feeding the brain with information are giving it two-dimensional information. The two retinas of the eyes are each seeing a two-dimensional picture of the world. What's more, it's upside down. Somehow, the brain manages to use that information to see in 3 dimensions. Would you just do something very easy for me? And this can be done by people at home as well, watching on the television. Just hold up your right hand, please. Just hold up your right hand in front of you and look at me. Don't look at your hand, look at me. And what you'll see is 2 hands, 2 of your hands. And these 2 hands, of course, are the one that's being seen by your left eye and the one that's being seen by your right eye. That's why there are 2. But now, just focus your eyes on your hand. Don't look at me anymore, look at your hand. Now you'll see 2 pictures of me and only 1 picture of your hand. Okay, that's enough. So what's happening here? You've still got 2 images of your hand. There's still 2 images, one on the left retina and one on the right retina. But somehow the brain has managed to pull those 2 images together and make them form a single composite 3-dimensional image somewhere in the head. The brain has built a single model of the hand, whatever it is, in your head. Whenever we think we see out there, whenever we see what we call reality out there, What we're actually seeing is a representation in the head, a model in the head, a simulation in the head. It's a very useful simulation because it's constantly being updated by information coming in from the sense organs. It's not just sitting there. The sense organs are pouring information in, but that information is not being seen raw, it's being used to update the model that's sitting there in the head. The reality that we see, in other words, is constructed in our skulls as virtual reality, to use the computer jargon. So now let's look at virtual reality in a computer. Here we have a very powerful, fast computer. And inside that computer, you're going to see in a moment, is a model of a world, a microcosm, a small world. It's a house with a corridor and some rooms leading off it. And I'm going to ask somebody to come down and experience what it's like to walk through that world. Karen is going to come down and help us. Stand there on the spot there. First of all, I want to just explain that the headset here has two little television screens, and the images of those two screens are cunningly offset in the computer so that what she will see is just what she would see if she was seeing in 3D, in stereo. If you could put that on. Yes. Is that comfortable? Mm-hmm. Now we're beginning to see on the screen what she can see. Now could you please, to begin with, Karen, just turn your head gently from side to side. Notice that when she does that, the world appears to move. Now, if you were in this helmet as she is, this would seem very natural to you, because as you turn your head, the world appears to move in just the right way. Move your head up and down as well, and let's see what happens. If she moves her head up and moves her head down. Remember that she's seeing it in stereo. We're only seeing what one of her two eyes is seeing, so we're seeing it in mono. Right, so you have the idea that Karen, although she's standing in front of you there, she thinks that she's standing in a corridor with a row of doors on one side. And she thinks that she's going to be able, indeed she is going to be able, to walk down that corridor. And she does it, she's not going to actually move her feet very much, she's going to press buttons on the little thing you see her holding in her hand. This is a little controlling box, and if she presses one button, she can go forward a bit. And if she presses another button, she can go backwards. Right. Now, have a little walk around, Karen, and see what you find if you go into one of those doors. Here she is walking along the corridor, and she's going to turn. I don't know which door she's going into. That's her choice. She can go into any door she likes, and she'll find something behind the door. She's going through the door. Now, what's she got here? This looks like fish. She's swimming around in a room full of fish. But I think I see a butterfly as well. Remember, this is not a real world. This is a virtual world. Anything you like can be put into this world. It's an imaginary world in the computer. Those fish are each programmed individually to behave as autonomous entities, as though they were real fish. Right, would you like to tell us what you're doing now, Karen?
Well, if I go out here into space...
Right, she's backed out through a wall, I think.
And
That's
then
a game.
Turn around 180 degrees. I can look onto it all.
Right. Right, go back into the room then. Into the room.
To get out.
Right, now that arrow that you see hanging in front of her in the virtual space is her hand. That represents her hand. Now as she waves her hand around, you can see the arrow moving. And soon she's going to approach the door and touch it with the hand, with the arrow. It opens the door. And through we go into the corridor. Now where are you going to go, Karen? Turning round, okay. Turning right round.
Yeah.
What?
Right. Everywhere she looks, she sees something. She can go wherever she likes. Back along the corridor.
Maybe into another room?
Yes, go and see what's in that door there. Right, now what have we here? This seems to be a chess set. Can you walk around among the chessmen? There's a pawn. Can you pick that up?
Mm-hmm. Let's try it.
Touch it with the hand. There it goes. She's lifting up the pawn with her hand. Do you see her hand moving, and then also the chessman is moving? She's let go of it.
Yeah?
No, she hasn't.
No. If I can let go. There.
And it drops. Okay. Now what's that curious sort of plank there? Let me go and see what's over there. She's going to fall over an edge. There's another chessboard down there. She's falling. Right, she's on the lower chessboard. There's another pawn. Go wherever you like, Karen. Do you want to fly about a bit? Do you want to carry the pawn about? She's dropped it. Where's it going? It's disappearing. It's gone, right. Now where are you? Help, we're now underneath the chessboard. We're right underneath the lower... Now we're going up the cliff. There's a castle. Up the... Whoops. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Karen. Well, what was really going on there? Was there really a chessman there? Was there really a chessboard? In a sort of sense, there was. There was a mathematical representation that is read out on the television screens as though it was a chessboard, as though it was chessmen. And it behaved in a realistic way. You could pick things up, throw them around, you could go through doors, you could move around that world, and if you threw men down to the lower board, then they would stay there until you went down and picked them up again. So there was something that corresponded to reality there. And what I'm trying to suggest to you is that just that same something is going on inside your own skulls at this very moment. There is a virtual reality simulation of the world going on inside your heads, and that's what you're seeing. But how do I know that? How do I know that that's what our brain is doing? Well, one way we can get a clue is by looking at illusions. Now, here's a mask of Charlie Chaplin. It's perfectly ordinary, there's nothing trickery about it, it's just an ordinary mask. And when you look at the front side, it looks solid and normal, as you'd expect. The odd thing that you'll see is when you start looking at the back side, at the hollow side, because although it is in fact hollow, if you look at it, I think you'll agree that it looks solid. And what's more, it not only looks solid, but it seems to be going around in the wrong direction, so that when the real front side comes round, it seems to sort of eat it up. There's the real front side. Now that really is solid. When the other side comes round, that is going to look solid as well, even though it isn't. Well, what's going on here? When the brain sees anything that looks like two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, it immediately sets up inside the head a model of a face. It's desperately eager to see a face. It will see a face if there's the slightest excuse to do so. And the backside of this mask is the slightest excuse. There is two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and that makes the brain get out, dust off its model of a three-dimensional face. Now, if you think about what would happen to the images on the two retinas if the image really was solid, if the thing really was solid, the actual movements on the retinas is compatible with the idea of a solid face moving in the opposite direction. And so the brain eagerly seizes upon that, and it makes the solid face rotate in the wrong direction. Now, for the next demonstration, we need a volunteer to be taken off and... right, yes, thank you. Bryson is going to take you off, and we'll come back in a moment. Now here, we have an impossible triangle. We look first at this corner, and it's telling us that there is a wooden triangle which is facing in that direction. Now if we go up here, we see this corner, and we're told by our eyes that there's a triangle facing in that direction, and now we're told there's a triangle facing in a third direction. Those three angles don't match up together. They can't mix together, and yet the brain sees it, constructs in the brain a model of an impossible figure, an impossible triangle. And I imagine all of you can see that. Now we're going to shatter the illusion rudely. What's happened? Now we're going to shatter the illusion rudely. What's happened? Out again. The triangle's reformed. In again. Out again.
But that's not a triangle, is it?
Thank you very much. Would you like to bring in the object now, and we can see what it really is?
5, 4, 3.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get his name. Sarah. Now, you can stay there for a moment. You see, it's nothing special about it at all. It's just 3 bits of wood glued in opposite directions like that. I'm going to move it round and try to recreate the illusion. I haven't done it terribly well, but there it is. And now I think if I put my face in, you can again see it happening like that. Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Now here's one of the great classic illusions, which is the best one I have to make the point I'm trying to make. This is called the Necker cube, and it's just a picture of a cube drawn on paper. If you look at it, I think you'll see it doing a rather strange thing. It'll be alternating. The side that seems to be nearer to you will change. Sometimes it'll be one side, sometimes it'll be another. What's going on here? Well, the two-dimensional pattern of ink on the paper is equally compatible with 2 alternative 3-dimensional cubes. So the brain doesn't know which of its 3-dimensional cubes to use. It's got 2 potential models of 3-dimensional cubes in there waiting to be used, and it doesn't know which one to use because both of them are equally compatible with the 2-dimensional pattern of ink on the paper. So what does it do? It could plump for one or other of them, but it doesn't do that. What it does is alternate. And so you sometimes see one and you sometimes see the other. Now this is a more elaborate version of the same thing because this is a real cube, as you can see, made of metal, and it's rotating. But once again, if you get the lighting right, it is sufficiently, perhaps it's best if you look at it on the screen here, the 2-dimensional pattern that's moving around your retina is equally compatible with 2 different 3-dimensional cubes. And so if you look at it and perhaps blink, look away and come back again, you may see it change direction. And what's happening, as I say, is that the brain doesn't know which of 2 models to use, and so it chooses them alternately. But we don't have to go to the lengths of setting up illusions with apparatus to satisfy ourselves that the brain does set up a virtual reality model. Here's something we can all do without any apparatus at all, again including people at home. So this is something you do to yourself. You won't see anything on the television screen if you're at home. You'll just do it to yourself. Just very gently with your finger, move your own eyeball. Just poke it up where I'm doing it. See where I'm doing it? And I think what you'll see is that the world moves as you do it, doesn't it? It's like a little minor earthquake when you do that. Well, of course, that's exactly what you'd expect, isn't it? Because the image on your retina is being moved, the eyeball is being moved, and so the apparent position of the object you're looking at is moving. So you see it as movement. What's so strange about that? Nothing strange about that, that's just what you'd expect. But now let's think a bit further, because doesn't something very similar happen whenever you roll your eyes about? If I roll my eyes, like, do it now, just roll your eyes, move your head about, roll your eyes. The image on your retina is going crazy. Much worse, in fact, than when you simply poke your eyeball with your finger. The image on the retina is moving, but what are you actually seeing? You're not seeing the world moving like an earthquake. When you roll your eyes about, the world appears to be as steady as a rock. So on the one hand, when you poke your eye, the world appears to move as though there's an earthquake. On the other hand, when you voluntarily wiggle your eyes about like that, although the same thing's happening on the retina, what you see is a perfectly steady world. Why is that? What's the difference between those 2 cases? Well, it's this. There might really be an earthquake going on, and it's important for the brain to know. On the other hand, it's also important that the brain should not constantly think there's an earthquake whenever you move your eyes about. So what the brain does is whenever it sends an order to the eye muscles to move the eye, to roll the eye, which it often does, it sends a copy of that order to the virtual reality software that's engaged, that's busy setting up the model of the world. And the virtual reality software is told, okay, the eye's about to move, expect the world to move. And so the virtual reality software does not see an earthquake because it's been told to expect it. The model in the head is precisely compensating for the anticipated movement. But when you poke your eye, no copy of any order is ever received. And so the world really does appear to move as if there was an earthquake. And indeed, there might be an earthquake, and it would be important for the brain to know that and not just to immediately discount it. Now, a very clever experiment on this was once done by a German scientist who put his own eye muscles out of action with an anesthetic. Now, I was going to call for a volunteer for this experiment. We have a volunteer, but I think, unfortunately, there isn't any time, so we'll have to... I'll just have to tell you what happened. What this German did was he anesthetized his own eye muscles. Now I think what would happen. Whenever he told his eyes to move, they didn't. Nothing happened. They stayed absolutely stock still. And the image on the retina stayed absolutely stock still as well. But the copy of the order had gone out to the virtual reality software in the brain. And the virtual reality program was told to expect a movement. So when no movement came, it interpreted it as if it was an earthquake. So whenever this German told his eyes to move, whenever he gave out the order for his eye muscles to pull the eyes around, the eyeball stayed absolutely still, the image on the retina stayed absolutely still, but the model in the brain moved, and he saw an earthquake. So that's my evidence that the brain is setting up a model of the world. We're seeing virtual reality. I now want to switch temporarily from that topic and talk about the evolution, the growing up of the human brain itself. By evolutionary standards, the brain seems to have grown up very, very fast indeed. One authority has said that the evolution of the human brain over the last million years or so is perhaps the fastest advance recorded for any complex organ in the entire history of life. And compared with the skulls of other apes like chimpanzees, our skull is indeed very big. It seems to have blown up like a balloon. And here's an animation of that. This is the head of Australopithecus, which is one of our ancestors. And now you can see the evolution gradually happening before your eyes. It's becoming a Homo erectus. It's an early Homo sapiens. It's changing now to becoming a modern Homo sapiens like us. Look how the skull is ballooning out. The head is ballooning out as evolution goes by. We've compressed about 3 million years of evolution into that animation. Now here's the same thing from the side view of the skulls. Here's Australopithecus again. Look, quite a low head. Now it's going bigger, the jaw's coming in, evolution's going by, millions of years going by, and the skull is blowing up like a balloon, blowing up, blowing up. There it is. There's a modern skull. There's a modern human skull, chock full of brains. Well, one way of perhaps understanding what's happening there is to look at computers again, because something rather similar, something very fast evolution seems to have happened with the computer. And here's a dramatic quotation to illustrate that from a psychologist called Christopher Evans. Here's what he said. Today's car differs from those of the immediate post-war years on a number of counts. It is cheaper, allowing for the ravages of inflation, and it's more economical and efficient. All this can be put down to advances in automobile engineering, more efficient methods of production, and a wider market. But suppose for a moment that the automobile industry had developed at the same rate as computers, and over the same period, how much cheaper and more efficient would the current models be? If you have not already heard the analogy, the answer is shattering. Today, you would be able to buy a Rolls-Royce for £1.35. It would do 3 million miles to the gallon, and it would deliver enough power to drive the Queen Elizabeth II. And if you were interested in miniaturization, you could place half a dozen of them on a pinhead. So So if the human brain has blown up like a balloon, it looks as though the computer has advanced even more spectacularly. Although, of course, it's rather unfair to compare the timescales directly, because the evolutionary timescale is limited by the fact that in order for evolution to happen, people have got to die, generation after generation, and other people have got to reproduce. It necessarily takes a lot longer than technology, which can advance all the time. Nobody knows for certain what it was that caused the ballooning of the human brain. There are lots of theories. But as I said, perhaps we can get a clue from computers. If we look at what it is that's made them develop so fast, improve so fast, it might help us to guess why our brains have too. Well, there are lots of differences between computers and brains. Lots of things won't help us. It's no good looking at, for example, the improvement from valves to transistors to integrated circuits, because brains don't work like that anyway. But there is one source of computer advancement, one thing that's been going on in the development of the computer, which just might give us a clue about what happened with the brain. I'm going to give it a long name, and you'll see what it means later. I'm going to call it self-feeding coevolution. Coevolution just means evolving together. Self-feeding is the name I'm going to give to any process in which the more you have, the more you get. Think about the arms race, for instance. As the missiles on one side in the arms race get bigger and better and faster, so the interceptor devices on the other side, the radars and counter-missiles, have to get better and faster and more accurate as well. And when they've got better, then the missiles on the first side have to get better still. And so the radars and interceptors have to get better still. And the process escalates indefinitely like that. I call it self-feeding because there is a sense in which improvements in the original radars directly necessitate later improvements in the same radar, even though it's going via the loop of making the radars on the other side get better. So the more you have, the more you need, the more you get. Arms races happen in evolution as well. Here's a peregrine falcon, which is flying along, beautiful piece of flying machinery, and soon it's going to see some prey, which it's going to dive to attack. Here it is, the wings go in, it screams down at nearly 100 miles an hour on its prey, which in this case happens to be a duck, also flying very, very fast. The duck's flying fast, there it comes. Both the duck and the hawk are end products of a long evolutionary arms race. Both of them are extremely good at flying, and the reason is that the other one is. In their ancestry, improvements on one side necessitated improvements on the other. As hawks got better, ducks had to get better. And as ducks got better, hawks had to get better. So indirectly, there was the improvements in the hawks that made their descendants have to get even better later. And improvements in the ducks made their descendants have to get even better later. That's why I call it self-feeding. Now, what this is all leading up to is that something like that self-feeding coevolution may have gone on in the development of computers and, more importantly, brains. In computers, both hardware and software co-evolve. Hardware means the physical bits like this, things you can touch and feel. Software means programs, and improvements in both are important. Here's a very simple piece of hardware, the mouse. It's just a ball and socket, ball there in a socket. As you move it around, you see a little pointer moving around on the screen. And this gives you a very, very powerful illusion. You almost feel as though your hand is in there, moving things around the screen. It's a natural thing to do. In the bad old days of computing, if you wanted to do something like throw away a file, then you had to go to the keyboard and you had to type some ridiculous rigmarole, like delete, mider, baslib, codswood, text, all sorts of stuff like that. If you made a mistake, you had to correct it, and you usually did make a mistake. You nearly always forgot what the command was anyway. Nowadays, all you have to do, if you want a throwaway comment, is just pick it up, move it to the waste paper basket, and let go. Now we have to empty the waste paper basket, which you see is bulged. agree to let it go, and it goes. That's just a trivial example. What's much more important is that the modern computer world is entirely dominated by using a mouse or using some kind of pointing device to quickly move things around, do things very, very naturally, as though you were moving bits of paper around on your desktop. Pick things up, move them around, make them appear, make menus appear and so on, like that. It's all now very easy, where once upon a time you would have had to remember difficult rigmaroles to type. Now, the reason for bringing this up is that it was all triggered by an original, very simple hardware device. That in itself is trivial, there's nothing much to it, it's very easy. But what it spawned was a whole new generation of software, and software building upon other software, building upon other software. And so you build up a complete edifice of mutually working, co-evolving software. Another example of computers getting into a self-feeding spiral is the way computers themselves are designed. Modern computers are far too complicated to be designed in detail by humans. This chart here is 1/8 of the circuit diagram of this chip here. So that is one computer chip, and the circuit diagram for that computer chip is 8 times as big as what you see here. Now let's just walk around this a little bit. Each of these red marks here is one wire. Following them up round here, let's follow these main trunks round here. Let your eye roam over this remarkable document and realize that no human could really sit down and design that. A human has the basic ideas, a human programs the computer to do it, but modern computers are very largely designed by the previous generation of computers. Modern computers are piggybacking on the back of an earlier generation of computers. Once again, we have an example of a self-feeding spiral. Early advances lead into later advances, and they go into a spiral.
A spiral.
Well, we've seen self-feeding coevolution in the computer, and the purpose of that, of course, was to develop an analogy with the human brain. Can we see something like the same thing going on in the human brain? Well, unfortunately, unlike computers, we can't look directly at the intermediates. All that we have by way of evidence is skulls and, to a limited extent, skills. We have the outer casings, and we have, by way of software, we have the products, which is things like flint arrowheads produced by our ancestors, and we have pictures like these two bison here, a cave painting. This is a relic of the product of an early human brain, and we have, much later, of course, we have writings like this cuneiform tablet, or like this book. But what happened to make the human brain take off? What was the equivalent of the mouse, the thing that made our species leap forward in the way that it did? Well, it has to be largely guesswork. About 3 million years ago, when our ancestor Australopithecus roamed about Africa, his brain was no bigger than that of a chimpanzee. This again is Australopithecus. And if this ancestor of ours had met a chimpanzee, they would have been on roughly equal terms as far as brains are concerned. Either of those species, any ape species at that time, could have been the one that took off. But the whole point of talking about self-feeding spirals is that to begin with, there won't be anything very dramatic. One of those species made some kind of minor breakthrough in software, some software advancement, I'm suggesting. The result of that wasn't seen till much later. You wouldn't have seen anything for a while. It would have gone into a spiral and eventually reached the heights that we have now reached.
The heights.
But I still haven't said what the software innovation was that sparked it all off. We don't know and we can only guess. One possibility is an improvement in our ability to simulate models of the world. We've seen that our brains make a model of what's actually going on in the real world. We also know that they can make models of what might be going on in the world. Our ancestor, Homo erectus, lived a million years ago. And let's imagine that a particular female Homo erectus was trying to solve the problem how to get her family across a gorge like that. Nobody had ever built a bridge before. Bridge technology wasn't around. But she suddenly saw in her mind's eye a tree fallen across the gorge. And she realized that it could function as a bridge. She also thought, how can I get that to happen? And she saw in her imagination a fire at the base of the tree. She had the idea of burning the tree down to make it fall and make a bridge. Now this, of course, is entirely speculation. We don't know if that ever happened. We don't even know if it would have worked. The point I'm making is that she had a model in her head of a tree fallen across a gorge with fire, and that something hadn't yet happened. She was anticipating something that might happen in the future. And if you can do that, you've got a trick that's really worth having, because you can solve problems that other animals can't solve. So that's one possibility. Imaginative simulation may have been the software trick that took our species off. Another possibility is language. It's often been suggested, it's an obvious suggestion, because language seems tailor-made to get a piggyback spiral going. If you've got language, then each generation can learn from its predecessors, learn from the previous generation, learn from their mistakes, build on their experience. So maybe it was language. Unfortunately, there's a snag. There's some evidence that that language in the form of speech, at least, proper speaking, didn't arise until after the ballooning of the brain. But perhaps we can get out of that by suggesting that language had an early apprenticeship in the form of a kind of sign language, or drawing in the sand. Or perhaps language arose before actual speech arose, as a sort of way of talking to yourself, to get your thoughts into a logical order, to plan your actions in a logical order, and only later, perhaps, did it become externalized in the form of speech, using the tongue, lips, and voice, so that brains became, as it were, networked together. We can also think of technology, tools, say, like these tools here, as external devices used by brains for extending the power of the hands, or other devices like telescopes and microscopes as devices for extending the power of the eye. Maybe it was technology that provided the breakthrough for humans to take off. So we've identified imagination, language, and technology as three possible candidates for our trigger innovation. And perhaps all three played a role. Perhaps they reinforced each other in a three-way spiraling explosion. But each of those three mental tools, imagination, language, and technology, is double-edged. If we use them aright, we can perhaps end up making a model of the universe. But the double edge is always there. Take imagination and the brilliant simulating software that we saw earlier. It can be immensely useful, but it can also have unfortunate consequences. A brain that's good at simulating models in imagination, things that aren't there, is unfortunately also, almost inevitably, in danger of self-delusion. How many of us have lain in bed terrified because we thought we saw a ghost or a monstrous face staring in the bedroom window, only to discover eventually that it was just a trick of the light, the moonlight playing on the curtains? We've seen from Charlie Chaplin how easy it is, how eager the brain is to make a face, even when there's only a hollow back to a mask. That same software can do the same trick if it sees some folds in the curtain that just happen to suggest eyes, a nose, and a mouth, perhaps. So we see a face when there isn't one there. Every night of our lives we dream. That same simulating software sets up worlds that don't exist, people, animals, countries that never existed, perhaps never could exist. At the time, we experience those simulations as though they were reality. And why shouldn't we? Given that we habitually experience reality in just the same way by looking at simulation models in our heads. The simulation software can delude us when we're awake, too. So I think the lesson from this is that if ever we hear a story that somebody has seen a vision, been visited by an archangel, heard voices in his head, we should be immediately suspicious. Secondly, language. What's the downside of that? Why is that a double-edged sword?
50, 2 left long,
Well,
opens up a crest into narrow bridge.
good information can spread around the world, around the network of brains very easily, but so can everything else. It doesn't have to be good. Even something as trivial as
5,
this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
10 years ago, you never saw anyone going around with a baseball cap on backwards. In fact, in this country, you never saw anyone with a baseball cap on at all. But now, if you go down a street, either in this country or America, you almost can't help seeing a young man with a baseball cap on backwards. The reverse baseball cap has spread like chickenpox. First in America, then here. It's a mind epidemic, a kind of virus of the mind. And like a chickenpox epidemic, epidemics of mind viruses also, I'm glad to say, die out remarkably quickly. And my guess is that before very long, the reverse baseball cap will go the way of this. Well, baseball caps and turtles are, of course, harmless. But there are other, more powerful idea systems that are more sinister and that do actively hold back progress towards our understanding of the universe. In 1633, the Holy Inquisition condemned Galileo Galilei, the great Italian physicist, to life imprisonment. His crime was to publish a book arguing correctly that the world moved round the sun. He was condemned on vehement suspicion of heresy because his science contradicted the beliefs of the dominant culture of his time. And don't let's be complacent about our time. It's in our time that an entire religious sect has been actively incited by its leaders to murder a distinguished novelist because he wrote a book that was seen as threatening the verbally handed down beliefs of that sect. And it is in our century, too, that perhaps the most pernicious language virus ever known was spread. There's no need for me to add words there. Let me return to the general problem of language and its power for ill as well as good. Human children have an awful lot to learn as they grow up. Language is a magnificent tool for learning. It enables us to cram in a few years the best of the wisdom of centuries. No doubt that's why children are so receptive when they're young. Children of a certain age believe whatever they're told. Father Christmas and tooth fairies are harmless enough. But a mind that's capable of believing in fairies is also a mind that's vulnerable to all manner of other stuff. Anybody who heard my first lecture may remember this picture of the distribution of the spoof slide, really, showing a map of the world in which people believed in different ideas, like different theories of the dinosaurs, different areas. And the point was to say how absurd it would be if science really worked like that, if what you believed about the world or the universe depended upon where you happened to be brought up. And I won't repeat the details of that. But do take the lesson seriously. Look at your own beliefs about the world, about life, beliefs about the universe. Do you believe them because you have some reason to believe them? Or do you believe them simply because of where you were born? Would your beliefs about the universe fit comfortably on a map of the world like that? If so, be intensely suspicious of them. If only because the facts about the universe can hardly be different in different countries of the world. Now to our third double-edged sword, technology. Gadgets like these telescopes, microscopes, and so on are immensely powerful. It's through them that we shall comprehend the universe if we ever do. So what's their downside? What's wrong with them? Obviously, the first thing we think of when we think of bad effects of technology is hydrogen bombs and all the other ghastly inventions of destruction. And that goes without saying, that's the most important effect. But I'm talking about something less obvious, an effect on the mind, quite an interesting effect, which I believe has held up our species' mental growing up. And it's this. We're so used to seeing complicated, elegant, working things that humans have designed that we naturally tend to think that all complicated, elegant, working things must have been designed. In an earlier lecture, I made a distinction between designed and designoid objects. And designed objects are things like telescopes and microscopes that really have been designed by somebody. Designoid objects are things like eyes, which look as though they've been designed and work in often very much the same way, but haven't, have arisen by an entirely different process, namely evolution by natural selection. Darwin's theory of how things came about. Now, unlike, say, Einstein's general theory of relativity, evolution by natural selection is really a very simple idea. Anybody can grasp it. But in past centuries, nobody grasped it. Not the cleverest people in the world, not Aristotle, not any of the great philosophers, no great mathematician. Nobody got this simple idea until the middle of the 19th century, when a couple of naturalists, Darwin and Wallace, got it. Why did it take so long? There could be a number of reasons, but the one I'm talking about now is this. I suspect it may have been partly the distracting effects of technology. Precisely because we were so used to seeing things that we had made, that engineers had made, things like telescopes, microscopes, ordinary little carpenter's tools and things, we got the idea, children grew up with the idea that everything had to have a purpose. But now we can see human purpose for what it is. It is a product of brains, and brains are a product of evolution. Purpose has evolved like anything else. For millions of years, 3,000 million years, life forms grew up on this planet that were very designoid, that looked designed, but did not have the concept of design themselves. Finally, one species, ours, grew up that was capable of designing things deliberately, was capable of having purposes. Purpose itself has arisen in the universe, has grown up in the universe recently. But purpose itself, now that it has arisen in human brains, has the potential to be yet another of those software innovations that is capable of taking off into a progressive, self-feeding spiral, especially when teams of humans share the same purpose. This is a picture of the lunar lander of NASA about to land on the moon. A magnificent example of what groups of human minds can do when they get together with a common purpose. Once the team purpose of standing on the moon had been announced by an American president, it was achieved in less than a decade. A similar group purpose of completely mapping the human genome has recently been agreed, and it too will be achieved. Science itself, the understanding of the universe in which we've woken up, is another group purpose with almost limitless potential. We can get outside the universe. I mean in the sense of putting a model of the universe inside our skulls. We've seen that whenever we perceive anything, we're putting a model of it inside our skulls. Our model of the universe will be inside our skulls in a similar way to a virtual reality model in a computer. Now we have a final virtual reality model, and I think we have somebody already trained up to do this. It's Alistair, isn't it? Come along, Alistair. To begin with, he can fly us around under his own control. We can go wherever he wants to go, and it's quite a difficult operation. We're now flying around this virtual model, which is in a computer, and there's a picture outside a door. Some of you may recognize what that picture is. Now we're moving away from it again. Remember, we're in a model, in a computer. Now we're going to go, I think, through that door. In we go, burst through the door. Where are we? Lo and behold, we are in the Royal Institution Lecture Theatre. That is a model of the Institution Lecture Theatre in the computer. There's this lecturer's dais. There's the exit there. There are the blue seats. There's the bit of wall under the gallery. Okay, I think that's enough. We've got the idea. Thanks very much, Alistair. We've got the idea. That once again, we had a model of a world, in this case, a little microcosm, a small world, inside the computer. But our model of the universe will not be a little local model like this one. It'll be a far grander undertaking. Building it is a shared enterprise. The model is distributed over the network of brains that are participating. Bits of the model are in books, in libraries, pictures, computer databases. As time goes by and our civilization grows up more, the model of the universe that we share with one another will get better. It will become progressively more refined and more accurate in its mirroring of reality. And at the same time, as we grow up, our shared model will become progressively less superstitious, less small-minded, less parochial. It will lose its remaining ghosts, hobgoblins, and spirits. It will be a realistic model, correctly regulated and updated by incoming information from the real world. A powerful model with parts that move relative to one another. A model capable of running on into the future and making accurate predictions of what's going to happen to us and our world. We, perhaps alone in the universe, are capable of finally growing up. Thank you very much.
La música.
Hello, thank you very much for coming. I'd like to begin by asking you to do something for me. Would you please put your hands to your head and very gently feel your own head? Now that might seem like a very easy thing to do, but I can assure you, okay, put them down now. I can assure you that a man-made instrument that did that would be a very, very difficult thing to make. It would be a very, very expensive thing to make. As your arms go up there, precision instruments in your muscles are monitoring the exact position of all your muscles. Thousands of sensory endings in your fingers are feeling the exact texture of your hair, the shape of your ears, the shape of your skull. Your brain is measuring the width of your skull with the greatest of precision. If a human factory were to manufacture an instrument, a robot arm capable of doing that, it would cost something in the region, I would think, of £100 million. Now think about what is between your hands when you do that. Your brain. The brain is a kind of computer, but it's a computer such as no human factory has ever turned out. If we ever do succeed in making a computer with the performance of a human brain, I would guess that the research and development costs would be in the region of thousands of millions of pounds. Yet heads like yours and hands like yours are manufactured daily, millions of times over. A woman can do it with no research and only 9 months development and only a little help from a friend.
A friend?
Life makes the wonders of technology seem commonplace. So where does life come from? What is it? Why are we here? What are we for? What is the meaning of life? There's a conventional wisdom which says that science has nothing to say about such questions. Well, all I can say is that if science has nothing to say, it's certain that no other discipline can say anything at all. But in fact, of course, science has a great deal to say about such questions. And that's what these 5 lectures are going to be about. Life grows up in the universe by gradual degrees, evolution. And we grow up in our understanding of our origins and our meaning. Of all the world's societies, the majority have practiced some form of ancestor worship. This is a totem of one particular cult of ancestor worship. Now, I'm not going to encourage you to worship your ancestors. I'm not going to encourage you to worship anything. But it is true that ancestors hold the key to understanding the meaning of life.
Oh, man.
You might think it's easy enough to be an ancestor. It's easy enough to reproduce, or relatively easy, but to become an ancestor, you've got to have descendants alive many generations hence. And that's more of a tall order. We can think about it by going back to one of the simplest sorts of animals, a bacterium, right back at the beginning of life. And think about how many bacteria there would be after, say, 50 generations of reproduction. And we're going to illustrate this by folding paper. Now, I wonder if I could have 2 volunteers to fold the paper. Right there, and yes, there. Come down here, please, and take the paper from Bryson. Right, now every time you fold the paper, that's going to represent 1 generation of reproduction. So we start with 1 bacterium, that's 1 thickness of paper. Now fold it. Yes, if you both go the same end, it might be easier. Now we've got 2. That's right. Crease it down there, that's right, fold it. And then fold it across this way. Thank you. And just go on folding it until you've done it 50 times. So what have we got to now? 4? 4 bacteria? Right, 8. 16. 32. Well, can't you do any more? Right, that's probably... All right, it looks as though they're not going to make it. We're going to have to resort to mathematics to calculate how thick that paper would be. Okay, thank you very much. Do sit down. In every generation, of course, the thickness of the paper doubles. So we go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so on. We go on multiplying by 2 50 times. After we've multiplied by 2 50 times, what have we got? We've got a very big number indeed. We've got, in fact, 1,000 trillion, one with 15 noughts after it. The sheet of paper is 1/10 of a millimeter thick. If you multiply that by 1,000 trillion, you end up with, I've got it written down here, 100 million kilometers. The thickness of the paper would take us out to the orbit of Mars. The number of bacteria after a mere 50 generations is that. But 50 generations is nothing to bacteria. They can get through 50 generations in a day. After about a week, the number of bacteria would be more than 1 billion times the number of atoms in the known universe. Well, that's called exponential growth, what mathematicians call exponential growth. We'll come back to it. Needless to say, it doesn't happen to the same extent, at least. After a point, natural factors come to regulate the size of the population of bacteria.
Wait.
Our original assumption that it was easy to become an ancestor
Sí, ¿verdad? Pero Rooks. Ya no. Sí, ¿verdad? Un poquito esto ya.
You guys were also, I heard that you guys were being annoying too. I knew that it was, were you guys, yeah, you guys were being annoying? I heard this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, don't, what's going on? Don't hit me with Italian. I hit you right back. Hey, oh, we can do that all day. They said wheelchair, and then they said annoying bitches. They used you as a landmark for the bitches. Doesn't that suck? Doesn't that suck? I was like, is the wheelchair guy an annoying bitch? And they're like, no. And I was like, good, because that would be awful to be like, drag this guy out of here. Cool. What do you got going on? What's the wheelchair for? What? Spinal cord injury? Which one? C5? But you're still good. You can still move up top. Nice. Good job. That's sick, dude. That's great. That's very low. My best friend got C2, and bro, just a head on a pillow, dog. Could not move shit. You get away with stuff though? We used to pile a bunch of shit on her chair and then walk out of stores. They'd get so mad. I'd be like, yeah, she's retarded. I'm sorry.
Don't laugh like that.
Why were you annoying? Why were you annoying? So just now, when we're having a fun time talking to C4 over here, or whatever, C3PO, that's a good nickname for somebody who's a pod. C3PO is so good. And then you get, why were you annoying? And we'd well past that, you know what I mean? You know I've done, this is my 22nd show in 2 weeks. Thanks. Consecutively. There was one day off. And so all the boys in the bus are just like masturbating in the hotel. Poor guys. So just so you know, I will tolerate nothing. I am so tired. I have not slept in 2 weeks straight. I am out of control, so I will rip your head off your bones if you disrupt me. Not in a good way, not in a fun way. There's like a phrase that I can say, and then somebody just comes in and takes you out, and I swear to God! Cool. Spinal cord injury. Well, how'd you get it? No shit, skydiving for real? Are you a skydiving instructor? Or were you? Obviously. You're not anymore. You still could be, actually. That might be sick. Actually, that's what you should do. Become a skydiving instructor, you strap on, you're freaking moving like you can't anymore. That's what we're gonna do. So, were you skydiving and you had somebody strapped to your back? You were doing it yourself? Because had you done the one where there's a guy strapped to your back? Oh, you had 1,000 jumps. You were good at it. Did you start by doing the one where there's a guy strapped to your back? That one sucks, dude. Did you hate that? You like that? I hate it. You must have got a good guy, dude. I got the... Dude, here's what happens when you... You're still friends? What? You were his guy? Oh, cool. See, that's a helpful thing to say. You were the guy? That's crazy. Why wouldn't you say that just now, sir? Why wouldn't you be like this right here? That was a weird thing that you didn't just say, this is the guy that I jumped with, as we were talking about that. It's a weird thing that you omitted, I would like to say. I'm not going to go easy on you because you can't walk. That is crazy. You should have said, actually, he's right here. You know what I mean? And then he had to introduce himself, which seems odd. Okay. Oh, I see, because you were worried that I would shit on him for getting you into the thing that would... I understand. No, I would never do that. You're going to hell, but I would never do it. No, that's crazy. You probably had so much fun doing that. I only skydived once, and it was a nightmare because I got stuck with this fucking idiot. This dude was like 5 feet tall, strapped to my back, just a little guy. And we jumped out of the thing. And what happens is you jump for like 30, you free fall for like whatever, like 30 seconds, and it's so fun. But then you just get stuck in a bad hang. Like I was just stuck with this idiot who was like, yeah, I used to be an actor in Austin, Texas. And I was like, I'm gonna unstrap, dude. I'm gonna drop. So fucked up. And then we landed, and I was taller than him, so I had to land us. Cool. Alright, you guys are good. I don't know if you guys are good. We'll see. We'll see. You guys are getting cagey that I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him because those bitches are being loud. It's their fault. That bitch got jumped though. You saw that? That was crazy. Cool. Yeah, I had a friend who had a C2 thing, couldn't move at all. And then we had this... I like got trained to be her aide. And then we would just get wasted all the time. And she couldn't, like, you can control your lungs and shit, you can talk. She didn't have that, so she had like a tracheotomy. And then one time we got so fucked up and I made her laugh really hard. And she was like, her trach got stuck, it got clogged. And she was like, you have to pull the tube. And I was like, I'm not pulling the tube. And she was like, she was like, I'm gonna die. And all of her things are like, it's like going crazy. And already that night, I had tried to get her into the handicap van, and it was like, I couldn't get it up the ramp because I was so fucked up, and so I'm just like dropping her on the ground. And I've like already wrecked this bitch, and then she's like, you have to change the trach. And I was like, I'm not gonna do it. She's like, you have to do it. And I was like, all right, what do I do? And she's like, you have to pull it out, which is like a long, yes, it's a tube. Yeah, it's a tube in there. Did you have one for a minute? You had one. You don't have one now. You still have the port. Nice, sick, dude. Sick, dude. I'm gonna stick my cock in your port. Sorry for saying. I'm really sorry for saying. I always think of that though. Whenever I saw the port, I was like, I'm gonna put my fucking dick in there. If I don't have it, I had a dick. Fuck your port. Sorry. So, anyway. Sorry. I'm not gonna fuck your port, dude. I'm a huge fan. But she was like, so then she was like, you have to pull it out and put a new one in. But I was so fucking drunk, and I'm not good with this shit, so I start pulling it out, and I'm pulling it out, and I just start throwing up. So I'm like, it's like, and I'm like, on the side of the thing. It's so fucking, she's dying. She's just, and I'm like, I got it. Pushing it in there. It was so fucked up. One time I almost killed her because, another time I almost killed her. That was close. That was really close. Because I had to get her out of the bed, so I used the lift thing, right? But so I'm like cranking her up, right? Like basically you put them in a sling and then you move to the chair from the bed, right? So I'm like cranking it up, but it's not cranking. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I like put my foot on it and I'm like crank it down, and then all of her fucking buttons are. And she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know, dude, what's up? And she's like, I can't feel shit, dude. I don't know. And I'm like, I don't know what the problem is, so I fucking kick my God. And it's like, and then I lift up her hoodie, and she had a seatbelt onto the bed. So I was just chopping her in half. It was so fucked up, and then I hit the button on the seatbelt, and it was like, and she was like, what was that? And I was like, nothing, everything's fine. Yeah, glad to be here. Are you guys here with these girls? Nice. Are you guys dating them respectively? You are? Which one? Who's? Nice. Nice. You got a boyfriend in a wheelchair and you think you can run your fucking mouth, huh? How long have you been dating? 3 years? Sick. And then you two? July 26th. Of last year. Wait, where are we? Last year. How do you remember that date so well? Was that the day he got paralyzed? Oh, that's the only date you should probably remember. Oh, you remember dates like that? Wait, what was it? Newport, what? Folk festival. You guys met at a folk festival? Gay. You guys went there? What was that? You guys were just drunk and met each other? You were on the water? Nice. These are bad answers. You guys are bad. Last audience was so bad at crowd work too. It's because of this room. This room is big, but I think doesn't it feel a little bit like we're having a meeting for the town? Doesn't it feel like that? Like I'm like, listen, Donna's roof has gotta get patched up. We need to chip in. Doesn't it feel like that? It doesn't feel like a show, you know what I mean? I don't know what that is. It's too intimate. It's too weird. It's crazy. Cool. Alright, you guys have been together 3 years. How'd you guys meet?
40.
Oh, you're a skydiver too. Did you guys, so you met before the accident? Oh, nice. And then you stuck through it. That's nice. That's good. Do you have to do stuff? Do you have to like do, she has to do health stuff? Does she have to wipe your butt? Really? What?
6 left long of a jump.
She's got to dig up there? Crazy. I couldn't do that for my friend. I hired a poop person. I was like, you gotta get a poop lady. I'm not doing that. I'm not being the poop lady. That's awesome though. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. Do you do fucked up things in order to like, I don't know. Like I feel like if I was such a good person in that way where I'm pulling poop out of my boyfriend's butt, I would definitely just fucking kick a kid occasionally. I don't know. Just be like, I've earned this. You know what I mean? Do you ever have that? Where you like, just steal some shit from an airport? You're like, fuck you. You don't know what I do. Fuck you. I would do that all the time. That's awesome though. You rule. That's sick. Cool. That's a sweet relationship. That's nice. I want a nice. I'm trying to do nice relationships. I've only had fucking horrifically horrible relationships. If anything ever happened to me and I was in a chair, anybody that I'm dating, actually, what would have happened is the person I was dating would have put me in the chair. That's what would have happened. That's what would have happened. Did anybody go through a breakup recently?
6 left long of a jump.
Nice in the back. Cool. In the sad zone. Wait, put your hand up.
Tightens 4.
Oh, nice. Okay, great. You have a man around your arm. What are you doing? What?
Tightens into 3 right long.
Oh yeah, okay, great. I'll control my own set. The fuck? You think I fucking worked this hard doing manual labor to get to a point where I'm on stage and I let some dumb bitch in the crowd be like, I would like you to tell the big penis story, please. Day 4, remember?
40.
Estrogen is coursing.
Caution tightens over bridge.
So anyway, this guy's got a big gap. I mean, I know. But are there any breakups?
Long of a jump maybe.
0. Perfect. Love this set. Nice. You right there? Great. When did it happen? Here, let me tell you.
3, 2.
Oh, it happened tonight? Oh, okay. On and off. It's questionable. Okay, great. Is it a situationship? Oh, great. Perfect. You're married. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, wait. So you are. Don't get weird. You're gonna die someday. Nothing literally matters at all. Okay. Nothing matters. Okay. So how long have you been married to him?
Opens over crest and narrow bridge. Tarmac into
2.5 years. And have you been on and off before you were married?
40.
No. But once you got married, shit hit the fan.
Right into 4 left long. Caution tightens.
All right. Guy who's with her. What happened 13 minutes ago?
30. Right over crest into 6 left 80.
Oh, she gave you a hand job.
6 left long. Little jump maybe. Slow 30. 5 left long.
Are you lying, sir? Did you get a rub? You get it over the nothing? Anything?
30.
Don't lie. Don't lie. He's like, okay, then you have to tell me. That means you have to communicate because he's unconnected.
50 tarmac.
Oh, okay, great. How come you guys are all tweaky and shaky? Are you on drugs? There's something tweaky. There's something tweaky about both of you. What do you got? Just drunk?
2 left tightens don't cut.
Get your foot off the stage, sir. You're a monster, okay? You're an animal. Oh, you have a bad knee? Keep it up. I apologize. From what? What's the bad knee from?
6 left long tightens to flat over crest.
Have you ever done drugs in your past? Any meth, amphetamine? Yeah, okay, great. What was the most recent time? 13 minutes ago during a hand job. I hate this place. Please, please, let me get out of here. Let me get out! So close. Okay. Oh, you guys look normal. Look at you little hipsters over here. You're who I've been looking for, not these fucking meth heads. Hello. Oh my god, look at that. Little sweet babies over here. Are you guys, what is going, who's dating who here? Nice, you two are dating. Great. How did you meet? Look at this. Normal questions. I love this. Now, when did you do meth? Where did you guys meet? Hinge? Mutual friend group. Nice, cool. Playing games, board games kind of thing? Darts at a bar. Where? What's the setting? God, you're also odd. Is anybody normal? It was what? Local Burning Man group. Lots of LSD here, huh? It's making you guys insufferable. Just so you know, if any of you take LSD and in it you go, I wonder if this is going to permanently change me and this wave of horror that I'm going to ride is going to make an impact on my life forever, think of my eyes right now. Yes. Stop. Enough. Okay, great. Do you do LSD with him? You do. Nice, great. What happens on the, how often do you guys do it? A couple times a year. Okay, great. I think that's reasonable. And how is the Burning Man thing? It's really bad. Yeah, because you have to worry about the other person fucking many other people. Do you have to worry about that? You don't worry about that? You're like, just go, is it like free love kind of thing for you? No, you just have a healthy monogamous thing that you can go to a music festival with your spouse who wears camo and just not worry about what he does. For real, bro. Right, but how do you stop the weird guy that you're dating from taking drugs and fucking other women who are wearing thongs in public at Burning Man? You just hope for the best. Nice. Let's see how that goes next year. Just let me know. DM me, okay? We'll see. Great. So that's how you guys met. And how long have you guys been dating? Year and a half. Nice. How's it going? Do you live together yet? No. It's great. And then, okay. How old are you guys?
I'm 30.
Nice. 30 and 38. Look at your face, dude. You gotta stop. He's looking really good. It's so sinister, man. Just fucking get a job. What is your job? Do you have a job? What is it? Sales for electronics. Is that what you wanted to be when you were a little boy? No. But keep doing drugs and you'll meet your dreams where they're at. I'm a Republican. Am I a Republican? I'm becoming a Republican. Your city has made me a full fucking Republican. I'm a hippie, typically. But right now, I'm like, you need to get a job doing something you love. You're wasting your time on this planet. I'm Mormon, dude. I'm Mormon. I'm like, you need to find Jesus Christ. Read the plates, sir. I get it. Now I get why the Mormonism happens here. Because you need something. And it can't be too highbrow. It's got to be low. Plates in the ground. Joseph. What do you do, man? Yeah. Works for non-profit. Cool. What is it? He's the prophet. Nice. Are you making any money doing that? Not much. Great. Perfect. Do you live with your parents still? The studio? 4 of the roommates. Nice. That's cool. Have you fucked one of her roommates? Be honest. Are you a monogamous guy? Are you a monog guy? You good at it? You do a good job? You ever cheated on anybody before? You've never had? I'm proud of you. I'm profiling you, and I think you're lying. Okay, great. Awesome. Do you guys think you're gonna get married? You're not interested in getting married. There's a really lofty way. I just need some soul that is connected to the ground. I feel, dude, I'm gonna have to get back and literally just hug roots in my local park. Because you guys are making me feel crazy. I don't really. Okay, you've never thought about getting married? You really aren't interested in it? You've never had a little fucking, come on, never had a little Instagram feed of a wedding dress and been like, oh, I think I would get the Calvin Klein tag. Never? You have, but you're not down. Okay, great. Just the most wishy-washy bullshit. I just want to meet a person who has a personality. You know what? You're the closest I found. Meth man? Okay, great. Well, that's enough crowd work for tonight, I guess. I fucking tried, okay? Sometimes I don't do crowd work. No, I'm not gonna give you more, you freaks. You and him are the same. You're freaky guys. You're the weird guys that come up to me if I have a meet and greet and be like, I'm proud of you, girl. I'm proud of you. Bring it in here. And I'm like, please stop slamming my back in whatever hug this is. Give me a fist bump. Give me a bit. No, I don't want to touch you. Okay, great. Well, sometimes I feel bad for not doing crowd work because I do a lot of crowd work. Are you guys, are you normal? Not quite. You're a normal guy? Are you dating? No? Are you scared? He goes, no. What do you do?
Where?
You do sales too. Nice. It's not. Where's your brain chemicals at right now? Do you feel satiated in your life? Do you wake up every morning and you go, time to put my pants on and begin my day? Do you feel depressed? Do you feel low? Do you feel high? We're getting into it. We have to fucking focus, you guys, on what's going on, because you're floating around in a weird world. You're gonna become weird old people with fucking braided pubic hair or some shit. I actually would prefer that. I would prefer if old people had pubic hair. I think we're all gonna not have pubic hair. That's something I'm scared of, is that it's all gonna be waxed off because everybody's lasering it. Everybody's lasering their pubic hair. Isn't that scary? Are you lasering your pubic hair? Nice. Are you totally nothing? Not a whisper on the wind? Aren't you worried? Nothing at all. Aren't you worried about being an old lady with a bald, saggy... You're gonna have an old lady's face with another old lady's face down there? You're not worried about that? About being the fucking maze keeper from the labyrinth and being like, one of us is lying, one of us is telling the truth. Whoever it is, it's up to you. You don't like it? I think it looks ugly without it. It looks like a plucked chicken. You're gonna push a baby through a bald vagina? Do you have any kids? You have 4 kids. Were you Mormon? What, 5? You agree. What happened to the one? Died? Oh, surrogate. Thank God. That's better than death. Who did you surrogate? Chinese baby. Chen Zhangwen? Was you had Chinese sperm put in there? You had a Chinese baby inside you? Okay. Let's not be crazy. Let's do the lofty thing again. Love is love and babies are love. Okay, great. And then you gave it away. Was that sad? Were you sad about it? Was it your last child? Okay, great. What did you didn't have any, because you had 4 children, you had the connection to them, but this one you were like, you're Chinese, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with your weird ass eyes, my God. Did you hung out with him? Nice. You both did, and you felt nothing about giving him away. He did look like your baby? His sperm wasn't involved. No, you're projecting your cordial face. You're going, anybody but the Chinese baby, anything at all. Okay, great. So you gave away the Chinese child, okay, to a Chinese gay couple? They just didn't want to push it out? What? They wanted U.S. citizenship, and the baby gives them that. Okay. I don't know if you should be the one announcing that. You know what I mean? I hope that baby has a really fruitful life. Great, so do you like being pregnant? You do like it? Do you think you're going to do surrogacy again? Are you wasted right now, or is that how you talk? You've had a little bit of a drink? Okay, great. Let me just ask you, Brown. See what you're being on something. I want it to, but my blood pressure is too high. Well, you're an alcoholic, and that is what matters. A lot of alcoholism here, I realized. Do you guys do AA? It seems like you would love AA. You do AA? Nice. AA is fun. Yo, you do AA, meth guy. I'm proud of you. Oh no, so you're a sober guy. Yes, now I know who you is. What is that? Are you drinking? Yeah. Oh, you are drinking. Oh, so you do AA, but you still drink. Listen, I hope something really bad happens to you. I hate the idea of what happened today when you were like, do you want to go to a comedy show? Yeah, sure, I'll sit in the front row and say bullshit. I'll lie to her. See how she deals with lies. There's nothing worse than I hate when somebody's sense of humor is just full lies. You can't, it's like this fucking retard that my friend was dating. I was like, where's your dog? And he was like, oh, she died. And it went 15 minutes of me being like, dude, I'm so sorry. And he's like, yeah, it's a really big issue. He explained it all to me, and he was like, I'm just kidding. And I was like, you should get shot in the fucking face right now. How is that a fucking joke? All right, I'm going to focus on myself. I'm going to take the energy off of you guys because you are upsetting me. Everyone I talk to, I have hope for a second, and then I talk to you, and you go, I had birth to a Chinese baby. And I go, I wish I didn't talk to you. I'll get back to the big dick story now. Let me just tell you something. I want to be a lucid person. I should have believed you. I should have done what you said. I should have listened to you. I should have taken your advice, Mama Bear. figured this place out yet. It seems just like poor America. It just seems like bad home. Alcohol. All of you walk like this. In the middle of the day, not even drunk. You guys are just moving around that way. Hello, come on. What is that? When you walk at me, I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. There's a rugby kind of thing going on. What else did I notice? I saw the dancing. The dancing is cool. I like how you guys try and make it not gay by going, hip, hip. You know what I'm talking about? We're like, and you're like, I think it's gay. And then he goes, hip. And you're like, oh, maybe not. Cool. This is fun. It's weird being here. It's weird that you guys know who I am, but you live here. You know what I mean? It's very nice people running this place. But I was like, what's going on here? And he was like, oh, we just haven't had shows for a while. And I was like, what? Why is that? And he's like, well, you know, because of the, you know, we had a show here for a while. It was like a dead body show. And I was like, pardon? And he's like, oh, you know, fucking, you know, the people, the bodies. And he was like, you don't have that in New York where the bodies are all cut up? And I was like, sir, slow down. And he was like, no, come with me, fuck it, it's all right. And I was like, what are you saying? He's like, you know the show where they cut up the bodies and they let me go see them? And I was like, and now me? And he was like, yeah, it's all right, we don't have to talk about it. Yeah, I don't understand a word you guys are saying. We were at the park, and my dog was off leash, and insane that I brought her. Insane that I brought her. I'm a psychopath. And this Irish guy in the park was like, hey, and I was like, okay. And he was like, hey. And I was like, I'm not going to do that at all. I think he said put her on the leash, but I didn't hear him. That doesn't count, right? He's like, hey. Do you guys have... You guys all have different accents, right? Depending on which township you're from? Is that what it's called? Is it townships? What is it? Providences? What is it? Huh? Can somebody say it in a fucking human accent? County. Okay. New York. Hey! Fucking county! Who's here from a poor county? What? All of you? Well, put your hand up if you're from a very poor county. Okay, you right there. Let's hear your accent. I would like you to say, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Go ahead, yell. Oh my God! Oh my God! I didn't know what she said. I didn't hear you. All right, go ahead, try again. What? What? You picked out box what? The quick... Huh? Where are you from? Oh, that's a deep pour. That's deep pour. That's different. In England, it's England, where it's like the posh people are like they talk like this, posh, and then when they're broke, like you, they're like okay. What? Oh, thank you. Give it to me after the show. How do you sound Irish, though? Are you drunk, or is that really how you sound all the time? Both. Okay, both. Okay, I want to hear a poor Irish accent, please. Shut up. What are you, nuts? Do we have any poor Irish? Okay, there you go. Let me hear it.
What do I say?
Say, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Okay, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. What did I say? Jumps over the lazy dog. Okay, so I hear it. So it's like, the quick brown fox jumps over. You go hard over. Is that right? Is it, okay, can I hear rich Irish? Does that exist here? You have 2 potatoes. No, me, I have 2 of them. That guy has 1. Who has 2 potatoes? Very posh. London is, just here is posh. Not everybody dresses good all the time, right? Like, it's just this city. It's because we're in the city. Okay. I've seen no sweatpants. I've seen no mustard stains. And the doorman with the boat, dude, we were walking, and I was walking ahead, and I overheard, this is so crazy to me. The doorman goes like this. He goes, "Good day to you, sir," while opening the door. And it was kind of like overcast, and the guy coming out of the door, the old bald guy, goes, "Well, sort of." It was like kind of shitty out. And I was like, give the guy a break, dude. What the fuck? He's like, "It sort of is, you idiot." Yeah, I can't fully. I like that I can tell who grew up poor and who grew up rich immediately. That's nice. You know what I mean? Where you'll hear people be like, "Yeah, we'd like a cup of matcha, please. And a small spoon on the side." And then her buddy will be like, I'd also like a flat one." I'm like, whoa, what are you doing with that girl? "I don't take a flat one." At least I can understand it. We just got in from Dublin, and dude, Dublin was. I had no idea. I was getting yelled at. I was breaking all the rules, I guess. There's a lot of rules in Europe. There's no rules in America. You guys have rules, and you guys follow them. It's crazy. It's crazy. And the street sign says "look right," and everybody goes. I was like, I'm not doing that. Almost died twice. In London, in Dublin, there was a guy screaming at me because my dog was off leash, and I had no idea what he was saying, and he was like, "Hey, don't tell me you don't want to." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh, no. I had no idea what was going on. And everybody's telling jokes all the time, and you want to be in on it, but they're like, "You won't be going out today." Yeah, exactly. Totally, dude. Crazy. No, I don't know about London. What have I learned? You guys are very woke. I did not know that. You're much more woke than us, right? You guys are very, like that's great. In New York, we pretend that we're not woke. I'm not woke. I'll say the N-word right now, dude. But we all are woke. But we pretend. But you guys, I think, are the opposite, where you're not really that woke. But you go, "No, I'm woke." Very interesting. What is that? Is that because the Brexit thing happened and then you guys were like, "No, we're not like that"? Is that what happened? Or is it, huh? Yeah, everybody I'm talking to pulls out this colonialism word. Like, what does that mean to me? And what is that supposed to mean? It's a very, see, you don't even know. I love this. Everybody I talk to in London about this, I'm like, "So what's going on with the government and the wokeness? Like, what's happening with the left and the right?" And they'll be like, "Well, colonialist pieces of shit." And I'm like, okay, and that's all. Yeah, colonialism is bad. We know that. We've read Howard Zinn. What?
Why is everyone so tend to be woke? We'll as if fucking super angry.
Wait, you need to posh up your accent a little bit. I can't fully understand you. Where are you from? Is that North London's a poor? Calm down. You're from Rich? You're from Hampstead? Oh, Hampstead. Is that nice? Okay, great. Okay, then it's on me, and I apologize for that. And my white trash ears can't understand you. Okay. So what are you saying? The colonialism of... Oh, yeah.
We're gonna pull a restart.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Oh no, she's black. She's black. She told you guys she's black, and you guys didn't know that. I'm also black. Just to be clear. No, I'm just kidding. You are black. She is black. Nice. No, I thought it's also, there was something, the Brexit thing happened, like you guys are very, the Brexit thing happened and then you guys had to go the opposite way? We don't talk about Brexit. Why? Oh, it's embarrassing. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. See, like... I know, but you guys, we're Americans. We didn't vote for Trump. Yeah, I know. I live in New York City. We're the same. You guys are crazy. We You guys are crazy. This is exactly what my problem has been on stage. You guys are literally like so segregated where you're like, we don't even identify with those rap. It's almost like you're racist. No.
Medium, but
Oh my, you wouldn't, if you even would. Bro, what is going on with the London and y'all? What is happening? What, are you guys sex trafficking dogs? What the fuck is happening? Okay, I brought my dogs, I bring my dog everywhere. I did everything I had to do in the States. They were like, here's a health certificate, rabies shot, vaccination. You can bring her wherever the fuck you want. Got her, she's a service animal, you know. And, right, I'm like, here we go, we're going to London, dog. I get here, the UK is like, we're gonna kill your dog. I go do it. I tried to get over here so many different ways, by plane, no, by boat, by goat, and all of them said no, until finally they were like, okay, here's what you have to do. We figured it out, that I had to rent a car, and then they're like, okay, you're gonna rent a car, it has a tiny steering wheel that you've never used, it's on the opposite side of the car, oh, and we drive on the opposite side of the road. And I was like, this is all safer than a dog? And they were like, you have a dog? And I was like, no! What is going on with dogs? What is the beef? And then I got that we went to the tunnel, and then we get there and the woman's like, you can't go on the tunnel until 3 p.m. No, that's not even that part of the story. We had to call a guy who was like a grifter in Queens, New York, who was like, I can get you the certificate to get your dog on British Airways. So I fucking pay this dude $850, he gives it to me. British Airways is like, no, we only take it from one organization. I was like, what's the organization? And they were like, it's a secret, okay? Then I do all this research, find out the secret. It's ADI, by the way, if you guys want to write that down, okay? Then ADI is like a secret underground training service dog thing. I don't know what the fuck, it's non-profit, okay? Sounds like sucking cats or something. And very creepy, where they fuck dogs or something, or fight dogs. I don't know what it is, but it's not good. And so the ADI has to train it, so then we're like, okay, here's what we'll do. We'll rent a car, we put the dog in the car, we take the tunnel to Amsterdam. We get to the tunnel, and she's like, it's not a tunnel, it's a channel. And I was like, a channel? And she was like, yeah, when we put your car on a train, a channel. And I was like, my car on a train? And she was like, yeah, and you won't be able to get through until 3 p.m. And then you guys are fucking forward an hour or back an hour? Like, is it earlier here? Oh, that's good. You helped me. You've been on my side. So you helped me, okay? So then we had to go take the ferry, and then the ferry people were like, you don't have a fucking dog in here, do you? And I was like, no. And I had to stuff her down. It was so crazy. And they're like, because they would need to be vaccinated for rabies. And I was like, how soon, can I get back to London with a dog? And she was like, it had to get rabies shot the day, whatever. It's all insane. We smuggled the dog on a boat, on a house. The dog is here, but I can't get back. There's no getting back, so I have a stolen rental car, a smuggled cocaine dog. This would all make sense if I had a German Shepherd. She is a Chihuahua thing. It feels like I'm smuggling 10-year-old girls in the back of a fucking giant freight train to sell to fucking Persian men. What's wrong with your steering wheels? Little tiny steering wheels. What's going on? Oh, you can't. There's no mobility. There's no mobility. It feels insane. How am I supposed to turn? That's crazy. And then I get here, and Jake is like, just so you know,
15, 6
Jake's like, just so you know, the bikers had the right of way. And I was like, I don't know why you're telling me things. I'm stranded in London. Calm down. I get here. Oh, Lord. Bikers are fucking biking over my car and being like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. I have to roll forward at a pace. And they're like, yeah, we fucking ride here. What the fuck? Oh my God, this place is crazy. I want to go home. Everything's crazy. Even the supermarket. I went to the supermarket with my dog. Always go to the supermarket with my dog. And then the guy, it was like a fucking shitty Tesco or whatever you guys call it. And he was like, you need papers for that fucking dog. And oh my God, Dublin too, they were yelling stuff out at me. Oh, what I'm going late, all right. That's so British, I think. Anyway, we're through. It's crazy. I have to cancel shows. It's unbelievable. This is insane. We're doing this one though, but it canceling. Do you guys know what that is? Did a dog cause Brexit? What happened? Does anybody know what the reason for this nonsense is? You can bring a baby back and forth? Baby's fine. Dog, no? What's the beef with dogs? You know? Please tell me. What? What?
There's no rabies in
So they like to, that's a thing, that's a record they like to maintain? Oh, I'm gonna bring rabies. Oh, I'm gonna go get a lot of bats. And I'm gonna smuggle them in just like I smuggled my way here, and I'm gonna release them into an orphanage. They have no rabies in London? That's their whole thing?
the entire England.
What? Wait, how's that possible? Don't things with rabies still fly? What do you mean? What about squirrels? I guess they're not taking the channel. There's no rabies. Wait, where are we now? Are we in the UK now? No, out of the UK. We're in the UK? No, we're in Europe. But not the UK. And Dublin is not UK. That's Europe. That's why that one was easy. So in order to get home, could somebody drive my car to London? I'm serious. I'll pay you a lot of money, apparently. Great. Because I'm not doing that again. The ferry was so scary with a smuggled little cocaine bag that was a dog. Okay, there's no rabies. Man, I think I am going to do that. I am going to find a way to get rabies into the UK. Why is everybody scared of rabies? Is rabies that terrible? Oh. Wait, I am from a different place. Do you know where I'm from? I'm from the place where bats fly around my house, and then if it touches you, you wash it off in case it had rabies. What do you guys think rabies do? They don't kill people. No, that's a myth. They don't kill people. Do they make us ravenous? No, it's not. Bro, that's insane. I've had so many bats fly me in the face. Balls and bats, what? No way! Get the fuck, you are a bunch of fucking pussies. Let me see. No way. Do you die from rabies? No. It says yes. It says yes.
Okay. And her mother found rocks in the closet. She's still sick.
Open and close.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Litz.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Wow, that is very touching. All right, thank you. YouTube is never gonna believe this. I gotta be like, nah, fake, bullshit. I'm dumb, I'm an idiot. Are you guys dumb? Where are my dumb people? Who's dumb? Come on. Yeah, all right. Nobody admitted to being dumb. All right, nice. You look very smart, you're lying. I love that you pat it. He's like, she's a little dumb. I'm dumb. This is how dumb I am. The other day, I live in New York. I have a telephone, and I was looking at it, and a bird shit on my phone, like a big, ploppy bird shit. That doesn't make me dumb, but what does make me dumb is I was like, oh, that sucks, but that's kind of funny. And then I tried to screenshot the bird shit. I took a screenshot. I thought there was going to be a photo of bird shit on my phone, and I was like, wait. And it took me a full, 4 seconds, I would say, to be like, wait, what? Ah, that's not. It's embarrassing. It sucks when a bird shits on your phone, by the way, because then you have to, I don't carry a handkerchief, and, there's no... You don't want to wipe it on your clothes. So I just had to walk around like with bird shit on my foot, like I was serving bird shit. Just kind of. I got all the way home. My wife's like, "Why are you holding your phone like that?" And I was like, "A bird shit on it." And she's like, "Why didn't you get a napkin or something?" I'm like, I tried to screenshot it. All right, I'm not smart. I'm a moron. I think technology's making us dumber because we react. You ever try to zoom in on something that's not a phone? You have, right? You look at a menu and you're like, why isn't this? I did it to my wife's vagina recently. No, it's true. I wanted to see where the pee hole is. I don't know where women urinate from. So I was kind of like, I want to finally see that thing. There's 2 holes down there. Did you guys know that? I don't even think women know that. Yeah, there's the sex hole and the pee hole. There's the asshole also. I don't want to leave that out, but. Anyways, I'm dumb and I want to be smart. I look smart. I got a cool jacket and glasses, but I'm a big idiot. I try to watch film and have but I never get it the way I'm supposed to. You ever watch a movie with a friend and then after the movie's over, your friend is like, you know what that movie was about? And then you're like, yeah, sharks. And your friend is like, no, communism. And you're like, fuck, seriously? There was so many sharks in it though. And then your friend goes, it was an allegory. And then you gotta go to the bathroom and look up what allegory means. Have you guys ever had this experience? You're like, look. You gotta come back and play it off. You're like, it was a film with a secret hidden message, usually political or moral. Those were communist sharks, now that I think a little more. Fidel Sharkstro, right? Huh? And they're like, what? No, I'm like, all right. I like to watch a movie with a really smart person and then rewatch the same movie with a dumb person, and then I take the smart person's interpretations, so at least one person thinks I'm smart. I watch the same film, I'm like, what do you think, this movie's about sharks? He's like, it's not? And I'm like, no, you idiot, it's an alimony. Why don't you learn how to watch a film? This is cinema. Those sharks are communists, obviously. And then he's like, what is communism exactly? And I'm like, I'm not taking follow-up questions right now. Let me take a shit, then I'll tell you. I'll know a little bit more about communism after I get this out. I'll have a few words. I think it's a religion of some sort, but I'm stupid. I thought Picasso was Italian. Did you guys think that? The painter? Right? It sounds Italian, doesn't it? I don't know who said yeah, but right? Picasso! Fucking hey! Picasso! I think Italian. SpaghettiOs. Picasso. I thought he was like, hey, I'm painting cubes. What do you want from me, you know? I got both eyes on the same side of the head, so blow me, you know what I mean? I thought he was like, fuck, hey, Picasso. I thought all painters were Italian, first of all. I thought there's Michelangelo, Da Vinci, Joe Pesci's mother in Goodfellas. But he's Spanish. Did you guys know that? Some of you probably knew that. Yeah, he's Spanish. He's from Spain. I found out because I went to an art museum right here in the great city of Chicago, the Art Institute, classic. They have Picasso paintings. And I was like, oh, those are good. I don't know a lot about art, but I know he's good, Picasso. He's top 10, in my opinion. And they had a big painting, and underneath, there's a plaque that says Picasso, Spain. And I was so confident, I didn't even think I was wrong. I was like, that is a big fuck up right there. I just, I was like, honey, they got a typo over here. That's hilarious. I reported it. I went to the front desk.
30 over
I was like, just a heads up. I don't want to get you guys in trouble, but
opens over crest.
you have the wrong country for Picasso. He's Italian. I think everybody knows that.
Into don't cut hairpin right.
The lady said, Pablo? I was like,
30 over buttons.
you know what? That does sound Spanish. Now that I hear it out loud, his name is Pablo Picasso. He's from Spain. I was way off.
Into 5 right.
Spanish has a lot of O's also, I realize. They have Pablo and queso,
6 right. 30 over bumps.
taco, all the foods really, burrito.
Slow 5 left. Into
I knew nothing about
hairpin
Picasso. I
right.
was kind of embarrassed because I feel like I know about the arts a little bit. I looked him up. I read his Wikipedia page. And did you know this? He died in 1973. Did you guys know that? I thought he died in 1380. I almost shit. 1973.
Well done.
Picasso had a car. Is that unbelievable to you guys? Pablo Picasso was driving around Spain in like a Honda Civic, listening to Led Zeppelin on the radio. Ozzy Osbourne and Pablo Picasso were working at the same time. He saw 6 Super Bowls.
Hey,
That's great. I thought he lived next to a blacksmith. The guy's like at home watching the Green Bay Packers play the Kansas City Chiefs on a colored television set, drinking Mountain Dew. I feel like people don't laugh at that because I feel like when I say Mountain Dew, people are like, wait, no, Mountain Dew came out in like 78, 79, right? Is that what you're thinking? Because that's what I thought. I said it one night on stage and I was like, I got to fact check myself. And I looked up Mountain Dew and you're going to shit. What year do you think Mountain Dew came out? Take a guess. 44. You ruined my joke. 1940. You were so close. I really needed you to say 1985 or something, you asshole, but I don't mean it. You're looking upset. You're not an asshole. I'm just trying to be funny. That was a perfect guess. You nailed it. I just wasn't expecting you to get it so good. We'll retake it. Say when I say, just say 1982. Ready? We're gonna take this from the top. What year do you, sir? What year do you think Mountain Dew came out? I said 82. What the hell? You blew it. What the? Stop improvising. All right, take 3. What year do you think Mountain Dew came out? 82. You're way off. That's the year I came out, 82. Of my mother, not the closet, but that's 2026. Anyways, leave this all in. This is gold, folks. Anyways, 1944 is a great guess. 1940, Mountain Dew came out. Is that crazy? Is that shocking to you guys? Not to you, but to you guys, is that shocking? 1940, Hitler was jacked up on Mountain Dew. Is that crazy? He was like in a bunker, like, do the do, you know? That's not a great impression. I'm not an impressionist, but anyways, yeah, 1940, Mountain Dew. Anyways, Picasso. Horrible guy, Picasso. Hitler also. I don't want to skip over that. Hitler's worse, but yeah, Picasso, bad guy. Horrible misogynist. Did you guys know that? Terrible. Hated women. I read that and I was like, okay, he's a little Italian. He's got some Italian in him. I was close. He was born in 1881, died in 1973. Long life. Tough lifespan if you hate women. You know what I mean? Like so much progress for women during his life. He must have been furious, the poor guy. His whole life he's like, oh, they're voting? You know, like when he was 20, he's like, I hate women. Everyone's like, we all do, Pop. Relax. They're not going anywhere. Died in 73. That's the year Roe v. Wade got passed. I feel like he was like, that's enough of this shit. I'm out of here. I can't. No. Women got the right to vote in 1933 in Spain. I did a lot of research for this joke. I hope you guys appreciate it. This is a real laugh and learn we got here. Women had it hard. Did you know that? Ladies, did you know you had it hard? You little girlies had a hard time out there? Thanks for laughing. I'm mansplaining women's suffrage. I thought that would be funny, and you guys... No, women couldn't vote. Women couldn't work. I didn't know that. Women had to fight for the right to work. That's confusing misogyny. That doesn't even make sense to me. Like the men were like, no jobs, you bitches. Isn't that weird? Like if you hated a girl, wouldn't you want them to work? Like jobs suck. The men were like, hey, we roof the houses. The women, part of you must have been like, all right, yeah, get up there. I don't want to go up there. There's bees. It's also weird because like if your wife, like my wife works, it's great. It's more like if you have a partner with a job, it's like double. Well, it's not double, but it's like some more money. You know, it's like a tiny bit more that you put on your pile. You know, pretty nice. No, I'm glad she worked. I wish she had 2 jobs. I'm progressive. I think women should have multiple jobs. I feel like I'm slowly losing some of you guys. Kidding, of course. I love women, and I have a wife. She's a woman. I'm serious. I have a friend who's a woman. I'm friends with women. That's how progressive I am. I have female friends. Thank you very much. It's not easy. I'll tell you that. But I have a friend. She's a woman. She's very attractive. She's single. We went to a party together, and she goes, there was a guy at this party. I really want to have sex with him. I need you to be my wingman. I was like, okay. Like a wingman for a woman? I don't even know what that means. Like, I'll just tell the guy you want to fuck him. I don't understand. Do women think they need wingmen? Ladies, if you want to have sex with a guy, just let him know. He will do it. Even if he's married with children, he'll be like, yeah, shit, yeah. Okay, yes. I'll text her in the morning. I'll figure something out. Thank you. Hard yes. I had never been so touched. So I went up to the guy. I was like, all right, I'll wingman it. I went over and I was like, hey, would you want to have sex with her? And he was like, definitely. I was like, okay, yeah, done deal. Just go do it. Yeah, she's in. And they had sex. And she was pumped. The next day, she was like, oh my God, what did you say to him? I was like, don't worry about it. I know how to talk to these guys. I got my own secret recipe. I know how to talk to the boys. If any of you ladies want to have sex with a guy in here, let me know. I will broker the deal. I know how to... I can get it done. I was never a great wingman for men, though. Because I don't know women as well as I know men. One time I was with my buddy at a bar, and this is years ago, and he was like, I need you to be... He was talking to a woman, he's like, you gotta be my wingman. And I was like, all right, dude. And then he went to the bathroom, and I said to the woman, I was like, hey, he's got a huge dick. She was like, what? And I was like, just a massive cock on that guy. You're gonna love it. And she was like, oh. She got mad. She left. She came back, and I was like, I'm not a great wingman. I'm sorry. I thought women were in one. I was never great at getting laid. One time I was on a date in my 20s, and this is like years ago. I was drinking, and we were like talking, and then I farted in the middle of the date. I didn't know that was like a big deal. Like I was like, you know, and she went, try harder, Joe. And I was like, if I try harder, I'm going to shit my pants. I mean, you can't force these things. Anyways, I have a wife now, and it's very exciting. We have sex, and that's cool. We have a child. Did you know that? I have a baby. Yeah, I have a yeah. Today's his birthday. He's 1 year old today. I know. Yeah. I should be with him, but you guys bought tickets, so I was like, all right, have a good birthday, pal. And I flew out here, and no, he's here. He's not here. He's in an undisclosed location, but my wife gave birth. She's my hero. It was unbelievable. I really, fell deeper in love. She was in labor for 22 hours. I know, it sounds horrible. It's not that bad, I have to tell you guys. It's, I don't mean that rude. Like, labor is like kind of bullshit. I know that's kind of a, like, okay, nobody's laughing. All right, let me slow it down. It's not bullshit. It's just not as, you look furious. I'm sorry, I've upset both of you guys. It's just not as, it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. I want to say that and express that. I wouldn't want to give birth. It's not as hard as I thought. Like, I thought labor, my whole life, when someone said they were in labor for 30, I thought every minute was like, like shitting blood and crying and like ribs breaking. My wife was asleep for 14 of the 22 hours. Like, they shoot you up with like heroin and fentanyl. The whole time she was like, and I had to sleep in a chair, upright. No drugs. She had a bed, it was adjustable, multiple pillows. I was in labor. She was in REM sleep. I was like, this is crazy. My back still hurts.
33 left long.
And they hate men. I don't want to sound like a victim. They hate men in there. They would walk in. I'm like, I think she wanted water. And they're like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Piece of shit. It's her night. What do you want some water? And I was like, that's what I said. I don't.
Into 4 left. Into don't cut hairpin right.
It was the last hour seemed pretty uncomfortable. And for me, both of us who had a hard time.
30 over bumps. Don't cut 6 right into 1 left long.
She ended up having a C-section. The easy way out, I'd call it. But
keep right into don't cut.
I'm sorry. I'm slowly upsetting everybody. I feel bad.
I don't.
Have you guys had a C-section? Been to one? It is wild. It is quite a show. Yeah, did you have one? Nice. Sir, were you there? Yeah, you're the real hero. That's what I say. Us boys. Seeing them through the night, you know? If you've never been to a C, get yourself a ticket to a C-section. It is something else. It's like a magic trick. Because you don't have a baby, and then they hold up a curtain, and they're like, "Wah!" And then you're like, "Whoa! Oh, shit! Woo!"
3, 2, 1.
I'm like, how the hell did you do that? And then they're like, we can't reveal. And you're like, can I guess? Was it the bloody knife? I feel like that's how you did it. I can see the...
30 over bumps. 4 right long.
Good for you for being there. I was right in there. Because you can't see anything. It's like a big curtain, and it's just her head and shoulders sticking out. And I was right there. I was crying. She was crying. We were both crying. It was very beautiful. I said, I love you. I don't want to get too into it. It was private. It wasn't that private. There was an anesthesiologist right over us. He was like right here, like, you guys are doing great. And I was like, can you turn around or some shit? I'm trying to have a moment. He was hot too, which I didn't appreciate. That I didn't care for.
6 right.
He had like perfect teeth and a nice jawline. I'm like, can we get an ugly piece of shit back here? Come on. I don't want to be the second most attractive guy talking to my wife during this. I kept catching her looking at him. She was like, I love you, and you're fantastic. I just really, how much do you make? And I was like, honey, come on, over here. Also, you don't want your baby to come out and see him first. That's what I was worried about. Like the baby's gonna be like, Dad! I'm like, no, it's me, over here. Sorry about the everything. That's just...
30, unseen.
My son's like, shit. Okay, fine. Oh, it was special. I have a voice recorder on my phone. I recorded his first sounds on Earth. I was like, I want to have this forever, and it's so sweet. He's like,
30.
It's so sweet. About 30 seconds in, you hear a man's voice go, that's a huge placenta. I swear to God, I have no idea who said it. All the doctors were women. I feel like it was like a janitor walked through and was like, God damn, look at that placenta. And then you hear a woman go, what? And he goes, huge placenta. He doubles down on the placenta. Big old placenta on this broad. And I don't even know what placenta is, but it's good. It's healthy. You can eat it. Did you know that? Yeah. Maybe not in Illinois, but like California, New York, places like that. They make it into a pill. You can take it. It's supposed to be very healthy. I didn't. I couldn't wait. I got on my hands and knees, ate it right off the floor. I was like, give me that. I'm healthy as a horse. And then when you have a C-section, like they have to put your wife back together. It's like a major surgery. So they put the baby in a crib and they're like, Dad, you go be with the baby. We're gonna take care of Mom. And then I was like a single dad for like 45 minutes. It was just the two of us. I was like, hey, what's up, man? I sang him happy birthday. I thought that was sweet. I was like, happy birthday to... He kept crying though. It was hard. I felt bad. He was sobbing. I was like, you probably want your mother. This is a big moment. She should be here. She's kind of a deadbeat, honestly. I don't know what. She's over there behind the curtain. Probably making out with the anesthesiologist, if I had to guess.
6 left.
Then we were leaving. The doctor sat down. She goes, that was a major surgery. She goes, no intercourse for 6 weeks. You need time to recover. And then she was like, do you have any questions? And I was like, I have a quick one. No, just real quick. Like, I didn't have surgery. So what's going on there? Can I have sex? You know?
50. Caution, keep right.
Folks! You see? Why can't I have sex is the joke. I didn't really say this. I just thought that would be funny. I feel like you guys are like, he means it. He's the kind of guy that will fuck women days after his child was born.
60.
Not funny.
Unseen. 3 left.
I didn't really. We took the baby home, and I never thought about this until I had a baby. It's exciting. You bring the baby home, and then I was like, take him for a walk. We're gonna get him out, expose him, and all that. And I put him in a stroller. Did you ever think about this? I never thought about it until I had a baby. We went for a walk. We live in New York City, and you come up to a red light, and you got to cross the street. And then when you cross the street, the baby is the first one in the street. Isn't that weird? Like I'm at a red light, like, all right, here we go, little buddy, get out there. Like, just a born leader, this fella. Like when you have a 5-year-old, you're not like crossing the street, like you go and I'll be 1.5 feet behind you. And I'll just, but then with a baby, you're like, I don't know, look both ways, I guess. His neck didn't even work at the time. I had to turn his head for him.
Okay.
So far, so good. He's fine. He's thriving. Anyways, then we went to the pediatrician, and sometimes I try to make jokes. I'm a joke maker. I'm a funny guy, I think, right? You know? No? Fine. All right. That's fair. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Went to the pediatrician, and I guess you're not supposed to make jokes there. I thought this was really funny to me. We went there, and the doctor said, what are you putting on his bum to prevent diaper rash? And then I went, just something we made at home, which I thought was, that's funny. She went, what? And I just doubled down. I was like, it's ketchup and mustard mixed together. It's kind of... And then she just looked upset. So I just tried again. I was like the packets, like from Burger King, McDonald's, we keep them in the fridge. We'll use Chick-fil-A sauce if he's good. Not on Sunday. And then just a bomb. Just really bombed all the way through. And I was like, you know what? You take the questions. I'll just sit them out.
Hey, no.
I think I'm a good dad, I feel like, you know. Doesn't nice be though, right? Of course. Yeah, there you go. Why would I not be? I feel like the universe was really testing me leading up to having a baby last year. I kept having run-ins with other people's kids, which is always weird. You don't know how to handle it. I was in a hotel last year, and I went to a beautiful hotel, like a high-rise hotel with like a big, beautiful elevator, and I got in the elevator, and it was me and like a dad and his son in the elevator. He was like, you know, like this, whatever age, this height. You never know kids' heights, because we never say kids' heights, really. You're not, like, adults, you're like, he's 5'10", 6'2". You're never like, this is my nephew, he's 2'6", you know? This is my son, he's 1'4", and he's on the wall for some reason. Anyways, I got on the elevator with the father and son, and we were just riding. And then the elevator was going down. We stopped at a floor, and the doors opened, and none of us got off the elevator, and then nobody got on the elevator either. And then the doors closed, and we kept going. And so I said, hey, it must have been a ghost. Little classic elevator humor, right? And that's not my joke, by the way. I don't want to take credit. That's an old elevator gag. You guys are welcome to use that anytime. Doors open and close, no one gets off or on. You say, must have been a ghost. It's not getting a huge laugh here, a little laugh. It did not get any laugh whatsoever on the elevator. It bombed. In fact, the kid started crying immediately. I swear to God, I was like, oh, it must have been a ghost. The kid was like, what? Ah! And he started crying like tears, and I felt bad for the kid. And the dad went, hey, come on, man. And I got annoyed with him. I was like, hey, dude, your son is a little bitch. That's not on me. That's not my fault. You're raising a pussy, not me. It's a joke. It's a goddamn dad joke. I'm like, what if I pull my thumbs off? Is he gonna faint? Like, ooh, Papa. His dang thumbs came off. Oh. I tried to make him feel better. I was like, ghosts don't need the doors to open, little buddy. They come through the walls. They're boundless spirits that haunt you at night. Come on. I could have ruined his life, by the way. I could have been like, falling down and like, kid would have spent his life in an asylum thinking a ghost choked a man on an elevator. As we were leaving, I was like, heads up, he's following you. He's gonna get you when you fall asleep. Stay up so he doesn't get you. You gotta stay awake. Piss the bed. That's the only thing that keeps ghosts away. You gotta urinate in the bed and your father's bed. Piss on both beds. Protect your family at all costs. And then later that year, I had another incident. This was at in the Salt Lake City airport. I was walking through the airport, and this time it was like a little girl having a tantrum. She was probably, I don't know, two, 3, and no, this is true though. She was having like she was on the ground. You know when a kid like really loses it, like ah, like a full tantrum. And then the mother, she tried to get me involved. She goes, "You better get off the ground. There's a nice man right here. He's going to step on your leg and break it if you don't get up." I swear to God. And then the kid looks at me like I'm a monster, like, what? And the mother was like, you want me to go along with this? Like, that's right, bitch, get up, or else I'll break your little baby leg. That's what I do. I break children's legs. I don't even have a ticket. This is a service I provide. I step on kids' limbs if they're upset. I had a flight last year, and me and my friend Steve was on the flight. He's a comedian. He was opening for me, and we were going to Omaha, Nebraska, and we were on the same flight. And I was in first class because I'm better than him, of course. So I got on the plane, and the seat next to me, this beautiful woman sat next to me. She was like really hot, and that has nothing to do with the story. I want you to know that hot women will sit next to me if an airline tells them they have to. We were sitting there, we weren't really talking, we were just minding our business. And then my friend Steve got on the plane. Now, comedians, we're like ball busters, you know? We like to shit on each other. So when he got on the plane, I said, hey, I hope your bag doesn't fit in the overhead. Not hilarious, just razzing him, you know? And then this lady over here, she goes, that's a really dark thing to wish on somebody. And that annoyed me, because that's, first of all, I'm like, we're not even friends, but also I'm like, that's not a dark thing to wish on somebody, right? Dark would be like, I hope the plane crashes and you're the only one that dies. That would be a dark thing to wish on somebody. This isn't dark. So I just said, we're friends, which is my way of being like, why don't you mind your own business, you know? And then she said, that makes it worse. And that really annoyed me, because now we're like in a full fight. And also she's wrong again, because I'm like, that doesn't make it worse. That makes it better. It would be way worse if random people were getting on a plane and I was sitting in first class going, hey, I hope your bag doesn't fit in the overhead. I'm like, they're like, what? I'm like, I said, I hope your bag doesn't fit in the overhead, fuckface. Do I know you? No, you don't know me. I don't like your vibes. Get back there, you piece of shit. First class. I'm like, that would be completely psychotic. Again, I wouldn't do that to a person. I'm a nice guy. I'm a good boy. Wow. I'm like a people pleaser. I want everyone to like me. Do you guys have that? You want everyone to like you, right? No, you don't give a shit? That's hot. That's cool. Yeah, you like, yeah, right? I need you to like me. I like you. All right. I try to be nice. You know that saying, don't mistake my kindness for weakness? Like, you don't want to be too nice, because if you're too kind, people think you're weak, right? I'm like the complete reverse of that. People mistake my weakness for kindness. You guys ever, like, people are like, you're a really nice guy, and I'm like, I fucking hate you. I don't know how to express it. Do you guys ever have that? I got friends for like 25 years. They're like, you're always there for me. I'm like, I don't want to be. I really very much dislike you. I don't, no ability to set boundaries. I would like to get out of this, but I can't, so. Sometimes I'll go to Starbucks, they forget my drink for like 10 minutes. I'm like, don't worry about it. I got nowhere to be. And they're like, you're so nice. I'm like, I hope this place burns down the second I leave here. I am furious. You ever try to like make small talk, like connect with somebody by being like, blah, blah, and then what you said, that like ruins their life? Have you guys ever had that? It doesn't matter. This is what happened. I'll tell you my story. It's awful. And I don't, just ahead of time, I know I'm the asshole here. This is what happened. I went for I'm a big runner. I used to run. Well, I used to be like a competitive runner in high school in my 20s, and now I still run. But when the baby was born, I took like a couple months off because we were busy and tired. So then I went for a run, and I hadn't run in a while. So I felt not my best, you know? And I went for a run at a track, and it was me, and there was a woman there, and she was walking, and she happened to be a large lady, big gal, I would say. XL, maybe. And she was out strolling, and I was running, and I ran, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles. And when I finished, she happened to be right next to me. And we made eye contact, and I went, whoo, don't you hate being out of shape? I know. I felt down, but I meant like, don't you hate that feeling when you haven't worked out in a long time? Like, ah. And she went, yeah. And I realized from her perspective, she's just out walking, trying to get it together, and a skinny asshole jogged laps around her for like an hour. Not an hour, a half hour, whatever. I don't want you to think I'm slow. Like 20 minutes, whatever the fuck. And then I stopped and was like, don't you hate being out of shape? And I didn't know how to make it better. I didn't want to be like, no, I don't mean because you're, and I'm, like, you know, it just makes it worse. So all I could do was just run. I just started running again. I was like, and then, now it literally looks like I paused my run to be like, you're bummed out, right? Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're upset. Okay, woo! Whatever, I'll start to die someday, but I want everyone to like. Some people don't give a shit. You say you don't care. That's awesome. Man, that's so cool. You're like a hot lady who doesn't give a shit. Cool. People that don't care, I'm like impressed by. The other day I was at like a restaurant, it was like crowded, and this guy's phone just started ringing out loud, like full volume, like and like, you know when you hear a phone ringing, you're like, I hope that stops soon, and usually it does, but it just kept going. So slowly everyone was like, oh, we hate you. But the guy was, I thought he was gonna go, ooh, but he was like unfazed, like he didn't care. He was just staring at his phone, ringing, and we all hit, like, my phone has never made a noise in public one time. If it did, I would take it out and fucking smash it on the ground. I'd be like, oh, shit, I'm sorry. You want me to kill myself? Vote on it real quick. If it's majority, I'll do it. I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have had to hear that. Let me borrow your phone. I'm gonna call my mother, tell her she did a shit job raising me, because my phone made a noise. By the way, the guy put his phone back in his pocket, still ringing, which I'd never seen in my life. It just got, it was like, anyways, I was like, I want to be, I hated the guy, but I want to be like him, you know? But some people like don't care. Like, I'm like, I try to keep a very low profile. I mean, right now I'm doing a show, of course, but like out in the world, I'm like, hey, nobody noticed me. But some people are like, fucking, you know these people? I was at a breakfast restaurant, Columbus, Ohio, last year with my buddy Matt. We were eating breakfast, and this lady walked into the restaurant, and she just yells out, she goes, attention everybody! Which to me, I don't want to get political, but I think you should go to jail for like a couple days. Not like prison, but like county jail, 2 or 3 days. Just yells out, attention everybody! We're all eating, like what? She goes, my friend is about to walk in, she's a bride-to-be. When she comes in, everybody just go crazy. I'm not eating a pancake, like, why don't you shut the fuck up? How's that sound? Why don't you go crazy at the wedding? Isn't that what the wedding is for? Such a pussy, though. She walked in, I was like, woo! Go, girl! I'm so weak. I was like, I'm not clapping for this idiot. Ooh, ooh. It's not every day somebody gets married, even though it is every day that somebody gets married. Then the lady started crying, which I also thought was completely insane. She was like, oh my God, thank you. And I was like, why are you crying? Like, nobody gives a shit. Your friend bullied us into clapping. We don't actually care. You and your husband could die the night of the wedding. None of us would be affected. I'd be like, who died? The lady from the breakfast? What? Her and her husband both died? That's hilarious. They were so excited and now they're dead. Woo! Classic. Anyways, I go to Starbucks a lot, like I said. You guys like Starbucks or hate it? It's very divisive. What do you guys, you love it? Yeah. Front row, yeah, game in between. Yes, it's the best. I hate it too. Whatever you guys think. Corporate assholes ruining America. Best coffee ever. I don't drink coffee. I go because I'm not a coffee guy. I'm a green tea drinker. I like green tea. Starbucks doesn't call it green tea though. They're very pretentious. They call it Emperor's Clouds and Mist. It's embarrassing. I know. Every morning I gotta go to Starbucks and be like, can I have a grande Emperor's Clouds and Mist? It's humiliating. I wish it was shorter and manlier. Like cock. Something like that. You know what I mean? Give me a grande cock. Hot. And throw it on my back. Something fun like that, you know? It's a lot I love at Starbucks. I have a very particular order at Starbucks. I'm like neurotic, though. I want my order. You guys are probably similar. I want my order exactly the way I want it, right? Yeah, you're nodding. But I'm also a people. I want them to like me. So I came up with a system, and this is bulletproof. And you guys are welcome to use this. This is my gift to you. When I order, I look at my phone, and I tell them it's from my boss. I don't have a boss, but this way, if they're annoyed, they can be annoyed by this person I made up. You see? I walk in, I'm like, hey, I got to get some stuff from my boss. He's a piece of shit. I throw him right under the bus. He's not real. I go, okay, he wants a grande, Emperor's Clouds, and Mist? Is that a real drink? I've never even heard of this beer. I drink black coffee. I'm a man. I never heard of this bullshit. She's like, yeah, we have that. I'm like, okay, he wants one of those, and he also wants a chocolate brownie. Warmed up. But not too melty, it says here. Because last time he got all over his fingers, and his friends kept saying, "What'd you shit your pants, bro?"
Mini Cooper.
And then he had to say, "If I shit my pants, why would it be on my fingers, you idiot? Wouldn't it be in my pants?"
Fucking dumbass.
Also, it's black. It's obviously chocolate. Is your shit black? I don't know. His friends sound very mean-spirited to me. Then she goes to grab the brownie. I'm like, not that brownie. He wants the one back there. See the extra fudgy one? Get that one. He likes that one. This last one's a little weird. He's kind of a creep. He wants to know, if I wasn't married, would you want to fuck me? Just a yes or no. A yes would really go a long way for his self-esteem. Specials are fun, you know? These people that do the live special, what a bunch of nitwits, you know? I could be like this. You know, no one's ever going to see that. Have the special open with that. That's a funny opening. People will be like, I gotta watch this shit. Sorry you had to experience that. Anyways, you guys tattoo people? You got tattoos? Where are my tattoo people? You got some tattoos? No? Yeah? I want to get a tattoo. They're cool, right? They're so sexy and cool. I always want to get a tattoo. And sometimes I'm like, I'm getting a tattoo. And then on the way there, I'm like, I'll just get a t-shirt. You guys ever think about that? You can get a shirt with the same thing. Save some money, no needles, you know? I met one guy, he had a tattoo. He had a Miami Dolphins tattoo. He was like, fucking Dolphins, bro, from Miami. And all I could think was, they have so many shirts. You could have got a hoodie, jersey, hat, tank tops. You know, you wear them to the game. You're like, fucking Dolphins! And then when you have like a funeral, you're like, no Dolphins today. You know what I mean? Like, you get some options. I met one guy, he had a tattoo of a rooster on his calf muscle. And I was like, oh, cool, you like roosters? And he goes, no, bro, it's a cock below my knees. Hear that reaction? Like everyone's kind of like, oh, yeah. That guy has that reaction for the rest of his life. Just people being like, oh. And all I can think is, why didn't you get a pair of socks with roosters on them? You know what I mean? Like you wear them to a cookout with your boys and you're like, hey, check it out. I got a cock below my knees. And everyone's like, nice. And then you can be like, all right, so what else is going on? What are you guys been up to? I just thought that would be funny for 1 second exactly. You know, that way you don't have to live your life with a dick joke on your leg. You don't have to explain to your son one day that his father is a fucking dipshit with a dick pun on his leg. It's also a weird joke, because the joke is like, hey, I got a dick below my knees, or whatever, but I'm like, do you have a huge dick? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird to be like, I got a dick below my knees, and then you take your actual dick out, it's just a regular 9-inch dick like everybody else. It's embarrassing. You just got an unimpressive 9-incher like me, you're gonna look like a goddamn idiot. One time I did that joke, I think it's a funny joke, and the lady in the back, she went, you're lying. Which I thought was funny, because I'm like, I'm not lying, I'm joking. I'm not trying to convince everyone I have a 9-inch dick at this point in the show. I'm not like, I'm gonna pull a fast one on these folks right now. Just being a silly goose up here. Anyways, I have a baby, and I have a child. I have a niece, too. I have a niece and a nephew. I have a lot of kids in my life. I have a niece who's 11 years old, and she turned 10 last year. I got her a birthday card and put $50 in it. That's a good gift for a kid, right? $50. Kids love money. Did you know that? Capitalism is built into the souls of American children. You give a kid money, they're like, fucking yes! They go crazy. They don't even need it. I've never seen a kid buy anything my whole life. Have you ever seen a kid pull out money and purchase something? You ever go out to eat with a kid? They're never like, put your wallets away. I got it. I got my birthday cash. Let me get I got the check. Come on. I've never seen an 8-year-old girl be like, what's 20% of 49? I want to take care of the lady. She was good. Come on. I gave her $50. My nephew has $300. He's like 8 years old. He has $300. He shows it to me every time I see him. Same $300. He's like a rapper in a video. He's got it fanned out. He's like, oh. Throwing it. I'm like, I got it. Yeah. Buy something, you piece of shit. You're like, your parents are broke. Anyways, I gave her $50. She loved it. And then this year, I was like, what do I get? She's turning 11. I'm like, what do I get her this year? You know? My wife goes, why don't you give her $100? I was like, why don't I? Well, because I gave her 50 last year. That's why. I'm not doubling it every year. Can't set that precedent. Her 18th birthday, I'll owe her $16,500. So I came up with something better. I got her gift cards to her favorite places. She loves Jimmy John's, Dairy Queen, and Olive Garden. And I got her one gift card to each. $10 gift card to each. She was thrilled. She was pumped. She got she was like, oh my God. Oh, yeah. She got 3 things. So she was excited. She's too dumb to put together. She got $20 less than she got last year. It's brilliant. Next year, I'm getting her $5 gift cards. I'm just gonna slowly get her more and less at the same time. Very smart. Also, Olive Garden, hilarious gift for a kid. Because now her father has to take a family of 5 to the Olive Garden. It's a great gift. You're like, you're welcome, and fuck you. Enjoy your $175 meal, your fake Italian bullshit meal, with a $10 coupon from your daughter. So people can see that this is a real... They wear like joggers and sweatpants. My question is this, and it's rhetorical. What is going on with the boners? That's what I want to know. Because if I wore sweatpants to high school, I would have been arrested for sexual harassment 30 seconds into the first class. I was rock hard every single second of high school. Sweatpants. I would have had to wear 8 pairs of sweatpants. Pajama pants? Are you kidding? Tight jeans and a belt. That's what got me through high school. I would tuck it in and be like, great dress, Cindy. Oh. Oh my God, my dick hurts. Why? I think because of TikTok, they don't get boners. I don't want to get too deep into why kids don't have boners, but something's up. I don't want to Google it or anything. It's going to be flagged. I was in Vegas last year. I was playing poker. I like to play poker at a casino. And I was playing, and the dealer, he was telling stories about celebrities who have come in and played poker at his table. And he said Ben Affleck came in. He said Ben Affleck was the nicest guy. Ben Affleck told everyone at the table, he said, nobody tipped the waitress. I'm doing all the tipping. And then he gave the waitress $15,000. All right, great story. Cool story. I was annoyed. I feel like if I was the waitress, I would be like, why can't everyone else tip? I don't understand. Couldn't I make $15,080? It's kind of a dick move. I think he's the best piece of shit. Selfish guy, you know? He should have been like, I'm giving 15 grand. Who's matching me? Come on, you pussies. What was I talking about? Oh, sex. I like having sex. I don't like my balls played with. You guys like your balls played with? Fellas, yes. Gabe and Nolan, yeah. Rahul, yes. I'm in the minority here. Everybody wants their balls. Sir, balls? Yeah, I'm similar. Yeah, take it or leave it. Yeah, I only leave it. I don't want... My balls aren't plugged in. I'm all penis. I'm a penis guy. I want my penis played with. I was telling my buddy this. I go, I don't like my balls, but I want my penis. And he goes, oh, I'm the complete opposite of you. I was like, the complete opposite? You're all balls? Just say you like your balls played with. Don't say you're the opposite. That's insane. That makes it seem like you're masturbating at home. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, tug on my balls. Don't touch my penis. I literally just yank on my balls. I don't want my balls. First of all, my balls are too long. They're like 14 inches long and bright red. It's terrible. I know, I'm telling you. My balls, you might as well play with my elbow. I have no ticklish at best. The best reaction you're gonna get is like, ah, you know. I just, I don't know. People love it though. You guys love it. You always hear like, hey, don't forget the balls. Play with his balls. Those are Picasso quotes, of course, but sometimes people do this. They'll go, hey, did she play with your balls? And I'm like, what is that? Don't do that to balls. You could twist them. Don't get your balls. Yeah, if you twist your balls, you can die. I don't know if you know that, right, sir? You know it's called testicular torsion. Any nurses here? Doctors? Yeah, you know it, right? Did you have it happen, or you just know? You know. Do you work in the medical field? You're a medical student. Yeah, so you know. If the bad deal, yeah. Not a good deal at all. And you can die if it doesn't get... Thank you. Yeah, testicular torsion. You can kill somebody. I mean, you really can. It's like the Death Star. You know that one part of the Death Star that if you shoot it, it blows up? That's like the ball. If you're in a fight with a man, just flip his balls around. He'll fucking... One time I saw a pornographic film, this is true, and a woman was sucking a man's balls. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's the worst movie. It looked horrible. It looked like she was trying to eat him. See, he looked like he was in pain. He was like clutching the wall. He was like, oh. And the woman looked upset. He was mad. I was bummed out. Everybody was unhappy. The whole gang of us. I had to change the channel. I was like, this is terrible. It looked painful. It looked frustrating, too, because you're so close to what I would love for you to suck. You know what I mean? The penis is what I'm referring to. It's like if you saw someone with a popsicle and they were sucking the stick. You know what I mean? They're like, you'd be like, no, you silly goose. The top is what you suck, not the bottom. My wife and I have sex, and that's fun. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. We have sex all the time. I'm very grateful. I enjoy having sex with her, and I'm grateful we have the sex. But this is my one complaint. This is how we have sex. I'm always like, hey, you want to have sex? And she's like, yeah, all right. You know what I mean? She's never like, fucking right I do, bitch. You know what I mean? She's never like, fill me up, you dork. I need it. You know what I mean? Like, she's always like, yeah, all right. She's never vocally horny. That's my problem. I didn't even know women got horny until like 3 years ago. I was at a party, and this woman was like, I've been so horny lately. I wasn't even talking to her. I was with my buddy on the other side of the room. I was like, hold on, what did you say over there? Horny? What? So I Googled, what makes women horny? Because I was curious, and Google was like, come on, bro, you're better than this. And I was like, no, I know. There was an article that said pregnant women get horny. And I was like, I could try that, you know? That's something. But if it doesn't work, it sucks, because it's expensive, and you got to raise a kid now, you know? So I asked my friend, I have another friend who's a woman, and she has 2 kids, and I said, were you horny when you were pregnant? And she said, I wasn't the first time, but I was the second time. And that was annoying, because I'm like, now I have to have 2 kids. This is getting to be quite pricey. And then she said, well, the first one was a girl, the second was a boy, so maybe that's why. I was like, I'm sorry, are you saying the baby dictates the horniness? Is that your hypothesis? Like, you think your baby's inside you? Like, Ma, get some dick in here. Let's go. I'm horny as shit. I don't think that's how it works. Also, boys might be hornier than girls, but not for their dad's dick, right? I mean, I've been really horny. I've never been like, Dad, take your dick out real quick. Let me just see it. Thank you. Oh, I needed that. Nice refresher. I appreciate it. I'm back. Anyways, we have sex, and I've been going to the gym. I'm trying to get fit. I want her to be like, so hot, you know? I took a workout class recently. You guys ever take workout classes? Yeah, it's always women. A couple of women. Men don't really take workout classes, I found out. I took a class called Best Butt Ever. It was starting, and they were like, hey, we got a class starting in house. I was like, oh, I want the best butt ever. That's a women's class, it turns out. I was the only man. It was 30 of the hottest women I've ever seen in my whole life. I looked like a predator walking in at the last second. I was like, hey. And they were like, oh. And I was like, me too. And I have a theory. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't want to sound misogynistic, but I feel like women, you work on your butts because you know that men are really into women's butts. And I feel like guys don't work on our butts that much because women don't seem to really care much about our butts, seems like. And every show there's like a woman who's like, not true. And women might like men's butt, but it's not the same energy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same level. Don't you think? Like, every time I hear a woman talk about a man's butt, she's like, he's got a cute butt. And then I hear a man talk about a woman's butt, and he's like, I want to eat her asshole from behind after a workout. I'm like, oh, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've never heard a woman say, I want him to use my face as toilet paper. But I have heard a man say that multiple times this week. Different guys. I go to the gym, and the reason I go, I always want to work out, but then I always hit the steam room instead. Like, I'm going to go get a workout in. And then I see the steam room, I'll just steam. You know what I mean? Like, you guys, steam room people, it's very relaxing. I'm glowing, aren't I? Anyways, I go to the steam room a lot. I love it. My wife the other day, she pulled up an article on her phone. She goes, it says here, steam rooms in New York are a place where men go to have sex with each other. I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And she held it up like it was evidence. She was like, I was like, no, yeah, I saw it. She goes, don't you steam every day? And I was like, am I being accused of having sex with men every day? She goes, no, I'm asking, do you see men having sex in the steam room? Which is a hilarious question. Like, I love the idea that I've just been sitting on this as a topic of conversation. Like, do you think I'm just waiting to bring this up? Like, we ran out of things to talk about 8 years ago. You think I'm just not bringing up men having sex in front of me daily? If I saw men having sex in front of me, I would call you and be like, I just saw the darndest thing. You're not going to believe this. It was really something else. And then I got mad. Not at her, and not at the men. I got mad at myself. Because I was like, am I just like a dork that's ruining the sex party? You know what I mean? Like, is everybody fucking in the steam room until I show up? That's hurtful. Like, I walk in, everyone's like, oh, shit, dude, hey. Like, I'm like, hey, what's going on, guys? This is relaxing, huh? Like, it was relaxing. I was about to come on this guy's back until you showed up, you fucking narc. It's hurtful. You know what I mean? I'd like to be invited. Let me say no, you know? Give me the option. I'm married and straight. I'd probably pass, but you never know. You get enough guys, enough steam. I might feel around a little bit, just kind of see. It's anonymous with the steam. It would have to be a group. One-on-one, I don't really want to. It's too awkward to be like, nice to meet you, Richard. That was fun. You know what I mean? I wouldn't like that. But a group, you can leave like Nixon. Like, good night, everybody. I'm not a crook, you know? Kind of. The temperature is the big deterrent. That's my issue with the steam. It's 120 degrees in the steam room. How do you have sex in a 120-degree room? I've had sex in a 73-degree room and stopped to adjust the thermostat. Where I'm like, you know what? Let me get it down to 68. You're going to get a better performance out of me. 120, I feel like I could do a third of a hand job before I was like, hey, fellas, I know I'm new, but can we crack that door? What do you say? It's 2024. Let the steam out. Let's be free here. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for coming. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I love it here. Appreciate you guys.
All right, it gives me great pleasure to bring this man up here. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe List!
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. That's very nice. Thanks. You gotta cool it, because no one's gonna believe it on YouTube. That's the problem. Every comment's gonna be like, fake audience. You didn't clap at all, I appreciate that, you know? That's what I like. I got a big sign with my name. I'm in the back feeling like, hey, motherfucker, what's up? And then I look and you're like, no, I don't care about this guy. It was perfect. Puts me right where I need to be for the big show. The sign was a mistake. I blew it with the sign. It's too big. I didn't realize how big it was. I mean, this is an outrage. I can't compete with this. I thought it was going to be like a little, like... Joe List. Well, luckily it only cost $25,000, so... I'm breaking even because of this monstrosity, but... Thanks for coming, guys. This is very exciting. Yeah, oh, thank you. Appreciate it. You're so nice and lovely, and thank you. No masks in the crowd? Maybe a couple? No? I support. Either whatever you guys do, I support it. That's my mask stance. That was my mask stance all the way through. Whatever people did, I would just do whatever the people around me were doing, and then I would make fun of the other group of people. That's how I handle things. I'd meet up with friends, they have masks on, I'd wear my mask, I'm like, I saw some alt-right fucking assholes with no masks. And then I'd meet up with my other friends, they're not wearing masks, so I wouldn't wear mine. I'm like, I saw some cuck liberal sheep over there with their masks. Believe these pussies? I just want everyone to like me. That's my stance on everything. Israel, abortion, whatever you guys think, I think the exact same thing. I agree with all of you individually. You're all correct. I got vaccinated. Unless you didn't, then I didn't either. Stupid idiots. They'll be dead in no time. I did. I got vaccinated, and it was fun, I guess. Whatever. I don't like getting shots. I'm afraid of needles. I'm not afraid of... I don't know. I just don't like getting a shot. And I told the lady, I was like, I don't do well with needles, so just go easy. And she's like, what happens? Are you going to hit me? Or... I was like, what? Are people hitting you? Maybe I'll hit you. Shit, I didn't know that was an option. I had not crossed my mind to hit you. But now that it's out there, maybe go easy. And I was like, no, I'm not going to hit you. She's like, well, what happens? Are you going to faint? And I was like, you know what? Just put me down for a regular. Just somewhere between psycho and pussy. Just a normal... I was just making small talk. I wanted to say something before we did it. What happens? I'm going to be like, ow, shit. That's like worst case scenario. Eee. Just normal. Then she gave me the shot. I punched her, I took a nap, just because I didn't want to let her down, you know? I didn't want to be uneventful. COVID was fun. I liked when we started to first come out after the lockdown, and then you'd meet up with your friends and kind of feel them out to see who's been taking it serious. Did you guys do that? Like, I'd meet up with a group of friends, and I got like one friend, and he's like, I haven't left my house in like 6 weeks. I'm like, oh, that seems weird. And then I have another friend, he's like, I wear the mask indoors, but not outdoors. And I'm like, that's fair. And then I have another friend, he's like, I fucked 48 women in 3 days. And I'm like, oh, that seems a little risky in any time period. You gotta be careful out there, but... I hope everyone gets the vaccine. Not because I care about public health. I just want them to stop talking about the vaccine on the news. Because every time they talk about the vaccine, they feel the need to show a needle going into somebody's arm on the TV. They're like, we gave out 1 million vaccines. And look at it! Ah! And they get like multiple, like 4 in a row, just different angles of like a needle going in. And I find it appalling. It's disgusting. And my friends keep telling me, they're like, you got a needle phobia. I'm like, I guess I got a needle phobia. I didn't think I did. I just don't like, I'm not walking around like, a needle. I just don't like watching them go into people. Like, I'm not afraid of bananas, but if I turned on the news and they were shoving a banana into a guy, I would be like, I fucking hate bananas right now. That's not a perfect analogy, but I feel like it's decent. I think it's weird that you could show a needle going into somebody's arm on television, but you can't show breasts. Like, a needle is vulgar. Breasts are natural. No one agrees, but here's my point. My point is, they should show tits when they talk about the vaccine. I think that would be... Wouldn't that be nice? They should be like, everyone's now eligible for the vaccine. The lady comes out like... Everybody will be vaccinated. The whole country will be all over. Even the most skeptical guy will be like, all right, well, you got me. I'll go get a vaccine. That seems... His friend's like, you idiot, what about the government? He's like, yeah, but I might see some tits. I want to see some tits. And everybody likes breasts, you know, right? No? Maybe not. I don't know. I love them. I feel like if I was at my mother's funeral and somebody took their breasts out, I'd be like, that's a little inappropriate, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you. That's really sweet of you. You should put those away, but good looking out. I love them. I have a wife and she has breasts, and no, I'm serious. She really does. And she's so sweet. She's very liberal with them. She lets me see them. She knows how much I love them. So she'll like, at the end of the day, I guess it feels nice to take your bra off at the end of the day. She'll be like, honey, I'm taking my bra off. And I come running in like a puppy. And I sit on the floor and I make eye contact with both of them. And it made me think, like, if I had breasts, I feel like I'd be showing them off all the time. Maybe not. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't mean like drunkenly, like, woo! I mean like earnestly, like in the morning at the bank or like Starbucks. Like we're in line and the guy in front of me is like, I'm like, what's the matter? He's like, it's just a long line. I'd be like, hey, check this out. How do you like that, huh? And he's like, what? Oh my God. I'm like, no sweat. Enjoy it. Have fun. I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just saying you could be doing more for your community if you wanted to, ladies. Traffic, slap them on the window, you know, lift some spirits. Sometimes though, my wife, she'll wear a shirt that she's gonna sleep in, so she doesn't take her shirt off. She takes her bra off, like, through her sleeve. You ever see that with, like, a lady? She'll pull her bra through the sleeve. That's like the meanest magic trick ever. She's like, ta-da! And I'm like, boo! That trick sucks. It's like if you went to see a magician, he pulled a rabbit out of a hat, but then you didn't see tits. You know what I mean? That's not a great analogy either. My analogies need work, but... I saw an ad for a bra store here in New York. I don't know the name of it, but you could probably Google it. It said, it was smaller than this, actually, but it was a billboard. It said, we have 90 sizes of bras. I was like, that seems like a lot. Are there 90 breast sizes? I guess there are. I only know 4 breast sizes. I know tiny, medium, huge, and yucky. Those are the 4 breast sizes. There's probably more than that, but less than 90, right? I don't mean to be offensive. Penises, same 4 sizes. Those are the dick sizes also. There's like, that's too small, that's regular, that's huge. What's going on with your dick, sir? Are you all right? That looks painful. Is that swollen? Sex is fun. I like breasts and sex. I look smart. I look like I'm gonna have like intellectual stuff. I'm a moron. Sorry. I feel like I have like glasses. I'm like, And I'm like, what's up with tits? And there's plenty of shit jokes coming also. I thought about naming the special Shit, Dick, and Tits, but I feel like the algorithm wouldn't go for it. I like all those things. I don't watch porn though, which nobody believes, ever. No, you're saying no right off the bat. It's very hurtful. I tell people, like, I don't really watch porn. They're like, no, you do. And I'm like, all right. I was telling my buddy, he's like a religious guy. He's like a spiritual fellow. I like to think of him like as a good guy. So I was like, I don't really watch porn. He was like, that's stupid. I'll send you some shit. And I was like, oh, that's okay. That's not what I was going for. It's not because they don't have like a moral reason, by the way. I'm not better than you. Like, I'm a piece of shit. They don't have what I'm looking for in porn. Like, my friend was like, they have literally anything you can imagine. And I was like, they actually don't. You know why? Because I can imagine myself having sex. That's what I'm into. That's my thing. I like me having sex. That's my fetish. And there's no porn with me in it. You can search all day. You're not going to find any Joe List porn. You type in Joe List has sex with a cast of friends, nothing comes up. But look at this. I can just imagine it. I'm blowing Chandler right now. I can do whatever I want. Occasionally what I'll do, I'll try to find a porn that has a guy in it who looks like me to kind of like root for. You know what I mean? Like a video game where you create your own character. It's hard to do, though. There's not a lot of guys that look like me in porn. There are, but it's not going great for them. If you see a guy that looks like me in porn, he's tied up and someone's fucking his wife right in front of him. That's the look. That's my porn look. I'm like, hey, that guy looks like me. I hit play, and he's like, honey, no! They're putting lipstick on him and a shoe in his asshole, and I'm like, hey, what the hell? Get that off of me. I don't like that. I have a wife too, and we have sex, which is nice. We have like a healthy sex life, so that's like another reason I don't need porn. But we have sex a lot. I like a little dirty talk during sex, because we've been together for like 10 years, so I like a little dirty talk. But she's not great at it. She's good, but what she does, she throws out too much dirty talk at once. Have you ever had that with a partner? We're having sex. She's like, yeah, you're so good. I'm all wet. You got great penmanship. Your dad loves you. And I'm like, all right, all right, all right. I'm like, just do one of the ones I gave you. Don't read the whole list. Those are suggestions, not a script. Just pick one and riff on it. I always want to have sex, but sometimes my wife doesn't want to, which is fair, of course, but I don't like the rejection. So what I do, this is a good move. I don't know if you guys do this. I'll ask, and if she says no, I pretend I was kidding. Do you guys do that ever? It's like a pretty good move. I'm like, we should have sex. She's like, I don't feel like it. I'm like, well, not now. What? You thought I meant right now? That's hilarious. You thought right now, in the middle of the afternoon, I wanted to have an orgasm inside your body? You're wacky. I was thinking later. What do you think, like 6, 7 minutes? Because I'm pretty... I don't have kids. My wife and I, we thought about having kids during the pandemic, but then the pandemic sort of ended, and we were like, no, that's stupid. Let's not do that. Did anybody... We were at home, we were like, wouldn't it be fun if we had a kid running around, but then restaurants open? We were like, we'll just go out to eat. That seems a little easier. Save a few bucks. Here's the thing, if you're gonna have a kid, I feel like you gotta have like missionary sex, just like regular I love you sex. Because I like to get a little nasty in bed. You don't want to get too nasty, and then you have a kid, and anytime you look at your kid, you're like, ah, shit, that was crazy. That was weird. Is that how it works? I don't know. I just picture like, look at our son running all over the football field. Remember that night you stuck your middle finger in my asshole? That was insane. That was... Look at our beautiful daughter graduating from high school. Remember that night you punched me in the face, you called me a homo because that's what I needed to have an orgasm? Because we had been together for way too long when we decided to finally have children. That was really something else. My wife is sweet. Sometimes I feel like she doesn't even know me, though. I was on the road recently, and I couldn't sleep because I had anxiety. So I called her at home, and I was like, I'm having trouble sleeping. And she's so sweet. She was like, have you tried masturbating? I was like, that is adorable that you thought that I hadn't thought to masturbate. I'm like, no, I thought of masturbating. I thought of masturbating way before I thought of calling you. That was several activities ago. And I don't mean that offensively. That's the first thing I think of when anything goes wrong. We lose power in my house. I'm like, let me masturbate real quick. I feel like that might spring something loose. I lose my phone. My friend's like, want me to call it? I'm like, let me jerk off. I think that I might remember. I think my wife's attracted to me. It's hard to say. I do mixed martial arts, MMA. Anybody doing that? No? I'll fucking kill everybody in here. Beat the shit out of you guys. If I wanted to. You seem very nice, but... I do MMA. My wife loves it. She's like turned on. First of all, I thought I was going to learn like hand-to-hand combat. I learned dick to butt choking, and that's cool too, but I wanted to learn self-defense. I learned I'm attracted to men, and those are both good things to learn. My friend was like, you should do MMA. Find out what you're capable of. I am capable of maintaining an erection while a guy strangles me from behind. How would I have known that otherwise? You know what I mean? You've got to step out of your comfort zone occasionally. I'm kidding a little bit, but it does feel oddly sexual, the sport. I show up, I take my shoes off, I give my buddy $50, we roll around. I'm like, this feels a little fetishy. He's like, we gotta work on your mount today. Get over here and mount me. I'm like, all right. I feel like I'm getting duped, but my wife loves it though. She's like turned on. She's like, oh my God, you're fighting. That's so cool. I'm like, yeah. She's like, that's hot. I'm like, you got that right. She's never seen me do it though. I can't ever let her see me do it. That's the issue. I think she thinks I'm like standing there fighting a guy. In reality, I'm just laying on the ground. A guy's pulling my arm and I'm like, okay, ow, oh shit. I don't picture my wife watching that and being like, ooh, look at the way he quits right away. I love the way my husband gives up immediately when a smaller man gets his arm. You can just tap. That's the best part of the sport. You tap the other person. They have to stop legally. They win, but you don't die. Sort of a win-win. I think we should have that socially, you know? You're at like a party or a bar, and someone's telling you a shitty story, and you're like, you know what? I think I'm done with this, actually. And you tap on the forehead. And then you're like, no, you won. That was great. And your friends are like, why'd you tap so early? You're like, I was going to kill myself. I kept listening to that piece of shit story, so I had to get out of there. I want to be tough. That's why I do MMA. I want to be like a guy that's like secretly tough. You know what I mean? That like looks like me, you know, but like can kick ass. You ever see those guys? Like you're at a party and someone's like, you see that guy over there? You can't tell by looking at him, but that guy could kill you, you know? And then I'm just like, I want to be one of those guys. I'm more a guy like this. I'm like at a party and people are like, you can't tell by like looking at that guy? But that guy is very good at softball. You would really be impressed. That joke never works, but I just want you guys to know that I'm very good at softball. I think that's important. I know I don't have a tough look, because my first day at MMA, we went over striking. That's like punching and kicking. You pussies probably aren't familiar with this kind of shit, but we went over striking. My instructor said, when you throw a punch, you want to turn your wrist like you're pouring tea. And I was like, I feel like you don't say that to everybody. Somehow, I'm pretty sure he just looked at me and was like, you've probably poured tea? Is that something you've done? I was like, hell yeah, you shitting me? I love tea. That's like my favorite beverage. My first punch was terrible. I had my pinky out and my elbow flared. I've never seen one fight. The guy's like, you want some chamomile, bitch, huh? How about some jasmine? You know? Every time we spar, I say, you're in steep trouble, and I laugh, and he gets mad. It's pretty cute. He's like, you gotta stop doing that. I'm like, well, whatever, you brought up the tea thing. I'm just trying to have a nice time here. I want to be tough. I started doing MMA. I got inspired. I was watching Larry Nassar. You guys remember Larry Nassar? He was like the serial child molester. This is not going to be a pro Larry Nassar take. I don't want to... I'm not going to be like, that guy was all right. No, he sucks. He's in jail now. He was like the gymnastics guy. He's in jail. But remember at the trial, there was like a big trial for him, and it was on the news. And during the trial, one of the victims, her father, stood up, and he said, Your Honor, can I have 5 minutes alone with this demon? You guys remember that, right? That guy was going to beat the shit out of Larry Nassar. The judge said, no, you're not allowed to do that. The judge was like, you may not. But the dad didn't give up. He said, how about 1 minute alone? He tried negotiating. That was the best part. Like the judge was going to be like, all right, 1 minute, come on up here. Get these tables out of here. He asked twice. Come on, hit the clock. Get him. He said no again. That's not part of the judicial system, unfortunately, but it inspired me because I was like, I want to be like this dad. And I'm not a dad at all, but I was like, I want to be like that guy, taking matters into his own hands. He's going to beat the shit out of Larry Nassar. I was like, I got to learn how to fight, though, because I don't know how to fight. I couldn't do that. If I was in his position, and I was like, can I get 5 minutes alone with this piece of shit? And the judge was like, you got it. I'd have to be like, wait, what? Oh, shit. I just wanted to impress my wife. I don't want to fight the guy. Because you can't lose that fight. You can't be like, let me get 5 minutes alone with this son of a bitch and come out 5 minutes later with 2 black eyes and a bloody nose crying. And be like, Your Honor, can I get 3 more minutes and 2 friends? Is that possible? How about 1 minute and a weapon? I want to teach this son of an onion a lesson. I think if you have kids, you got to be able to fight a little bit. Don't you think? Protect your kids, you know? Yeah, you're saying yes, right? I remember one time when I was a little kid, my next door neighbor, he was my age. We were like 7 or 8 years old or whatever. And then there was like a neighborhood bully, and he beat up my neighbor. And the kid that got beat up, he was all beat up and shit. And then his dad came home, and the dad was so upset that his son had been beat up, he went and confronted the bully's dad. And then the bully's dad beat the shit out of this kid's dad. Like father and son beat up on the same day. Brutal. I felt so bad for both of them. I felt really bad, though, for the mother/wife. Because she had to come home and her husband and son have, like, ice packs on their heads. And she's like, what the hell happened? They're like, no time to explain. We need you to fuck up Mrs. Reynolds right now. Come on, Mom. This family is dominating us, Mom. We need you. Kick off those heels and kick some ass, goddammit. I do like kids. I have nieces and nephews, and they're really fun. I like them. They call me Funkle Joe, and it's really sweet. It's adorable. Not even like as a joke. They're like really earnest. Like, hey, Funkle Joe, what did you have to eat today? And I kill too with them. You guys are laughing with these kids. I pull my thumbs off, and I'm like, whoa, it's killing. Sometimes I pretend to walk downstairs when there's not stairs there. I'll be like, I'm going downstairs. It's better if there's a couch. You guys aren't seeing the full effect. I did it recently. I'm getting old, though. I did it recently, and I fell down the stairs. I was like, uh-oh, I'm going down. Go! Fuck! And my knee gave out. My nephew didn't even get it. He's like, Uncle Joe's drinking again. I'm like, shut up and get help, you piece of shit. They're fun. Here's some kid advice. I don't have a kid, but here's some advice from someone without a kid. You can't hit your kids anymore. People get very upset if you hit your kids. But you know what you can do? You can throw your kids into a swimming pool as hard as you possibly can. Nobody says shit. I know that because I was at a hotel pool recently, and this little kid went up to his dad. He was like, Dad, throw me in the pool. And the dad was like, you got it, son. And then the dad's whole face changed. He grabbed his son by one wrist. He was like, ah! He just whipped him. The kid was like, ah! He almost cleared the pool. And I had to step in. I'm a good guy. I like kids. I had to be like, hey, sir, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you get low, you might be able to skip him. Kind of just shoot him right across there. It's worth trying. I was in a hotel pool recently, and as I was in that story, so I guess twice recently. A lot. I was in hotel pools every week. Every once in a while, I'll be the only guy in the hotel pool. Have you guys ever had that happen? You probably have like families and shit or whatever, but it's the best. You're in like a hotel pool. It's a huge pool. You feel like a millionaire. It's exciting. I splash around and shit. I'm like, Frederick, bring me my pool toys. Just to have fun, you know. But I was in the hotel, and then somebody else came in, which is always a weird moment where you're in the hotel pool alone, and then somebody else walks in, and you're like, excuse me, can I help you? Hello? Oh, this is public. Okay, gotcha. But a lady walked in, she had a kid with her, like whatever age this is, like you carry it like this, and it says shit. I guess 2 or 3 or whatever. And then she got in the pool with the kid, and then the kid looked at me, and then she looked at her mother, and she said, I don't like that man. One of the most hurtful experiences of my life. Because I wasn't like splashing her or giving the finger. It was just my face. And she was like, nah, I don't like that. And I want to be like, I don't like you. How about that? Nobody like 6 people like you, and they're obligated to. I got 70,000 Twitter followers, you dumb bitch. How do you like that? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see you sell out the Village Underground with a giant sign that you paid for with your own money. Also, you don't need a pool. You're like a foot tall. Go take a bath, you asshole. What are you doing down here? This is for adults. I didn't say any of that, of course. I put my head down and just left. She bullied me out of the pool. They should have, you know what they should have is like the hotel room should have like a monitor that lets you know who's in the pool. You can't have that. I just realized people would be jerking off to the monitor. As I said it, I was like, that's no good. Women could never swim again. But they should have like a color-coded system. Because sometimes you go down to the pool, and I'm traveling by myself a lot, so I'll go down there. I went down recently, there was like a bachelor party in the pool. I'm like, I don't want to swim with these bros. They're gonna like hold my head underwater and piss on me or something. So I gotta like leave, but pretend I didn't want to swim. I'm like, do you guys know where the business center is? I have a towel and orange shorts on. I'm like, you guys, I gotta check my email. That's why I came down here with flip-flops on. I do like kids. I was, though, sometimes it gets weird with like other people's kids. I was on the subway recently, and it was like, it's getting crowded again, and it was really crowded, and we were all piling on. There was a little kid next to me, and he kept stepping on my foot, like 3 or 4 times. He stepped on my foot, and finally, after like 4 times, I said, "Excuse me, little buddy, you're stepping on my shoe." And then his mother went, "He's a kid." And I was like, yes, I know that. That's why I said, "Excuse me, little buddy." And not, "Hey, get the fuck off my shoe, asshole." I feel like I was handling that as though he was a little kid. Was that not? Oh, he's a little kid. I didn't realize that. Get on both feet. I'll walk you down the steps. I thought he was a drunken little person trying to fight me. That's why I got so aggressive. I almost choked him out. I'm so happy you stepped in. I hated that kid and his mother. I hated both of them. I don't want to be one of these guys that gets older and is like, back in my day or whatever, but when I was a kid, if I stepped on a guy's foot and the guy yelled at me, my mother would have been like, "Do you want to hit my son? Go ahead and hit my child. Take his shoes." I was on the subway recently. There was a lady sitting across from me, and we were just like minding our own business, and she pulled a Reese's peanut butter cup out of her bag, and then she started opening it, and then right as she finished opening it, she fumbled it, and she dropped it on the floor of the subway. Now, don't jump ahead, everybody. She didn't need it. She picked it up, and she went like this. She went, "Oh." And then she threw it back in her bag, and she went, and then she looked right at me, and she went like this. And I was like, "I'm sorry, are you doing that for me? I don't know why." You can just eat that. I don't care if you eat that. I don't know why we're making eye contact. I'm not comfortable. But she kept doing that. She was like... Then we got to the next stop, and she got off the train. I kept an eye on her because I was fascinated by this lady. So I watched her. She got off the train, and I watched her get right back on the same train, but one car up. And right away, I was like, I think I know what's going on here. And I kind of watched it through the little window, and sure enough, she just pulled it back out, and she just ate it on that. Which I loved. I was like, good for you. Enjoy yourself. Find a new crowd. They don't know. I like that lady. I like that lady because that lady is me. I'm the woman in this story. I just wanted to kind of feel you guys out to see how you'd respond. Some of you judge me. You can't take it back, but many of you support it, and I appreciate it. First of all, I blew it off. I'm not an animal. I gave it a good, and I brushed it. You can eat food off the ground. You guys know that. Nobody's ever died that way. No one's ever been like, my nephew passed away. And you're like, what? How? He dropped the Three Musketeers bar on the floor. He picked it up and ate it. Blood shot out of his eyes and ears. He shit his pants and died. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. We should have bought a Dyson. We had a goddamn Dirt Devil. Sucked. I was at a lot of times comedy is very isolated. Like I said, I'm always in hotel pools by myself. It's a very isolating profession. I was at the Mall of America a couple of years ago, and they have a roller coaster at the Mall of America. Now, I wanted to ride the roller coaster. I'm a fun guy. You guys can see that, obviously. I wanted to ride the roller coaster, but I was by myself. I feel like a weirdo. I'm like, I don't want to ride a roller coaster alone. But then I was like, whatever. That's just my anxiety. Get in the way of a good time. So I said, you know what? I'll have one ticket for the roller coaster. Now, the roller coaster seats 4 across. So when you're by yourself, they put you in the group of 3. And my group of 3 was like 3 10-year-old boys. They're like, you're with these kids. And right away, I'm like, I don't want to sit with somebody's children. I feel like a weirdo alone. Now I feel like a real weirdo with somebody's kids. But I had to go through with it. You can't back out in that moment. You can't be like, oh, I can't sit with kids. Never mind. Forget it. Sorry. You know what I mean? That's like a red flag. They're going to be like, what's up with this guy? Why can't he sit with children? So I had to be like, sure. You can't go too big either, by the way. You can't be like, yeah. Woo. You gotta split the difference. Yes, I would love to. So then I sat with the kids, and you've been on a roller coaster. They're like right next to you. Like our legs are touching. We're like right here, and I'm like, should I say hello? Should I be like, hey, what's up, guys? All right. Or is that like a stranger danger? I don't want to freak them out. But then it also feels psychotic to just stare straight ahead. So once again, I had to split the difference. So I kissed the cutest one on the lips. Gave him a little split. Nothing serious, just soft, let him know I'm a good guy, you know. It was weird because the cutest one wasn't next to me. There was like a piece of shit next to me. I had to lean across him. He got jealous. That part's a joke. I gotta make it clear that I did not kiss a child. But the story really happened. I really did ride a roller coaster with 3 kids at the Mall of America. And then there was a lady over here. She started waving like this. Now I'm an idiot. You guys are probably like, oh, I bet she's like the mother of one of these kids. That is correct. I'm a dipshit. I thought she was a fan, so I started waving by. I was like, hey, I'm just like you. And I was like, oh, that's your child. Oh, well, that's your kid. Okay, I see. That's why you're both horrified. I got you. My bad. I had to ride the roller coaster. I rode the roller coaster. I didn't even enjoy it because I was so anxious. When I get off the roller coaster, they try to sell you a photo. They take a photo of you on the roller coaster. They try to sell it to you. Would you like to buy a photo of your experience? I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to pass on the photo. Feels a little inappropriate. If I'm like, yeah. Let me get an 8x10 of me and the boys. Do you have any wallet sizes? I want to remember these children forever. I want to remember these kids I met a few minutes ago for a long time. I didn't buy the photo, but they got in line. They had a great time, so they bought the photo. I'm not joking. This is a true story. Right now, there's a photo of me and 3 children somewhere in America. It sort of motivates me professionally. Like, I think it'd be fun if someday my career just explodes. I don't know if it's tonight, but someday my career just takes off and that family's at home watching a movie and they're like, is that the fucking guy from the roller coaster? What? Ma! That lonely nerd from the mall. He didn't kill himself. He's talking to Tom Hanks right now. Look at this. I think that would be fun, right? Oh, God, you scared me. I thought you were coming at me. I thought you were the father. Holy shit. I just saw a movement. You were like in a fucking form tackle. I was like, oh, my God. That'd be a great ending. You just smash me into the sign. I'm like, whoa. That fucking ending ruled. Anyways. Oh, my throat's killing me. I got reflux. Rooney. You guys like that? That was a Ferris Bueller reference. Leave that in. Anytime anyone clears their throat. Rooney. I'd like to have a word with you, by God. It's a great film. Anyways. I have acid reflux. I had to get an endoscopy. Do you guys ever get one of those? Those are fun. That's when they put you to sleep for a few minutes, then they put a camera down your throat and into your stomach, and they look around to see if you have $3,000 that they can take. It's pretty cool. It's a fun procedure. I had to get an endoscopy, and the doctor, he's like, we're going to put you to sleep for a little bit. He's like, we're going to use propofol. And I said, okay. And he said, don't get nervous. I know propofol has a bad reputation. And I was like, I don't know anything about propofol. What? Not with me, it doesn't. And he was like, oh, it's the drug that killed Michael Jackson. It's like, nice. Do me a big favor. Give me a little less than you gave Michael Jackson, if you don't mind. I would love to sleep for a shorter period of time than MJ. And here's just a little tip. You don't have to tell people you killed someone with the drug you're about to give them. I don't know. Maybe you do. I don't know. He said, it's a great drug. He goes, it'll put you to sleep in less than 10 seconds. You'll wake up, you'll feel buzzed for about a half hour. After that, you'll feel completely refreshed. And I was like, are you trying to sell me propofol right now? Sounds unbelievable. They don't sell it. You got to steal it. But it's a great drug. He gave it to me. Went right to sleep, woke up, felt buzzed, little free lapse, exciting. And the doctor came over. He brought me photos of the inside of my body. He's like, these are for your records. And I was like, I don't have records. I'm a regular person. I thought you kept the records. I don't even have a cabinet. I don't know what I'm going to do with these. I don't need these. Have you seen photos of the inside of your body? They look like wet vaginas. Every single photo looks like a wet vagina. So much so, I don't even think he looked inside my body. I think he knocked me out, Google imaged wet vaginas, printed the results, handed them to me, went in the back and laughed his ass off for about a half an hour. And the nurse is like, did you give him vagina photos? He's like, I did. It was hilarious. One of them had a full bush. He thinks there's a goddamn bush on his esophagus. He's a moron. We got his dough. I got a haircut recently for the big show, right? It's looking okay, right? I got a haircut. It was like a fancy place, too. It was in the Village here, because it doesn't matter why. I had a few extra bucks and some time to kill, so I went to a nice place. In the middle of my haircut, the lady said, do you want me to do your eyebrows? And she said it like that, in a way that I had to be like, I guess so. Like she was like, do you want me to do your dumb, shitty, ugly eyebrows? That's what I heard. And I was like, yeah, I guess do my eyebrows. And I know I have long eyebrow hairs, because every once in a while, I'll get something in my eye, and I look in the mirror, and it's like friendly fire. Like it's an eyebrow hair that's dangled in. And so I was like, yeah, do my eyebrow. I thought she was going to use like scissors, though, like a couple snips, you know, but she used like electronic clippers and did a full boom, like all the way across. And I wasn't wearing my glasses, so I couldn't see my eyebrows. For like a full 5 minutes, I was like, I think this bitch just shaved my eyebrows off my goddamn face. I went through a range of emotion. At first I was pissed, because I'm an eyebrow kind of guy. I like eyebrows. But then I got mad at myself, because I was like, well, she did ask. I'm just an idiot who doesn't know what do your eyebrows means. This must be what the young whippersnappers are out here doing, cutting their eyebrows off. And then I got excited. I was like, maybe I'll be a guy that paints his eyebrows on. That might be fun. I'll go like triangle devil, fucking, you know? But I still have them. I put my glasses on. They're still there, looking nice. I did a little eyebrow research for this joke. Did you guys know this? I thought we had eyebrows to keep, like, to protect our eyes. Did you guys think that? To keep, like, sweat going in? Yeah, well, evidently we're idiots. That's not why. They think we have eyebrows for non-verbal communication. That's why we have eyebrows. So we have eyebrows just so you can be like, hey, you want to, They're for getting laid, evidently. I had no idea. And then you ladies can be like... And then we're like... That's the only communicative hair, really. I mean, pubic hair you can communicate with, but that's not what it's for. We've all done that, though, before. When you hook up with someone for the first time, and you got like a big full bush, you're kind of communicating. I did not see this happening. I thought we were friends. I don't know. This will look better next time you see me. My apologies. Anyways, so I don't have kids, but here's another reason to not have kids. I think that, like, you can mess your kid up. That's like a bummer. You know what I mean? Like, as hard as you try, your kids still end up, like, messy. Like, my parents are great parents. They're still together. They said I love you a couple times. They hit me twice, hugged me twice. You know what I mean? Good balance. That was supposed to be funny. I thought you guys got sad there. But still, I'm a mess. I have like OCD, anxiety, alcoholism, herpes. That one's probably on me, but I just throw it out there. You know what I mean? Why not? But I got trauma, you know? Nothing too serious. I'm not going to make it weird in here, but like one time when I was a kid, this hurt me. I was a little kid. I went with my dad to pick up pizza. We ordered pizzas, and I was like, I'll go with you to pick it up. And then we picked up the pizza, and he just forgot about me. He left me in the pizza place. Yeah, some of you are laughing, and some of you are gasping. Both fine. However you handle it. I looked up. It was scary. I looked up. He was like pulling away. I had to run out there like an action movie. And it was like, no! And I banged on the window. He was startled. He's like, oh shit, sorry. It hurt. The worst part was the pizza was in the passenger seat. That's what hurt. He had to unbuckle the pizza and be like, oh my God, I knew something was there that I loved. Something warm. I had to sit there crying in the pizza heat, you know, my asshole all warm. I got over it because there was pizza, but you know, to this day I can't use seat warmers in the winter. My friend's like, you want a little heat? I'm like, no, don't touch it. I'll shit my pants and start crying. You don't want me to, no heat. I brought it up to him recently. I was like, remember that time you left me in the pizza parking lot? And he was like, tell it to the therapist. And I was like, no, I did. He said I should confront you. That's why I'm bringing it up right now. A lot of trauma. I've revisited. Recently, my wife and I, during the pandemic, we just watched a lot of movies. I rewatched Dirty Dancing. That's a great movie, right? Everybody remembers that one? So you're shrugging, didn't care for it? You don't like it? Or you don't know it, or you don't like it? You've never seen it? Oh, you gotta check it out. It's a hell of a picture. But, yeah, maybe you'll enjoy the joke anyways. My wife and I, we watched. It's a very sexy movie. If you didn't see it, it's very sexy. You'll love it. It's very hot. There's one scene, Patrick Swayze, he's in there, very hot guy. And at one point, I don't know if you remember this. You don't remember this, but some of you might remember this. He locks his keys in the car by accident, and then it's raining. You remember? Yeah, it's raining. See, she's getting like hot and bothered over here. It's raining, and so he kicks a fence post out of the ground. By the way, you see that MMA training? Did anybody see how I kind of kicks a fence post out of the ground. He smashes the window of his own car, and then he reaches in and he unlocks the door, and he's all wet. And that's a sexy scene. I know that because the first time I saw it, I was 8, and my mother went, And I remember thinking, something just happened to Mom, and I don't like it. I don't know what's going on, but I'm uncomfortable now. And then I realized only years later, my mother got vocally horny next to 8-year-old me. Like she was like, yeah, fucking Swayze cock. Yeah. And I felt bad because my dad's sitting there, and he's like, I've never heard you make that noise. And I'm like, I've never heard anybody make this noise. Can we clean it up? I felt bad for my dad, because now my dad knows my mother's into Patrick Swayze. And I don't know if you guys can tell by looking at me. My dad does not look like Patrick Swayze. I got more of a Steve Buscemi dad, you know? Still very nice, but... I felt bad. I wanted to hook my dad up, so a couple of years later, I locked the keys in the car on purpose. I was like, oh shit, Dad. Better get those keys out, huh, Pop? And he was like, I'll call AAA. And I was like, God damn it, Dad. Smash that son of a bitch. My dad, he was sweet, but he didn't know what was going on. He brought Point Break home a few years later. Remember that movie? That was Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves. You see that one? No? God damn you. It's a hell of a film. He's like, I thought we'd watch this as a family. I'm like, there's no chance in hell I'm watching this movie with Mom in the room. I'll tell you that. You kidding me? We're all going to be surfing when Mom's squirting all over the goddamn living room. Watching Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves in wetsuits. She can watch that alone. That's Deb time. How about Forrest Gump? You see Forrest Gump? Where'd you go? You saw that one, right? I love that movie. Some people hate it. I love it. Best Picture, 94. Fantastic, if you ask me. I got beef, though. I rewatched it. Movies get different as you watch them, like, later in life. And I got beef with one of the characters. Mrs. Gump, specifically, played wonderfully by Sally Field, who's Tom Hanks' mother in that movie, and a love interest in a movie 4 years earlier. So, little movie magic. This is my issue. Remember the scene where Forrest Gump, he graduates from the University of Alabama. Somehow. We're not sure how exactly. It's a little iffy. Early on in the film, he's too dumb to get into kindergarten. Later, he graduates from the University of Alabama. He couldn't get into kindergarten. His mother had to bang the principal. That's how he got in. This was pre-Me Too movement. That was a fair exchange back in the day. He gets into the public school system. plays football, graduates University of Alabama. And then at graduation, remember this? He graduates, and a guy in an army uniform walks up, and he hands him a pamphlet, and he says, have you given any thought to your future? And Forrest says, thought? Because he doesn't know what thoughts are. He's confused. And then it just cuts to Forrest. He's on the bus. He's joined the army. And there's a drill instructor like, get your bitch ass on the army bus, you pussy, or whatever. And Forrest is like, oh my God, I think I made a big mistake. And this is where I have an issue with Mrs. Gump. I really feel like she should have stepped in and looked out for her son. If you didn't see the movie, he's in grave danger. He's going directly to Vietnam. It's 1968. And here's what I think. I think Mrs. Gump wanted to get rid of Forrest. That's the argument I'm presenting. I think she was like, I'm tired of paying for leg braces and banging all these principals. That's a great idea. Go to Vietnam, see what you can do over there. Because he wasn't going to get drafted. He was safe. He was draft exempt for a few reasons. One, he was a college graduate. Two, he was his mother's only son. And three, he was retarded. So I feel like he was safe. Then he came home 2 years later. He's like, I'm home, Mama. She's like, you gotta be shitting me. Are you serious? Oh, God damn it. Oh, I thought I took care of this. That's great. He's like, how's Bubba? He died. He died? Oh. Sorry. I'm from the 90s. I apologize. You guys are so great. I feel like I can be, right? Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Let me see in my head here. I got that one. Oh, yeah. I got a bug. Yeah, I remember now. It's down to cell phones and shits. You guys aren't looking at your phone. They take your phone here, though, right? They're all wrapped up. That makes it easier to not look at your phone. Now I'm triggering everybody in the room, though. You guys are all like, oh, shit, I wonder what's going on in my phone. Very hard not to look at your phone. We're all addicted, right? It's hard. Some comedians get mad if they see someone in the audience look at their phone. They'll be like, hey, get off your phone, you son of a whatever. I just get jealous. I'm like, shit, I wish I was looking at my phone. That is better. That is better than all of my thoughts. I'm trying to not look at my phone anymore. I read a book called How to Break Up With Your Phone by my friend Catherine Price. Anybody read that book? Nobody read it. Great. I highly recommend it. It's great. I mean, I'm still addicted to my phone, but it was a fun read. One tip in there, it said, write down waste of time on a piece of paper, take a photo of the piece of paper, make that photo the background picture of your phone, so when you open your phone, it says waste of time. And that activity is a waste of time, because it doesn't work at all. I opened my phone, I was like, oh, I remember doing that. That was crazy. And then I looked at my phone for about 3.5 hours. Never worked once, but I had a good time doing it. Another thing the book recommends is an app called the Moment app. And the Moment app tells you how many times you picked up your phone that day. It's a good app. Yeah, you have it. It's nice. It's supposed to help you quit. It doesn't help you quit, though. It just makes you want to kill yourself. That's all it really does. I'm like, wow, 178. I'm a piece of shit. I used to drink a lot. If I had an app that was like, you drank 17 Captain Cokes today, I wouldn't quit. I'd be like, you're goddamn right I did. And then I'd flip over a table and try to have sex with a really heavy woman. You know what I mean? It's not going to help me. I came up with an idea for my own app. I take a little bit of that, but then there's repercussions. It tells you how many times you picked up your phone, but there's some repercussions. You pick up your phone 50 times in one day, we send a picture of your dick to your mother. That's like a... That would be a good app. You're like, holy shit, I'm at 48. I can't sexually harass my mother. Let me put this goddamn thing away until tomorrow. But then a half hour later, you're like, I got a pretty good tweak on. Let me just double check. She's seen it before. She'll be fine. She probably won't recognize it. It's been a few months. Years. Shit. Oh, God. I'm trying not to look at my phone, but it's hard. Because once again, comedy, very isolating. I'm traveling by myself all the time. At this point, in our society, if you're by yourself in public, you should be required to look at your phone. Because otherwise you're just... You're making everyone uncomfortable. I was on the subway the other day. Every single person's looking at their phone, except one guy just looking out the window. I told a cop, I'm like, you might want to keep an eye on that son of a bitch over there. You seeing this? This guy's looking at trees and smiling. I was at a restaurant. I'm trying to look at my phone, so I was like, I'm not going to look at my phone. So I'm just sitting there. like a lunatic, and then they sat two people like right next to me, two old ladies, and they start talking, and so naturally I just start listening to their conversation, which is just social media, basically. It's just two strangers talking, and I'm like, interesting, that's not what I think. And then at one point, the lady was like, my son's having a baby, and then we just kind of caught each other's eye for a moment, and I gave her a literal thumbs up. I gave her the glasses emoji and a thumbs up, and I was like, we're living in a goddamn matrix, I think. Anyways, time for the shit jokes. Oh, thanks. My wife and I, we share a small apartment during the pandemic, and like, you know, you gotta go to the bathroom, right? Of course. But you don't want your like partner to hear you shitting. That's no good. Right? Yes. So I would always do this. Do you guys do this? Maybe you have like houses. We have a small apartment. I would say, I gotta use the bathroom. Don't listen. Do you guys ever do that? I say don't listen. And then I remember my wife doesn't listen when I'm talking, so I don't know why I'm worried about her listening to me shit. Like, I tell my wife my best story. She's just scrolling Instagram. She's like, oh, that's great. I like the idea that I'm like, I'm gonna take a shit. She's like, let me put my phone down for this. I wanna get... Like, I'm like, don't listen. Like, she's like, please. You don't want your partner to hear you shitting, but some people I do want to hear shit. Like, sometimes I don't have health insurance because I'm an American, right? And I have a bad diet. I'm always afraid I'm dying. So that's like my health insurance. I'll overhear somebody shitting and I think, oh, I'm fine. Have you guys ever had that? You're in like a public restroom, you just hear like, oh. And you're like, I'm good for a while. I don't make that noise when I'm shitting. I got a few years before I need to see a doctor. Sometimes I'll thank them. I'm like, hey, I appreciate that, sir. I hope you feel better. Thanks for your service. Every once in a while, you hear someone shit so badly that I'll wash my hands for like a half hour because I'm like, I need to get a look at this guy's face. I don't know. Do you guys not do that? It's like a game of chicken. He knows I'm out there, but I'm like, I don't have a job, sir. I'll sleep in here. I'm going to put a face to that noise. Then he comes out and I'm like, I knew you were going to look like that. Somehow I knew what you looked like. I could tell. The problem with public restrooms, the stall door never fits perfectly, right? When you go into a bathroom, like here, these ones are good, but the stall door, it's never like flush. There's always like a seam there. It's like and sometimes it's like way too wide. Like you ever sit down, you're like, why can I see both that guy's shoulders right now? Usually it's like a sliver, like a shirt color. And then you sit down, you're like, I can see an entire human. Hi. I had one recently. I don't know how wide it was exactly, but I know this. It was wider than a child's eyeball. And the reason I know that is because I was in the bathroom and a kid walked right up to me and just looked right through. There was space on either side. Have you guys ever made direct eye contact with a strange child while you were shitting? Probably not, right? I just kept staring because I don't want to let him alpha male me. I just kept... Eventually he broke the silence. He went, Dad! It's like, does he think I'm his dad? Or does he want his dad to see how I shit? Like, is he like, Dad? It's good to be back. This is fun. I miss traveling around doing comedy. My last gig before the shutdown, I was in Plano, Texas. That was like my last gig. And I went to the airport. I got a ride to the airport in a cab. And the cab driver was making small talk with me. Now, I hate making small talk with a cab driver because I feel like I have to agree with whatever he says. I feel that way anyway, but especially in a cab because they have your life in their hands. Like, I'm always afraid of being like, that doesn't really make sense. And he'll be like, well, maybe this will make sense, you fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? Do you guys say that? So I disagree with whatever he said. We pulled in the airport, huge airport, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, second biggest airport in America. We pulled in, and I said, this airport is huge. I'm very good at small talk. That's one of my skills. And then he said, oh yeah, this airport right here, bigger than the state of Maine. He tossed that out there. Now, many of you are laughing. Some of you are not laughing. Let me just help you out with this joke. He is incorrect. The state of Maine is bigger than the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. In fact, all the states are bigger than all the airports. That's how states and airports work. The states are bigger. But I went with it. I was like, wow, man, that's crazy. I wanted to be like, that's literally crazy. You seem like an unstable human being, but thinking that that could possibly be true. I even looked around. I was like, oh yeah, it's bigger than Maine over there. That was embarrassing. That's not the most embarrassing thing. I don't even like to admit this, but I got out of the cab and I Googled it. I was like, let me just do a double check real quick. You ever do that when you're talking to someone, you're like, this guy's a fucking idiot, and then you're like, I'm pretty stupid also though, so let me just make sure. So I Googled it, and I was correct. Maine is bigger than the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And I'll tell you what, guys, it is bigger by quite a bit, actually. I'll give you the numbers real quick, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm just picking on this guy. Here are the stats. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, huge airport, 27 square miles. Very big. That's very big for an airport. State of Maine, 14,583 square miles. This guy wasn't even close. He was off by the entire state of Maine, basically. He missed it by Maine. I knew he was wrong, because you can't have an airport the size of Maine. That would be too big for an airport. You get dropped off at your terminal, you're like, shoot, I got dropped at the wrong terminal. How do I get to Terminal B? Oh, it's a 9-hour shuttle. You're going to have to take a bus. 9 hours. You might miss your flight. Fortunately, we do have a flight that goes from Terminal A to Terminal B. That's a 30-minute flight, if you want to grab that. You have time. It's delayed. It ran out of fuel because it was taxiing on the runway, and the runway is 475 miles long here. If you're unhappy about it, you can write to one of the 2 senators of the airport. We have 2 senators and 1 governor here at the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. You guys are fantastic. Thank you guys so much. I gotta go. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
for your headliners. He needs no introduction. He's the GOAT. You've seen him enough for everybody. 4th of July. Check out his new sketch with Renan. You'll never be president. It's awesome. Please give it up for Joe List, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. That was really nice. Man, if Renan heard you call that a sketch, he would kill himself. I can't wait to tell him. I won't rat you out. I'll just say, a man said, great sketch. I mean, utterly devastating. My friend Renan is fancies himself a filmmaker, and he made a short film that Rob just referred to as a sketch. And woo! Woo! That's gonna be bad. Oh, something else funny just happened. Oh, I wanted to make Matt's joke about people saying you gotta have a kid. He had that joke before I had a baby. I wanted, because I didn't want you guys to be like, oh, they're talking about Joe. Babies bring no joy, no fulfillment. Did you guys forget? That was like 1 minute ago. Did you guys get fucking Men in Blacked? I'm referencing a joke that happened 40 seconds ago. He said his friends tell him he should have a kid because of enjoyment, and then I just had a baby. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe I'm being presumptuous. Maybe you guys are like, I don't know who Matt Wayne or you are. Maybe I just came up here hot. You're like, surely you all know who I am and who Matt is. Matt's the name of the performer that was on 1 minute ago. Right here. And I have a baby. I'm sweating. I just ran over here. Did you guys know? Do you guys know what's going on? Katie Hannigan. She's a woman that was on the show earlier. She was babysitting, and we had to switch places. She's watching my baby. Did you guys know that? Did she mention that? You didn't know that. Okay, well that's what's happening. And so then, yeah. That's cute, right? It's really sweat. She fucked up too. I walked upstairs, it was just a mess. He had like puke and shit on his face, and women are dumb. I mean, what are you talking? You know what I mean? No, I'm not joking. That's a joke. You guys laughed. I got defensive before you even weren't offended. I'm kidding. Is this a funny joke? Do you guys have this at all? I haven't tried to make this a joke, but this just happened backstage where I was singing a song and then somebody corrected me on the song lyric, even though I know the song lyric, and then I was like, fuck, I'm an idiot. I've been singing it wrong the whole time, and then I looked it up and I was 100% right. Do you guys do that? Do you fold on things you know for sure immediately? I gotta think of a funny example. This is how joke writing works. I have a premise now, but the premise happened over there, so I haven't written the joke. So you guys are getting ripped off right now. But know that next time you see me, I'm gonna have a hot bit about that. Dustin Hoffman in Star Wars. That's a Seinfeld reference. What do you got? I gotta do some crowd work. Do you guys know? This is where I come. I do crowd work, and top of the charts is where I'm heading. I'm a little late on it. Everyone started doing crowd work. I was out there trying to write jokes, old school. And in that time, everybody just zipped past me. So now, I gotta catch up with the crowd work. What do you got, a bag of Dunkin' Donuts? You got one donut? Nice. Now you clip that and sold out. Call up the fucking, what's the one? Not Beacon. Everyone does Beacon. That's horseshit at this point. What's the big one? The Carnegie Hall. Call Carnegie Hall. Tell them, what do you got, a donut? I'm the donut guy. Nice. What kind of donut? Let me guess. What kind of donut? Sprinkles. There's sprinkles involved? Plain glazed. Classic. Is that right? Yep. That was going to be my first guess, and then I thought, you seem like a sprinkly guy. Because you got... They were out of sprinkles. You don't know my theory about donut? By the way, this is no longer a show. This is just... I'm with a baby all day. I gotta talk. I got no friends over there. I just got a chubby baby that stares at me and I stare back, so this is where I come. By the way, speaking of the baby and coming, the other day, the baby was napping, and I was like, well, I'll just jerk off in the other room. He's asleep. But I don't know if you've ever been near a sleeping baby. They go like, every once in a while, they go like, oh. Massive cock block. That's not cock block's not the word. That prevents you from getting laid, but massive orgasm block to just hear it. And I think it's the only time in my life I've started masturbating and been like, all right, I'll just come up with something else to do. And you're probably like, why didn't you just have headphones? But you got to be able to hear if he wakes up. I don't want to have the baby crying and I have soundproof porn headphones going. You can't come with a baby going. Yeah, I mean you can, but you should be in prison. You know, you're a piece of shit. Oh, my donut theory. This is what, and I think this might be funny. I said it on a podcast, but I ordered donuts from I was in Tacoma, and maybe I already said, maybe you've heard this if you listen to my podcast, but I was in Tacoma and I kept getting a dozen donuts for my family, for like 6 people, and then I would be like, give me 6. Actually, I would say, may I have? I hate people that say gimme. I don't actually say that. I hate these people that order with gimme. You know those people? Or let me get a. I hate let me get a. That's a real New York dog shit. Let me get a fucking burger. I know I'm doing a Boston accent, but let me get, it's Boston shit too. You say let me get a? You do? That's very New York. Are you from New York? Let me get a. Let me get a. I'm like, may I please have that thing? Thank you. Anyways, I'm better than you is my point. But when I order, I'll get 6 glazed donuts, old-fashioned, classic glazed, and then basically the other 6, I'm like, you decide what donuts we're going to throw away. Is that a funny joke? Because every other donut, people, they don't want it. You get like, give me a sprinkle with jelly and fucking jizz and some grape jam. Nobody wants it. Everyone wants a glazed donut. And I know some of you guys are like, no, I like them. Yeah, but fuck you. That's the bit. That's how the joke goes. Glazed is the best. Don't you think? You're saying no? Yeah? Krispy Kreme. But what kind of Krispy Kreme? Classic glazed. Right now, we happen to have a Krispy Kreme glazed donut in the back. I'm not kidding. You want it? You want one? Matt's on it. You're going to have I'm not kidding. In the next 20 seconds, you're going to have a classic glazed Krispy Kreme donut. This is not a prank. This is a game show. I mean, this feels like Oprah, doesn't it? Look at this. Here comes Matt Salakis. Rip the glazed donut. There you go. Oh, don't give them all of them. What are you, nuts? What the fuck? Well, this way, no one has to tell. All right, I guess we're just giving out donuts. But I want one. Take one. No, I swear to God, this is not a trick. There's no come on it or anything. There you go. You're the lucky winner. Nice. I'm happy for you. I want you to enjoy that donut. This feels like Full Metal Jacket when we watch one guy eat a donut. Did you see the film? Everyone's doing push-ups while he eats the donut. Anyways, great film. I like the second half of that film. Everybody shits on it. I feel like you guys were born in 1998, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. But you guys saw Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Nice. Stanley Kubrick.
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse. That's the song at the end. Yeah. That is not my go-to. I think Full Metal Jacket, I'm not like the Mickey Mouse movie. You know it. The one with Mickey Mouse. But yeah, definitely. Everybody, I think everyone's just like, oh, the second half sucked, but it doesn't. I'll tell you a movie with the second half sucks. Who knows what I'm thinking about? Unanimously, everybody hates the second half. Come on. Titanic? That's where everything happens. The first half is... Are you crazy? The first half is like Bill Paxton on a scooter. No, Stripes. Right? You guys have never heard of Stripes. This is crazy. Matt Wayne and Matt Salakis just fainted at the same time. All the Matts are having heart attacks. Bill Murray, you know Stripes? You guys have gray in your beard? Do you guys like the second half? It's ridiculous. They go to, like, war. All right, well, I guess I'll get to the bottom of this later. I feel bad. You can say let me get a. I feel bad. You look sad. Let me get is not that bad. Gimme's the worst. Give me a Coke. You don't say gimme. Gimme's horrible. That's a bad human being. Give me a burger and give me a Coke, and I say, I'll give you some manners. I'll give you the back of my hand. I have material. How about you ever have this, you ever have like a car that has like a recall? Like on parts? I have a Nissan Sentra, they email me like, recall, we gotta... How insane that a company's just like, we goofed. We gave you a shit flabbergaster. We fucked up. You gotta bring it in, you're gonna die. Do you know about recalls? It's completely insane. Like they just make 350,000 cars and then they email every single person. We're like, I don't know what we were doing in there. Woo. Don't ignore this. I mean, this thing's gonna fucking blow up. That's unbelievable. Has this bit been done? Have you heard anyone talk about this? Someone must have a bit about this. I always feel like a bunch of you guys have come to all the shows. It's like a neighborhood show, but I feel like I don't recognize most of you guys. You guys didn't come before? No. Yeah. You said that very sweetly. You've been here? Oh, you're a different girl. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. You guys were making out in the back. I was doing all that crowd work. I kept being like, get a room. What the fuck? Yeah, good to see you, dude. Yeah. I don't know how I didn't spot you. Where'd you meet her? No, I'm only joking. I'm just kidding. But yeah, you're very sweet. I could tell. You're like, I've never been here. It was really, really sweet. Do you guys, when you guys walk upstairs and someone's behind you, do you cover your asshole? Because you assume they're gonna jam their thumb into your asshole? That feels very much like a comedian lifestyle. Like I'm like, don't jam all your fingers in my asshole. Like I feel like when the Supreme Court judges are going in, they're not like, hey, lunch it, Ruth. I went Ruth because I can't name a second Supreme Court judge. Mayer? Is that her name? Sonia? Golden Mayer. She's just kidding. I'm aware that Golden Mayer is not a Supreme Court judge. Just making sure. Oh yeah, I told this story for a while, and I don't know, I think I'm weirding people out, but when I was in high school, I forget how I was setting this joke up, but I guess I'll just tell you the story. When I was in high school, one time I was in the locker room. I was an athlete. I was a track cross-country guy, and then one time the football coaches, the entire football coaching staff was eating pizza in the shower. Like they were just in the shower and they had a full pizza. There was like 6 grown men with pizzas and they were eating, and then I was telling my wife this story. Do you ever, I remember the premise, you ever tell a story that you think is about one thing and then the person is like, wait, what's going on here? I thought it was insane that these men were eating pizza in the shower. Because that's crazy. Like, who eats pizza in the shower? Am I right? And then my wife is like, wait, why were they showering in front of you? And I was like, because that's what they were in the locker room. They were showering after practice. And she was like, the coaches? And it was only in that moment, 25 years later, that I was like, wait, yeah, why were a group of 50-year-old men bathing in front of 14-year-old boys? But even after that moment, I was still like, but hold on, pizza in the shower? And I was like, I don't know what this means about me, but to me, it's grosser to eat pizza in a shower than it is to shower in front of a 13-year-old boy. In hindsight, that's worse. To shower in front of boys, but just shower and then eat the pizza. Like, even if the pizza comes, be like, all right, we'll just eat, and then your pizza could get wet. This is where the joke came undone, because everyone else in the crowd was like, wait, but seriously, that's fucked up. You got... Did you guys have anyone showering in front of you? No? You're older, yeah? No? What year were they like, guys, we got a couple complaints. Turns out the boys don't want the men. But that's like a different, and I'm not saying, I don't want to come off like a back in my day, like it was better, but like, it did not occur to me to go home and be like, hey, I saw some adult dick today. That didn't even cross my mind. I guess that's why, this sounds bad and I'm not condoning, I guess that's why you abuse underage people. They don't know anything bad's happening. This is not supposed to be funny. I'm just realizing, like, oh, that's why you prey on children. Not condoning, I'm just saying, I'm realizing, not me. By the way, I think they were just idiots. I'm not a victim. I just had morons on the football coaching staff. But yeah, totally straight up bunch of wet men dick as a teenager. But I think that's if you're gonna shower in front of teenagers, have a pizza. Because I was not like, oh, dicks! I was like, pepperoni with water on it. Sorry, I hope I didn't trigger anybody here. That got weird, I know. The part about the realization of that's not part of the bit. I'll never say that out loud again. Thank you guys for being such a great crowd. This is the best comedy room in the city. Did you guys come from the city? Are you guys all from Astoria? Holy shit, really? No. Where'd you guys come from? Kips Bay. Oh, Manhattan? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I was thinking I said Queens in my mind, and I was like, Kips Bay? And then I'm like, oh, I know Kips Bay. That's like 30s on the east side? Yeah. Nice. Clip that. Nice. Kips Bay. Who traveled from further than that? Where are you guys from? Tulsa. Tulsa, Oklahoma? Yeah. Oh, Nelly. Did you come? What are you doing here?
Work, and I like you, so I'm here.
I like you. All right, Bob Stoops. Or Barry Sanders.
I went to Kansas State, so it feels
Hey, all right. Manhattan.
Yeah.
And then Manhattan.
The Little Apple.
Yeah. Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
That's adorable. That's fun. Yeah, you guys are fun. You from Oklahoma too? Oh, nice. That's where my wife's from. This is my crowd work. How about that? We got Kenny Rogers, Patrick Swayze. They're cool. Who do you like better, Kenny Rogers or Patrick Swayze? That's tough for me, I gotta say. Swayze? Swayze. I'm Kenny Rogers. You said Kenny Rogers? Oh, Swayze. Roadhouse. They're remaking Roadhouse. Yeah. Gyllenhaal fucking rules. I will not hear a bad word about Gyllenhaal. I would fucking suck Gyllenhaal's cock dry or wet, whatever. Love me some Jill. You ever listen to Kenny Rogers? You've never listened to Kenny Rogers? Yeah, you got to get in there. I think you'd like him. You like Krispy Kreme donuts? I think you'd like Kenny Rogers. One of the best voices ever. Beautiful. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. Spectacular song. Anyway, where are you guys from? No, back there. They raised their hand.
Dublin, Ireland.
What the fuck? Every time we do a show, there's someone from Ireland right there. Are you kidding? This is the third show in a row, I swear to God, that someone from Ireland has been sitting right there. Well, to me, let's be honest, it was right there. But still, right, stage right, Ireland. Yeah, see? Witness. Are you from Ireland too?
Yeah. They're visiting me.
Oh. Just a bunch of hot Irish chicks here? Wow. Do you have black hair and blue eyes?
Black hair and brown eyes.
Close. You go to Ireland, every fucking woman has like jet black hair and like crystal blue eyes. It's really... I fucked up. I got married before I went to Ireland. I should have gone to Ireland first. Gah! I went to Houston. I keep asking her, could you dye your hair and eyes? And she's like, this is really inappropriate. I'm like, all right, well, I'm just saying. At least fuck your ex in front of me. Well, that's cool. Are you guys all from Ireland? The whole gang?
Yeah.
You too? Oh, shit.
That's my brother.
That's your brother? Oh, nice. Nice. And who are you?
I'm going out with her brother.
Ah. All right. Do you guys have that? Have you been like married for years and then you're still partying like, you got a boyfriend? Like I'm like, if he weren't here, I would really go back home to my wife who's a block away, raising my child. Well, that's cool. Welcome. How long are you guys here for?
10 days.
10 days. Are you at the beginning or the end of the trip?
Beginning.
I could tell. I could feel the energy that it was beginning. You guys are like, oh, this is awesome. Cool. We had this talk last time. There's more Irish people in America than in Ireland. You remember that? Yeah. Turns out I was off on that one. Yeah. That's not true. You guys ever have those facts that you tell for like 20 years and finally someone's like, I think that's totally wrong. I had a friend that told me, like, with confidence that the sun shined more in Denver than Los Angeles. And so I just told 1,000 people. And then finally someone was like, that's crazy. And I was like, that's what makes it so interesting. And then we just looked it up and we were like, no, absolutely not. And, yeah. Well, that's cool. Love Ireland. I've been there. No question about it. Where are you guys from? Ah, nice. You too?
No.
You're Colombian. You live in Colombia? Oh, okay. Boy, you really mansplained where she's from. God, that's fucking crazy, man. So you're just saying you live in Colombia and you live in New Jersey? That's crazy. Or it's not. You guys are pushing back. You're like, that's her narrative, okay? But you're from Colombia. Oh, nice. I dated a girl who went to Columbia University. So, you and me, we know. Nice. It's cool. Nice school. My friend Luke Modis, he went there. Ivy League. That feels like a clip. Colombia. I've never been to Colombia, but I wanted to go to Colombia for a long time, for years. I was saving up JetBlue points to go, and then I just switched to Delta, and I just never went. I think I still have the point. What's the Bogota? Is that how you say it?
From Medellin.
Oh, and then Cartagena. Those are two cities there, right?
I guess. I'm not from there.
Colombia?
Yeah, I'm from Medellin.
You're from where?
Medellin.
Billie Jean? Like the song? I don't know this country, and I'm pretty well...
That's where Pablo is.
Yeah.
Oh, Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
Say the country one more time.
It's the city.
Oh, the city. Oh, in Colombia. Am I going fucking crazy? I just said those are cities in Colombia, and you said I'm not from there. Did I just get like crazy fucking, what's that called? The buzz term? Gaslit. Yeah. I was doing the thing. How about screwing it like fucking Vito Corleone? You fucked me. You made up a country. I literally was like, I feel like I'm a pretty, like, well, geography, fucking whatever. And I'm like, you just dropped a country I never heard of. In the Americas. And then you're like, no. Colombia is the country. But Cartagena and Bogota are cities in Colombia?
Big,
Yeah.
Bogota's the capital. Cartagena is where a lot of tourists go.
Yeah. That's what I would have been as a tourist. I wasn't gonna pack up and move there. You gotta go back to the other girl you had. She was much sweeter. My God, we all liked her as an audience. No, I'm kidding you. Very sweet. Colombia. I gotta go to Colombia. I've been to Ecuador. That's in the same continent. And Peru. Peru. Try it. Peru. Oh, boy. See, the bits are all fun, but explaining how to pronounce a country to somebody is really funny to me. Estados Unidos. I feel like you guys are like, I don't think you actually are smart, and I feel like I'm really putting you guys in your place. I got a friend who went to Columbia University. I dated a girl that went there. Ireland. Anyone read the book Say Nothing? You ever hear that book? Patrick Radden Keefe? Unbelievable. Get in there, folks. Well, you read it? You have glasses? Have you read it? No one read it? Unbelievable. If you read books, you like books? Get yourself in there. Favorite book all time. It's called Say Nothing. And that's my advice to you, sir. I'm just kidding. You're my favorite audience member. You got the donut. You got to listen to. I want you to go home. I want you to read Say Nothing and listen to Kenny Rogers. Really have a nice time. Oh, I forgot about this one. I saw a vagina recently. Like not my wife's, just like in public vagina, which is not something that happens too often. We were at Matt Wayne and I, the previous comic. We were at a football game. We went Vanderbilt football game in Nashville, and then this woman was walking up. This is like in summer, I guess. I guess it was fall, but it was Tennessee, so it was warm. Doesn't matter. But this woman, she was walking up the bleachers, and she had like a short dress and just stepped. And I wasn't like, wow! It was like one of those ones where you're just scanning, and then all of a sudden you look and you're like, whoa! And she looked, and it wasn't like you're thinking like, well, you saw like her underwear. No, her underwear were like askew, and it was like actual vagina. I just saw a vagina. It wasn't even sexual. It was like, there's a vagina. And then I was wondering, because I've had a wife for a long time, and every night she gets undressed and her underwear always covering her vagina. Is this... Can someone help me? What's going on with this woman? Why is her... Does your vaginas pop out? Because I think of like... a ball or a penis can pop out. You ever had your vagina just out? Like you take your pants off and you look embarrassed. No, right? What was going on with that lady?
It could have been a guy that transitioned to a vagina.
It could have, yeah, it could have been a transition, but that still doesn't explain how. I mean, I feel like drugs. You think she was on drugs? Because someone was like, maybe her underwear were too small. I don't know what went on. Maybe she just fucked in the bathroom, like she did like a pull it aside, which is hot. I love that move. But then I was just like, wow, and I told Matt, I was like, I just saw a vagina, and he was like, what, where? And I was like, well, it's not still out. Like, she's not just at the game, like, ah. It was like a split second, but I felt, it's like seeing a bald eagle. You're like, whoa, what a country. All right. Go.
Was it hissing or vagina?
Hissing? Vagina hissing?
It happens sometimes.
Vaginas hiss? I don't know about the hissing vagina. No. No, I mean, there's a lot of crowd noise. We were at a football game, so it was more like you know. But I've never seen a vagina hiss. I've seen it piss. I've seen a pissing vagina, not a... I like the cut of your jibs, sir. Pissing vaginas.
Can we go back to the pizza thing?
Yeah, go back to the pizza thing. Sure.
What happens if they have donuts?
What happens if they had donuts?
Yeah, you think they can bake kids with donuts easier versus pizza? I don't know. Is that what's going on?
Oh. What's that?
Is that what's going on? Yeah, they're
Trying to... This is fucked up. He thinks we're trying to fuck you. I'm just trying to get you to read a book. Listen to... Come over to my house with a donut. Listen to some Kenny Rogers. You decorated my life. Yeah.
Gym guys are in the basement. They're waiting for you.
I mean, I never even questioned, but now I'm thinking, is there security at Grove 34? I never... That's not even crossed my mind. Now, where are you from? Because you don't sound like you're from Queens.
I'm originally from Europe.
From Europe. You're being very...
From Serbia.
Oh, okay. You switched, you ran back and forth?
I got to New York a while back.
Ah, you got back to... Okay. We're losing them now. What the fuck? You see what happens? This is what happens. One guy goes rogue, and then now they want to leave. Bulgaria. Is that what you said? Nice. And Serbia, that's Djokovic. Nice. Bulgaria, I got nothing. I don't know anyone from Bulgaria. Bulgaria. You know anyone from Bulgaria? Count it. You look like you're what's that? You look upset with me, like you're like a villain, like a Batman villain. Like you're like, what will you say? Nice. Well, welcome. You've been here a long time, but 20, 30 years? You're so aloof with everything. You're like, I'm from Europe, a couple different places. I've been here 20, maybe 50 years. Don't worry about it. Vaginas hiss. I think I went to Bulgaria, actually. I did. I went to Bulgaria and Romania. What's the big city in Bulgaria?
Sofia?
Sofia. I went there. Yeah.
Was it for comedy or?
It was for comedy, yeah. I mean, if it was for tourism, I would have been like, oh, shit, yeah. But yeah, I went for a funny story. You want to hear a funny story about Bulgaria, Sofia? I was there with Louis C.K. and our friend Greg Hahn, who's a comedian, and he's a big, tall comedian. And we went to a restaurant, and it was like closing. They were getting ready to close, and it was like 10 o'clock. We was like 9:48, and they were like, and we were like, you're closing. And he went, oh. And he pointed, and he went, oh my God, you know what? We'll stay open for you. We'll stay open because you're here. And we went, oh, great. A little celebrity treatment. And then we went and sat down. Every time they came over, they would be like, this is on the house. We're so excited. This is so good. They wanted to take a photo. At the end, they were like, we want to take a photo. We just were huge Michael Bolton fan. And Michael Bolton was in town, and they thought our friend Greg Hahn was Michael Bolton. I swear to God, everybody, we just thought they're huge Louis C.K. fans. We're getting the treatment. And they were like, Mr. Bolton, we love you. And we looked over, it's like a movie. And then you pan over, and there's like a big poster. Michael Bolton was in town. And they just saw like a 6'6" American. They were like, oh my God, we got Bolton here. And it was great. So, there you go, Sofia. Yeah. Is somebody masturbating back there? Is my mom jerking off in the back? All right, I got to wrap up. Well, welcome from there. Serbia I didn't go to, but I know Djokovic. And then they went to the World Cup final, Serbia. Yeah.
Like soccer?
Yeah, World Cup.
Oh, I think it was Croatia.
Maybe it was Croatia. Very similar. Right?
They're pretty similar, but sometimes they would do like ethnic cleansing on each other a bit sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there was one country at one point. Yugoslavia? Come on, Colombia, baby! Woo! Guys thought I was dumb? How you like me now? Nice. All right. But it's better now. Peaceful over there now?
Yeah, now it's relatively
And where's Bosnia? That's right over there too, right?
Exactly.
Yep. Gotta be one of the smartest people in the room, don't you think? I feel like despite you saying gimme, you're a really smart guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? I know. You know how I know? Hot chick, mediocre face. That's how I know. I'm only kidding. You're very handsome. But my God, you're like stunning. Gee whiz. Well done, sir. Are you guys siblings? No, some of your siblings. I'm from this is my wallet. I just pulled my wallet out. I'm like, what's the deal with 58049? You guys are the best crowd ever. Thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Everybody keep it going for him!
Hey, look at that. Lexi. Lex, guess how I got here?
Scooter.
Nope, bicycle. Gotta wear a helmet. This jackass doesn't wear a helmet. How about this? Quick story for you. Matt Salacuse texts me. Is this live?
Yeah, you gotta turn it on.
Quick story for you. Matt Salacuse texts me. He goes, hey, you want to get a bite to eat before the show? I say, no, I don't have time and I don't like you.
Oh, that's not true. He said I don't have time.
I don't have time. I get a text an hour later. Hey, I'm downstairs at your building.
You hungry?
If I was a woman, he'd go to prison.
Meanwhile,
you want to have dinner? No.
Great adventure.
You want to have dinner? No. All right, well, I'm outside your house. Well, we had a great adventure. What did we do? We took a bike here.
We biked all around the bottom of Manhattan, came up through the Manhattan Bridge, and got here, parked it right there. Took us 19 minutes.
And he doesn't wear a helmet. Driving an electric bike, no helmet. I wear a helmet because I'm a man and I'm cool. All right, let's go to the show. Hey, if you see a group of men that all look almost exactly alike and no women, that's my show. Come on. Hi, boys. I wear a helmet and I'm not apologizing for it. Hey, Mr. Joe. Yeah, baby. Lex with us? Oh, great. Chris D'Elia's on the show. I got fat on my vacation. Whoever this points to has to blow me.
So you still have no separation in green room? Green room and people?
We don't want separation. We're all a group. All right, let me get this thing strapped in and strapped on. Well, here we are. Sesh, Joe List Downtown Comedy Showcase. Nobody calls it that. I call it that. I think it's a good name. Do you like the name?
Love it.
And maybe if the kids are lucky, I'll get a couple small pizzas. We're going to have a nice time. What's the matter? You're shaking your head.
I should be a con man. I just said 2 orders for the green room. The guy was like, right away.
Yeah, you should have said 6. Everyone knows you. You're Salacuse. What are you, crazy? Blue Eddie. Who is it? Kill, Omaha, Omaha. Say it. Ah! I went gay at the last second. Folks, I like having a helmet. It's a nice prop.
Speaking of football, that gunman in Manhattan.
Yes.
Did you see what his motivation was?
Said he had CTE?
Yeah.
I don't think I believe him.
He was also on medication. He was like known to be a schizo.
A kook.
Yes.
Meditation?
But that could be the CTE.
No, see, what's CTE? What's he, fucking
It's like a lot of concussion, a lot of mini concussions. Fucks up with your brain chemistry.
But is he a football player?
Yeah, he's a football player in high school.
All right, high school. I mean, what the hell? I played football in high school. I just died. I didn't play football in high school. What do you got? Paul McCartney and Wings, huh?
Yeah, Wings and Wings.
Band on the run. Am I crazy? Does that sound really nice? Band on the run.
It's a little flat. Go higher.
Band on the run. Band on the run.
Hey, good.
With Sailor Sam and Silly Sam. Heartful everyone. We're just doing a little music video. Bathroom's right over here.
Thank you.
Tell me how this sounds.
Appreciate
All the bands on the run. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Band on the run.
You're here. I need you here.
I can't go any higher. If I go higher, I have to go. Band on the run.
That's better. I'll do low, like, and on the run. You do that, right? Band on the run. Can you help us?
This is pretty good, right?
No.
You're a good-looking man, I'll tell you that. That's a handsome boy. And then there's that guy here. What's that you said?
Is that your bike helmet?
It is my bike helmet. You like it?
Biked in?
Amazon. I biked in, baby, with Matt Salakis. He was nervous, but I told him he could do it. We did it.
Nice. Would you be willing to sign my jump book?
I'd be happy to, yeah. What, are you kidding?
Oh.
I saw you at Town Hall. I came in from Canada.
Oh, wow. We're from Canada. Where do I sign? Here,
Victoria.
here.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Victoria?
Yeah,
Wow.
by Vancouver Island.
Yeah, I know it. To Victoria.
Yeah. I'm Matthew.
Island.
Could I sneak a photo of you after with your helmet on?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All
I really
right.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. What's your name again? Matthew. Nice to
Can I
meet
take a
you.
quick
Of
picture?
course. I got a, hey, look at those comedians. And the other guy, hey, Chris. My hot fan. Black and white.
Bike safety.
You gotta have bike safety, because if you don't have bike safety, then what do you have? Bike unsafety. And speaking of safety, how about that Ronnie Lott? He won the 75 MVP in the World Series. That was a callback, this asshole.
Well, thank you.
Hey, good to see you.
Misinformation.
Hey, Lisa.
Misinformation.
Good. Hi, Jason. Nice to see you, buddy.
You, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Gab. Come on. We're shooting a little backstage, but we can kill it. Let's kill it. Kill it.
We're waiting on the platform, and we're waiting for a while now. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, camera crew, Channel 4, like literally like a Family Guy episode, like, you know, like the stereotypical woman in the field. Hi, we're here at Channel 4. What's your name? Or you had been waiting a long time for the train. And I was like, yeah, no, I mean, we just been waiting here like 15 minutes. She asked me my name. I tell her my name. She goes, oh, okay, well, were you aware of the power outages? And I go, well, my phone said something, but I whatever, I ignored it. She goes, are you going to be late for where you go tonight? I go, I don't think they'll care. Something like that, like right there. She goes, where are you going tonight? I go, Joe Liston Friends Comedy. I looked right at, I go, hell yeah. Joe Liston Friends Comedy Show, Sesh Comedy, 55 Christie Street. She goes, are you a comedian? I go, I am. What's your name? I give her my name. Where are you in town from?
Oh,
I
this
tell
is
her,
huge.
I tell her, she goes, so is this or may this affect your trip? I go, our trip's been great. I go, I got nothing but confidence in the New York City subway system. I go like this, I go, we've had a great trip. I said, I saw the Book of Mormon. We ran into A-Rod today on the street.
Is that
Another
true?
baseball player? Yeah, I'll show you a picture. I
was gonna call bullshit.
No, I go, I ran into A-Rod. I go, until you showed up, everything was great. And she laughed. I told the lady, I go, until
Oh, wow.
you showed up.
Sounds like you killed. This is man to tell. Yeah, thanks for having me,
Joe
buddy.
List
He
in the
plugged,
same-
he plugged the club on the
Channel
news.
4 News.
Channel 4 News.
Yeah.
It's gonna blow up.
It's gonna blow up.
Yeah!
Give us some love, man. You came to see. Give us some love. Give us some love. Give us some love. From this man, Joe List.
Oh, baby! Wow! That's a great shirt. I gotta make adjustments. I can't fit up here. I'm fat now. I mean, not like some of you are, but like, you know, fatter. That shirt rules. We were just talking Pulp Fiction on the way over here. No, yeah, you weren't with me. You didn't hear us? We were yelling. I got too much shit in my pocket. I got a wallet. I shouldn't put this down. I don't trust you fucking bros. And then I got a microphone pack. What else do I got? AirPods. This is the show. I'm just gonna let you guys know. Shit stain, cum stain. All right. Folks, thanks for coming, everybody. What a night, huh? How about it for all the comedians you saw tonight? What a night. Thanks for coming. Tip the wait staff. Boy, we had fun. Just kidding. I like that you guys all looked over there. You're like, wait, what? That was confusing for a second. Woo, baby. I haven't done stand-up in a while. I've been on the road. Well, I guess I have been doing stand-up, but not in the city. So I feel, I've been doing it in like New Hampshire, where they're kind of a little retarded. So you just kind of go like, ah, and everyone's like, whoa, but sorry. This is a basement. We still say the R word down here, I say, right? You guys don't care. I feel like you guys call each other retarded all the time, right? Yeah, especially this one. Pulp Fiction's great shirt. That's not a real place, is it, or is it?
No, it's not.
It's not, right? Woo! I got material, don't worry. How about this? Oh, what happened with Matt? I rode my bike over here with my friend Matt Salacuse, is a photographer. Do you guys know him? He looks like he does porn, but he doesn't. I don't know if you know him. You know Salacuse? He's probably over there. He's a great guy. Anyways, first of all, he's a fucking psychopath friend. Friend is in quotes. I don't even like this man. There he is. That's how he laughs. He laughs like he stepped on a tack. He's like, ow! 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 It's a very funny laugh. Ha! It's like you got hit in the balls. By the way, I always hated bloopers. I mean, they show like baseball bloopers. I mean, this is from like the 80s. They don't do it that much anymore. They're like, here come the bloopers. And it's just guys getting like nailed in the dick. They're like, oh! And people are like, woohoo! I'm like, this is awful. The guy's like trying to catch a fly ball. It like hits him on the fucking temple when he falls down. They're like, ha! Like, this is not comedy. I felt the way about America's funniest home videos too. It's all just people like slipping at their wedding and breaking their heads. I'm like, why is this comedy? This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. The show sucks. It's still on. Anyway, Salacuse, my friend, sort of, he texted me. He goes, hey, you want to have dinner before the show? And I was like, no. Then I got a text 40 minutes later. He goes, I'm downstairs at your building. If I was a woman, I'd mace him. Like, I was like, this is crazy. He literally was like, let's have dinner. I'm like, I don't feel like it. He's like, well, I'm outside your house anyways. And then he's like, let's ride bike. We'll ride our bikes, rental, whatever, city bikes to the club. And I was like, okay, that sounds fun, but I've got my helmet. I'm a helmet guy now, because I have a kid. I never wore a helmet, and I was one of those guys. I'm from the 80s. Like, if you wore a helmet, you had special needs, like my whole life. But then now I have a child, so you can't be a dad and then slip on a bike and die, and then people are like, well, how come you don't have a dad? Oh, he fucking felt like a nerd in a helmet, so now he's dead. I have no father figure. I just have a horrible life ahead of me because my dad was like, I don't want to be a dork. Anyway, so I got a helmet. But Matt, also as a child, didn't wear a helmet, so... Anyways, I go, why don't you put a helmet on? You need a helmet. You have a child and it's dangerous. And he said, no, it's all bike path. But I'm like, that's like saying, I don't need a seatbelt. It's all roads. It's just, the roads are paved. I don't need no airbag. These roads are smooth, baby. Told you that was funny, Matt. Did you like it?
No.
That was funny. Matt, you kind of bombed, but I thought that was hilarious. That was very perfect delivery. He said no. You heard. You have like a real job. You got a shirt and everything? Where'd you go, Columbia?
No.
Somewhere not as good, but cool. Stony Brook. Hey, hello! Look at that. Is that a good school? I think I know that school. It's in Brooklyn, right? Or Long Island? Long Island. I went there. You know who went there and got removed? Colin Quinn, legend. Oh. Yeah. I didn't think he went for very long. That might be private. That could be totally private information. I think it didn't go well for old CQ. But he's like the smartest person I know. So I don't know a lot of smart people though. So anyways, that's a good school. What's their logo? What thing? The mascot? Sea wolf? The fuck? They're just putting things together out there? It's a sand falcon. You're like, what? Sea wolf. Sea wolf run. I don't know. Sea wolf. That's cool. Here come the sea wolves. Are we getting this? I mean, this is going straight to the top. Stony Brook Seawolves. Yeah, I did a gig there. You know what happened at Stony Brook? They shot what's the fucked up Aronofsky movie with Natalie Portman?
Black Swan.
Black Swan. They shot Black Swan there. There you go. In the dressing room at the thing.